Christmas Kisses in Holly Wreath. A Sweet Christmas Billionaire Romance. Book 2. Written by Rachael Eliker. Copyright 2025. BHF Creative Works. For Jack, my own dashing cowboy. Chapter 1. Piper. Piper pushed the glass door open, leaving behind the warmth of the office, and stepped out into the darkening evening. The cold pressed against her, and a shiver ran through her whole body while she let out a small whimper of despair. Had anyone else been there, she would have kept her complaint to herself, but knowing she was alone, she let herself whine. She loved the snow. Snow was beautiful, but did it have to be so frigid outside? On the surface, the weather was the reason for her complaint, but if she was being honest with herself, the damper on her mood went much deeper. It wasn't the first time, and it certainly wouldn't be the last, that she was leaving work long after everyone else had already made it home. They'd probably already had dinner and were in their pajamas for all she knew. Not one to dwell on negativity, she refused to complain anymore about the weather or anything else. She'd braved winters in Wyoming by herself before, and the basset hound she'd adopted last winter had been the best thing she'd ever done for herself. He was as good a listener and cuddler as any man she'd ever dated. Letting out a sigh, her breath curled in wisps as she fumbled with her keys to find the right one. Turning back to the office door, she slipped her key into the lock. She had to bite her tongue to keep herself from cursing the stubborn door when it caught, refusing to rotate. The door seemed to know when she was on the edge of feeling particularly mopey. When it finally clicked shut, she pulled out her phone to type out a reminder. "Fix front office door," she muttered as she wrote each word. She could probably ask one of the office ladies to take care of it for her, but it was just as easy to make the call herself. One was so preoccupied with wedding plans that half the time, she forgot to do her regular tasks, and the other was anticipating the birth of her first grandchild, and made it clear she was going to be out of the office the second her daughter went into labor. Besides, it gave Piper a reason to stay busy even after her patients had left, and ignore the gnawing loneliness that accompanied the thought of dinner alone. Her dog, Andy, had a late dinner with her, but he ate so fast, he was usually done before Piper had a chance to sit down with her own meal. The holidays were their own special kick in the gut, especially when her pediatric patients would come in, chattering excitedly about what they were hoping to find under the Christmas tree. Piper hadn't bothered putting up decorations since moving to Holly Wreath, and there would be no presents. It was a fact of life she had accepted, though if she thought about it too long, she'd get an ache stuck in her throat that made swallowing downright painful. Tucking her office keys into her purse, Piper put on her gloves and hid her chin behind her scarf. It had snowed again, and the fresh powder crunched under her feet as she walked to her car. It gave everything a touch of beauty, making it glitter under the parking lot lights. On the other hand, it also meant more work for her when she'd already exhausted herself. She'd spent the last hour reorganizing a section of files in the office, and her back was sore from all the lifting. The last thing she wanted to do was shovel the driveway, and living on a corner lot, she had twice as much sidewalk to clear. She'd already done it a dozen times since the snow had started flurrying in early October, and having to do it herself every time, the fun of it had long since worn off. Reaching for her phone again, she pulled off her glove and poked the keyboard. Purchase a snowblower. She laughed to herself when she thought about wrapping it, so she had a present to open on Christmas morning. At least she knew it was something she wouldn't have to exchange. Piper's car was the only one still left in the small parking lot. She thanked her lucky stars for the remote start option, which she'd turned on while she was getting her coat. The snow was melting off, and for that she was grateful. She reminded herself to find happiness in the simple things in life. Her lips curved into a smile, and the thought added an extra lightness to her step. Her stomach rumbled as she tossed her purse in and climbed into the driver's seat and flipped the wipers to clear off the last of the slush. If she had scheduled her day better, she would have run to get groceries during her lunch break, but she'd gotten caught up playing with Andy when she'd gone home to let him out. It was impossible to say no to the dog, especially when he wagged his tail so hard it thumped against the sides of his body and kept dropping the tennis ball expectantly at her feet. Instead of shopping, Piper had thrown his slobbery ball 17 more times, giggling as his short basset hound legs struggled to get through the deeper parts of drifting snow. She regretted nothing. It was only 5 minutes to the grocery store, and she aimed to get in and out as fast as humanly possible. She had plans to curl up on the couch with Andy snoozing on the rug in front, watching whatever caught her eye on television while she ate. Though her Christmas this year was going to be quiet, driving through downtown got her in the mood. Holly Wreath in December was magical. The lights in the storefronts made everything so cheerful and welcoming, and with the faint strains of Christmas music coming over the radio, she could feel the wonder of the season she'd believed in as a child. Sometimes she wished she could be that naive again. She pushed down a small lump at the top of her throat before it became unmanageable when she thought about how life had taught her that it was anything but simple. She parked close to the entrance and jogged carefully into the store, making sure not to lose her footing. As she stomped the snow off her boots and reached for a shopping cart, she didn't notice a melted puddle of snow on the smooth grocery store tile. A small yelp escaped her, and she braced herself for a hard fall when a pair of sturdy arms caught her from behind. When Piper got her bearings, she dared to look up into the face of her rescuer and was surprised, not only that she didn't recognize him, but how her first thought was that he was incredibly attractive. Dark hair, deep ocean blue eyes, strong features behind a neutral expression. The longer she gaped, the more she wondered if he was possibly the most handsome man she'd seen. Ever. Hello? She blushed that she stuttered over such a simple greeting. Are you my guardian angel? Ugh. Piper wished she'd stopped at stammering hello. The man's blue eyes gave nothing away, and though Piper was smiling up at him, his jaw was tight. He spoke with a gruff baritone voice. It would seem that way. As he helped her back to her feet, Piper turned around and brushed her hair off her brow. She had no idea what to do with her fidgeting hands. They moved from her hair to fold in front of her chest, eventually settling in her coat pockets, where she jingled a few loose coins she'd been planning to drop in the Salvation Army bucket on the way out the door. Well, thank you. I'm glad I don't have to deal with a broken tailbone. Sitting on an inflatable donut doesn't exactly seem like my idea of comfort. She snorted softly at her own joke, before wondering if she'd be fortunate enough to have the ground open up and swallow her whole, so she didn't have to endure any more embarrassment. If it was flirting she was attempting, she was grossly out of practice. Piper wanted to smack her hand over her face to hide her shame, but reached for a shopping basket instead. Mr. Blue Eyes stared a breath too long, making Piper's embarrassment grow. Piper would have loved to know what was running through his head, but he kept his opinions firmly to himself. And instead of engaging her in any sort of friendly banter, he reached for the brim of his Stetson to tip it at her. Miss. He took a shopping cart from the line, heading for the produce section. Piper decided to go the opposite direction. The man left her feeling irritated and vulnerable with his relative silence when Piper had been friendly, if a bit awkward. Everybody in Holly Wreath was neighborly to everyone else. Sure, he'd saved her from a nasty fall, and he was as handsome as they came, but it surely wouldn't kill him to smile. Piper blew an exasperated breath out through her lips and put her mind to getting her groceries quickly and efficiently, preferably avoiding the broody cowboy again, if at all possible. She wove in and out of the aisles, tossing the essentials in her basket. There was a routine to her shopping, and within 8 minutes and 29 seconds, she was crossing the last item off her grocery list as she strolled down the snack aisle. Cheddar or salt and vinegar? Who wants to come home with me? She said, fully aware she was talking to bags of chips. Not that she cared. That might make the cowboy raise an eyebrow, but she could have shrugged him off. In the middle of laughing at her own joke, inviting a bag of chips home to be devoured, she caught a whiff of perfume that froze her blood solid. Piper didn't even get the chance to think about hiding when Gabby's cart turned the corner, stopping abruptly at the end of the aisle. She'd been chattering happily on the phone with someone, but when her eyes landed on Piper, the curve of Gabby's mouth made her look downright cruel. Piper sighed. Maybe it would have been better if the cowboy hadn't caught her, and instead, she'd hit her head and earned an ambulance ride to the hospital. A concussion would have been more tolerable than speaking to Gabby. Their friendly conversations were actually thinly veiled insults to remind Piper that Gabby was superior in every way. "I'll have to call you back," Gabby said, ending her call and slipping her phone into her pocket. She strolled to Piper like she owned the place, with both her boys following obediently behind her. Piper looked past Gabby and smiled at her sons. Like most of the children in town, they were patients of hers, and though they had to live with Gabby as their mother, they both seemed to be turning out to be perfectly adorable and well-behaved. Bo grinned back at her, and the younger Cody matched his smile with an enthusiastic wave. Piper met Gabby's eyes and stood up tall, projecting a confidence that wasn't really there. "Nice to see you, Gabby." "Were you talking to the Chips?" Piper's hand clenched around the handle of her shopping basket. Thinking out loud. It's been a long day at the office. She deflected with one thing she knew would distract Gabby from her laser focus on Piper. "You all look like you're doing well." Gabby flipped her softly curled hair out of the way, making her large hoop earrings catch the light. "Yes, I know." Piper tamed an eye roll. How could they have ever been friends? Glancing at Gabby's cart, she hurried to make some small talk so she could escape the excruciatingly uncomfortable situation with an ounce of dignity left. Not immediately tuck-tailing and running had to earn her some points for bravery. "Looks like you're getting ready to throw a Christmas party." Piper gave the sort of smile that only beauty pageant winners knew the secret to. Gabby had been Miss Wyoming in college, after all. They were friends all the way through school, until Gabby went and broke the friend code in a way that crippled Piper's spirit. She still wasn't sure she'd fully recovered, or that she ever would. Gabby's betrayal wasn't even the worst of it. The enormous, asteroid-sized blow that came crashing down on their friendship, killing it in one fell swoop, was that Gabby never appeared to feel a morsel of regret for her actions. As far as she could tell, Gabby probably thought it was all Piper's fault anyway. Piper had recovered her footing when she came back home to Holly Wreath and taken over the general practitioner's office, preferring the pediatric patients. She was enjoying serving the community, but life wouldn't let her move on. She would have loved to settle down and start a family, but by the time she'd returned to her hometown in her late 20s, almost everyone her age had already paired off, severely limiting the dating pool. Small-town life had its charms, but there were challenges that had never crossed Piper's mind when she was younger. That wasn't even the worst part. Gabby could have settled into domestic bliss anywhere, but she and her family had decided to come back to Holly Wreath too and help take over Gabby's father's booming furniture business when he wanted to retire. It was one of those enormous warehouses that people drove from miles around to come and get a good deal on a new couch. Piper had nothing against Gabby's father. She'd bought her own set of living room furniture from him, but having to see Gabby again when she'd managed to avoid her for years was like pulling the scab off a healing wound and watching it bleed again. Gabby's husband, Sean, got himself elected to the town council, and it wasn't even a contest for Gabby when she decided to run for PTA president. Not that it affected Piper at all, since she didn't have any kids. And that's exactly what got under her skin. "Yes, we are." Gabby adjusted her hands on the cart, and the enormous rock on her hand glistened. "Just having a few neighbors over. Nothing too elaborate. I'm keeping things simple this Christmas. You know, celebrating with friends and family, the meaning of the season and all. Won't that be nice?" Piper shifted on her feet, wondering if it had been long enough to politely say goodbye without looking cowardly. Gabby's eyes trickled down to Piper's basket and analyzed the contents. "Dinner alone tonight?" Her snide superiority made Piper sweat like she was under the spotlight, and she swore her coat was coiling around her like a snake slowly squeezing out every last breath. She shrugged against the tightness and sent a desperate prayer for help. She shouldn't be ashamed of dinner with only a basset hound as company, but Gabby saying it out loud made it sound pretty pathetic. Gabby definitely didn't need anything else in her arsenal, and Piper's panic led her to do something completely uncharacteristic and downright rash. No." Piper looked over Gabby's shoulder, where the handsome if moody cowboy had entered the aisle. He squatted down, comparing 2 different brands of tortilla chips, and it didn't escape Piper's attention that his jeans fit perfectly. She blinked hard, reminding herself that things like that weren't important at the moment. She hoped that if he was her guardian angel once, that he'd come to her rescue just one more time. Then she'd stop bothering him. She slid a hand into her pocket and crossed her fingers, needing all the luck she could get. Actually, I'm having dinner with him. Piper could hardly believe her own audacity as she pointed to the man, who was still a complete stranger, other than the fact that she knew he had strong arms, good timing, and the bluest eyes she'd ever seen. Still, catching her from slipping was one thing. Claiming she knew him at all, much less that he was her dinner date, was an entirely different ballgame. She held her breath, mentally kicking herself for her desperation. Logically, she knew Gabby didn't have an ounce of control over her, but she couldn't convince her cynical inner voice to believe differently. Gabby was, and always had been, the superior one in their friendship, and if a small lie was going to win Piper some points, her desperation convinced her to go for it. Gabby's smirk was wiped off her face when she glanced over her shoulder. Looking back to Piper, she hitched a thumb at him and asked with no attempt to hide her incredulity, "You're having dinner with that guy?" "Yep." Piper made a mental note to apologize in her evening prayers for lying, but she relished the shock on Gabby's face. Piper probably needed to repent for her pride too, but it was entirely too satisfying to have won at something against Gabby. Of course, none of it was going to last when the man denied knowing Piper. But for that moment, Piper felt like she was on equal footing with Gabby. Piper caught his eye and waved to him, motioning him over. "Hey, honey, I'm over here." The cowboy did a double take and stood up, his face for once betraying emotion, which was clearly bewilderment. Despite his confusion, he stood to his full height and pushed his cart over to Piper. She noticed that he smiled all the way up to his eyes at Bo and Cody, who looked like they were in absolute awe of him. The cowboy's eyes danced with amusement at the predicament he found himself in, and he looked like a wild card if Piper ever saw one. The question was whether he'd be used to Gabby or Piper's advantage. Piper's face flushed as he looked at her, and Gabby's mouth fell open a little as she appraised him. "How do you do?" "I'm Rutger." He extended his hand to Gabby, and Piper breathed a sigh of relief he hadn't offered it to her. "Gabriella Meters," Gabby purred. Piper stopped another eye roll. "Piper here tells me that you're her dinner date tonight." Rutger's lips twitched, but he masterfully kept any semblance of shock under control as he glanced at Piper. She wanted to shrink into oblivion for her raging embarrassment, but was stopped short when she realized Rutger didn't call her out with a mocking laugh. He put his hands on his hips. "That's right. Although, Piper, didn't I tell you I was cooking tonight?" Piper was speechless. She couldn't remember the last time her prayers had been answered so perfectly, but Rutger was definitely fortifying her faith. "Right. I forgot. It's your turn." Rutger was standing so close and played his part with such conviction that there was no way Gabby could refute it without straight-up calling Piper a liar. "Well, you two have a lovely evening. Come on, boys. You have school tomorrow." Gabby scooted her sons along, and Piper waved goodbye to them at the end of the aisle. When Gabby slipped out of sight, Piper let out a breath and put her clammy hand on her hot forehead. She could hardly bring herself to meet Rutger's eyes. She whispered, "I am so sorry about that." "Why?" he answered back in hushed tones. Rutger tucked one hand into his pocket and draped his other across his shopping cart. "And why are we whispering?" Piper glanced down the aisle again, half expecting Gabby to be spying on them while she was on the phone, calling everyone she knew to get Holly Wreath's gossip mill up and running. "Because I don't want Gabby to know I was lying, because, lying is wrong." "Ah," he said with a grunt. "That is true. I really am sorry for roping you into this. First, I about knock you over when I fall on you." "You didn't almost knock me over. You're a featherweight compared to some of what I lift on a daily basis at work." Piper ran her eyes up and down Rutger and noticed that though his hat was nice and new, his boots were obviously worn in and used for hard work. You a genuine cowboy, then? Born and bred, he said, sticking his broad chest out slightly. I guess it's good to know I weigh less than a hay bale, Piper said, eyeing the bag of cheddar chips she put in her basket. She didn't have much of a sweet tooth, but she had a hard time saying no to anything savory. She thought about putting the chips back on the shelf, but thought better of it. Nothing wrong with a treat, and she'd earned it. It depends on the hay bale. The small square bales weigh 50, maybe 60 pounds, but the round bales we do are pushing about 1,000 pounds. You're lighter than that. Piper's mouth dropped open at his insinuation. You're telling me you're guessing I weigh less than 1,000 pounds? Why, thank you. Hearing that is the cherry on top of my day. Rutger's head dropped, and though she couldn't see his expression, she could see the rims of his ears burning red. She would have thought it was endearing if she weren't a touch angry at him. Maybe it was her puffy winter coat that hid the fact that she was actually quite athletic. I don't remember this being so hard, he said in a low voice. What's so hard? Rutger glanced up at her. Talking to people. For a moment, Piper's heart swayed. He must have been a lonely soul like her, either by choice or by circumstance. Before she could feel too sympathetic, she threw up the walls around her that had cracked at his confession. She'd learned from sad experience that going all gaga for a man, without any sense of practicality or restraint, would only lead to heartache. Well, don't beat yourself up over it, Piper said, cringing at how sarcastic she sounded. It wasn't like she hadn't ever stuck her foot in her mouth, but she was annoyed. Tossing her bag of chips back onto the shelf, she looked him straight in the eye. Thank you so much for your help tonight. I apologize again for slipping in front of you, and I appreciate your help in dealing with that woman. Sorry I made a liar out of you, but it was for the greater good, right? I'll see you around. Piper spun on her heels, feeling like a hurricane of emotions might wipe her out at any moment when she heard Rutger call to her. Why don't we make each other honest, then? Stopping cold, Piper looked over her shoulder and dropped her eyebrows low. Excuse me? What I mean is, why don't we have dinner together? Then you aren't lying to anybody. No repentant prayers needed. Piper narrowed her eyes. How did he know that's exactly what she'd been planning to make up for her dishonesty? Because I don't let strange men into my home to eat. I'm not a stranger. Rutger's eyes twinkled, though his smile was locked away. We've already met twice. Piper let out a sharp laugh. Hardly. And both times were accidental. Tilting her head, she studied him. Where are you from, anyway? Crossing his arms and giving Piper the smallest smirk, Rutger asked, You know everyone in Holly Wreath? Practically. I grew up here, and since coming back from my job, a lot of people's lives intersect with mine. That makes hunky cowboys like you stick out like a sunflower in a field of roses. The second the words came out of Piper's mouth, she wished she could recall them. Nope. She'd already let slip her attraction to him. That's what she got for trying to put a man like him in his place. Good thing I like sunflowers, Rutger spoke softly, almost so much that Piper had to lean in to hear. So, you're an important woman, huh? Piper released a tense breath, completely relieved he didn't tease her about her open assessment of his looks. That depends on who you ask, I guess. I see, Rutger said. Then everyone would certainly want to know who a pretty lady like you is hanging out with. His suave compliment renewed Piper's blush, and she had to stare at the selection of wavy potato chips until she could compose herself. Maybe Rutger wasn't so irredeemably rough around the edges. Any sort of news around here spreads fast. You'll probably be on the front page of the paper come the end of next week. Rutger shrugged. So what do you say? To what? Rutger's mouth finally broke into a full grin. You're going to make this hard on me, aren't you? I wouldn't if I knew what you were talking about. I mean about dinner. Oh, right. Piper adjusted her purse on her shoulder. I was serious about strange men. I know we're on a first-name basis now. Rutger laughed, and it surprised Piper how pleased it made her to hear it. I'm not trying to invite myself over to your place. I mean, I'm an excellent cook, but I meant a restaurant. You're a native, and I'm new in town. I could use someone to show me around. Oh, right. Piper usually didn't second-guess her decisions, but Rutger and his good looks made everything infinitely more complicated. Her past dating history only muddied the waters. She hadn't let go of her dream for domestic bliss, but it certainly made it harder to want to try when all her efforts had already led to disappointment. Piper drew in a deep breath and held it for a moment, until her lungs started to burn. I'm not sure I'm the best person to show you Holly Wreath's nightlife. On the other hand, I guess we need to eat. Rutger poked her basket. Even diner food would be better than that microwavable meal you picked out. Hey, don't knock the microwavable meals. They're convenient, and I know exactly how many calories I'm consuming. And I bet they aren't one bit delicious. Despite herself, Piper laughed again. They're not fine dining, but they do the job. Rutger tilted his head toward the dairy section. I need to grab a carton of cream and a dozen eggs. Then, I'd like to treat you to dinner. You sort of seem like you could use it. Piper scratched a sporadic itch behind the back of her ear. Is it that obvious? Rutger's answer was a small but silent smile. Wait here. I'll be back in a jiffy. Watching him go, Piper chewed her lip. Rutger was incredibly handsome, but he left her feeling confused. He'd been cold then hot, and Gabby had made her desperate. Piper lectured herself, trying to convince herself that she wasn't the kind of woman who agreed to dates with men she didn't know. She needed to plan, to work herself up to her commitments so she could run every possible scenario in her head to be prepared. Lying to Gabby was a spur-of-the-moment thing, and it had only worked because of sheer dumb luck. She hadn't anticipated Rutger following through with her ruse all the way through to actually accompanying her to dinner. Piper looked down the aisle again, but Rutger was nowhere to be seen, and the longer she waited, the more nervous energy built up in her system, making her feel like she was going to explode into a million pieces. It was probably her one chance to escape. Taking one step backward, then another, she turned around and hurried to the checkout lane. She recognized the checker as one of her patients right away, and he smiled at her, but Piper stared at the bland tile floor. Setting down her basket on the conveyor belt, she walked right past Timothy. Wait, Dr. Woodhull? Timothy's cheerful smile faltered, leaving him utterly confused. What about your things? Don't you want them? Piper didn't stop. Her hands trembled as she dug through her purse for her keys. No, thank you. She looked over her shoulder once more. I've changed my mind.
Chapter 2. Rutger. The second Rutger laid eyes on Piper's shopping basket sitting at the checkout with her nowhere in sight, his heart sank. She'd bolted. The store employee, a wiry-haired teenage boy with braces on his broad smile, glanced at Rutger and noticed he was staring at Piper's basket. The boy shrugged. She looked like she had an emergency. Rutger only grunted in response. It had been a while since he'd tried pursuing a woman, but when he was younger, he would have considered himself generally successful when he'd made the attempt. Piper had been a stinging failure. His parents had raised him to be polite and respectful, but he knew how to have more fun than most. Plus, women found him attractive. Piper herself had admitted it to him between the potato chips and pretzels. That's what made her bolting out of the grocery store so strange. He was left scratching his head wondering where he'd gone wrong. Implying she was as hefty as a round bale certainly hadn't been his most suave moment. The cashier made conversation as he scanned Rutger's food. Are you going to the tree lighting festival? Rutger's eyes dipped to his name tag. Timothy. Couldn't say. You should. People come from miles around for it. There are all kinds of specials at the shops, and a lot of artists come out to sell their stuff. Then when it's dark, everyone gathers around to light the tree that's on town square. It'll get you in the Christmas spirit faster than sitting on Santa's knee. Rutger chuckled. It's been a while since I've sat on Santa's knee. But you remember the feeling, right? Taking out his wallet, Rutger pulled out a crisp $100 bill. You have change? Timothy nodded and opened up his drawer. The best part of the tree lighting is it's always chilly, so it's a good reason to snuggle up with someone. I'm taking my girlfriend and making sure I bring a blanket to keep us warm. Timothy's eyebrows bounced up and down and Rutger smirked. He remembered using those sorts of tactics with girls when he was a teenager, too. The next morning is a parade through Main Street, and then the town holds its own social. That party's so big and famous, it's been mentioned a couple of times on national news. My aunt swears she read about it in Vogue once, too. You going to take your girlfriend to dance? Rutger stuffed his change into a donation jar for the town's spay and neuter program. Timothy's shoulders slumped. No, it's an adults-only party. In a couple of years then, huh? Rutger took his bags of groceries and dug his keys out of his pocket. Thanks. Hey, I have an idea, Timothy said. You know the lady who just left is single, right? She's really nice. Super smart. I'd date her if I wasn't like 15 years younger than her. That, and I already have a girlfriend. Good night, Rutger said pointedly, but with a friendly smile. As he stepped out into the night, he pushed his hat down lower on his head and surveyed the parking lot for any sign of Piper. The only thing he saw was a set of tire tracks over the powdery snow, leaving the parking lot. A renewal of disappointment washed over him. He hardly knew why he cared. He'd sworn off women, but he knew he was a sucker for helping when he could. It didn't hurt that Piper was beautiful, smart as a whip, and had a bit of fire in her soul that kept things interesting, too. He'd felt drawn to her in a way he hadn't felt about a woman in a long time. Right when he made it to his truck, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Depositing his groceries on the passenger seat, he got in and started the truck, turning the heat all the way up before answering. Hello? Hey, Rutger. It's Gage. What's up? Rutger put his truck in drive and slowly pulled from the parking lot. Mom wanted me to call and check in with you. Rutger chuckled, putting on his signal and turning onto the road, navigating to the long-term hotel where he was staying. You know I cut the apron strings from our mama a long time ago. Tell her that. In her mind, you're still a helpless little boy who can't take care of himself. And somehow, I'm still managing the new 250,000 acres of our family farm and haven't lost a single cow yet. You say it like you're bragging. Rutger laughed without holding back. I am. If I'm remembering right, you forgot to close the gate, and how many of our cows wandered off? Hey, Gage said in a warning tone. I rounded them all up. It took a week and a half in the sheriff's department to help you. Gage grumbled, only making Rutger laugh harder. I told Mom this was a bad idea. Well, you didn't have to call on her behalf at all. Rutger pulled into the hotel parking lot and turned off the engine. I'm doing fine. You know she's just worried about you. That's a full-time job for a parent. Running his rough hand down his face, Rutger sighed. I guess I wouldn't know. I'm not a parent. The silence on the other end of the phone made Rutger feel bad for his icy demeanor. He knew his brother hadn't meant anything by it. Gage eventually spoke. Hey man, It's been 3 years, Rutger said gruffly. I'm fine. I can tell. Even skirting around an issue like Melissa, and you're all sunshine and daisies. Rutger held onto the steering wheel so hard his knuckles hurt. If you're not talking about her, then what are you all wondering about? Gage sighed and waited a moment to speak. Maybe it is partly about her. Mostly we want to make sure you're not becoming a hermit out there on your own. There are plenty of capable people we could hire to manage our new operations. You didn't have to go down there and do it yourself. You know I was raised to work for my keep, and besides, I'm not even 3 hours away from our folks' place. Rutger hated the feelings thinking about Melissa could dredge up in him. It was a mess of betrayal and sadness and anger. He had become adept at keeping the emotions to himself, but once in a while he couldn't stop them from leaking out until his chest felt tight enough to snap his ribs. He elbowed them back under control. As far as he was concerned, there wasn't anything else to say about it. Maybe I needed a little bit of space, but with you overseeing the ranch up there and Dad busy with the oil rights on our property, I thought I'd make myself useful here. Rutger could almost hear Gage dissecting his words, but mercifully he kept any thoughts to himself. All right, I'll try to tell Mom not to worry, but again, no promises. I know. Tell our parents hello. I'll call Mom a little later this week to try and reassure her, too. All right, little brother. We're still on for Christmas at your place? As long as the house gets put together enough to live in, then yep. And to tell your boys they'd better be ready for a snowball fight. The one we had at Thanksgiving didn't end fairly. Gage laughed. Says you. From my vantage point, it looks like two 7- and 8-year-old boys whooped you. It was 2-on-1. Whining like a mule. Rutger could hear Gage's wife Shannon say something on the other end of the line. Shannon says whining makes you sound like a baby. I am the baby. That's why I'm the favorite. But that doesn't mean you have to act like the baby. Shannon's just the bitter middle child in her own family who probably never got any attention, Rutger said, chuckling as he gathered up his groceries over his arm. He looked over the food he had bought, and his thoughts turned to Piper. If he was cooking for her, he would have made fresh egg noodles and a creamy Alfredo sauce with juicy grilled chicken sliced on top, paired with a green salad and buttery garlic bread. But Piper was right. They were strangers, though something he couldn't entirely pin down about her made him want to risk knowing her better. Gage? Yeah? What would you do if a woman turned you down? I'm happily married, Rutger. I'm not out looking for women to flirt with. That would end with me 6 feet under and Shannon holding the smoking gun and shovel. Darn right, Shannon added. Rutger's eyes rolled. I mean when you were dating. Did you ever have a woman get flighty on you? Gage laughed. I see. You're losing your touch. Never mind, Rutger grumbled. I'm going to eat dinner and go to bed. I've got an early morning ahead of me. Hang on. I'm giving you a hard time. Gage's laugh was obnoxious. I'm sure I'd be a little rusty if I were you too. You're not making this any better. Forget I said anything about it. Rutger, seriously, is this lady friend of yours a local who's caught your eye? His interaction with Piper was barely in passing, but remembering her smile sent a thrill zipping through him. She had a passion in her eyes that she hid behind a stiff and poised demeanor, and though she was as beautiful a woman as he'd ever seen, she was obviously a sweet soul who had a soft spot for children, just like Rutger did. Yeah, she's something else. And she's all right with our family? Rutger knew what Gage was implying, but played innocent. She doesn't even know my last name. How would she know enough about my family to form an opinion? You know what I mean. I know you like to pretend you're a down-to-earth country boy, but our family is complicated by money. Rutger snorted. I highly doubt that she'll have a problem with me being rich. That seems to attract a lot of people. That's the problem, idiot. There are a lot of women who'll do anything to get you to fall for them when they realize you're the Rudger Pierce, and I'd be willing to bet a lot of them won't have the right intentions. I can look out for myself. Every man can until there's a pretty face smiling and batting her eyes at him. Gage paused again. We just don't want to see you hurt again. Rutger's throat constricted, and it took some effort to clear it. I know. But this girl is different. How do you know? Rutger couldn't sum up Piper with any words that came to mind. I just know. Gage's chuckle was low and amused. Sounds like she's already got you hooked. Are you bringing her to Christmas to meet the family? Rutger scoffed, feeling embarrassed to admit that he'd had about 3 minutes of actual conversation with Piper. Gage would never stop teasing him if Rutger even mentioned the thought of love at first sight. I'm going to focus on getting a few dates under our belts before I ask anything with that much commitment. And before that, he needed to find her and get her to go on a first date. Well then, if I were you, there's not much I wouldn't do to make sure she knew that I thought she was special. Short of getting yourself a restraining order, of course. I'll try to remember that, Rutger said, chuckling at his brother's jab. All right, I'll see you in a couple of weeks. Rutger hung up and sat in the truck for a moment. His brain was stuffed full and he didn't know how to process it all. Admitting he wasn't going to solve his problems by sitting on his rear end, he hauled his groceries upstairs to the hotel suite he was staying in until his permanent accommodations for his new life in Wyoming were finished. The family had bought the farm from a widower who was too tired to keep running the massive operation himself, and though the house had good bones, it was in dire need of updates. Shannon and Rutger's mom were the ones who'd been working with the architect and contractor, and Rutger was grateful for their input. He just hoped it would feel like a home once he moved in. He was tired of living with a cavernous hole carved out of his life. He flipped the lights on in his room and locked the door behind him, leaving the bags on the kitchenette counter to be unpacked later. Through the living area, he opened the sliding glass door and stepped out onto the balcony. Overhead, the stars were out, glittering in every inch of the blackened sky, and with the hotel built on one of Holly Wreath's foothills, it gave a spectacular view overlooking the valley where the quaint town was nestled. He drew in a long breath of icy air and let it go. He didn't know where Piper might be, but he was determined to find out. And when he did, he was going to turn up the charm in a way that Piper wouldn't be able to resist.
Chapter 3. Piper. Piper had circled town square at least 3 times and still hadn't found a place to park. She'd been to the Holly Wreath tree lighting almost every year of her existence, but each time it was almost overwhelming how many people descended on the town. She'd missed some of the festivities during the day, working a few hours for the urgent care clinic after a full day at her own clinic, but she was still excited to be able to go to a part of it. She might not have put up any decorations of her own, but there was no denying the simple feeling of home watching the enormous tree on town square light up for the first time gave her. Her day had been crammed full, and as much as she hoped it would, it didn't keep her thoughts from that handsome cowboy she'd ditched. She was still feeling guilty about it. No matter how many times she tried to convince herself, her cowardice had been for the best. Rudger had undoubtedly moved on, leaving Piper as little more than an odd little blip in his timeline. As hard as she tried to control them, her thoughts kept drifting to Rudger. She wondered if he had a date to the tree lighting, then she wondered why she cared. Ahead of her, an oversized truck made a quick turn from a side street and squeezed between her and the car she'd been following, taking up nearly a lane and a half with its double-wide wheels. The diesel engine growled so violently, Piper couldn't hear the songs on the radio without turning it up so loud it hurt her ears. Reluctantly, she turned it off. "Super, now I really can't see if there are any parking spots," she muttered. Glancing at herself in the mirror, she saw a car back out behind her, and the car that had been following her pull into a spot another car had just vacated. Oh, perfect. Everybody in the whole world is going to park before me. I might as well go home and walk from there. She smiled ruefully, wondering if her bad luck all day was payback for her treatment of Rudger. The day had been one mishap after another. She'd slipped on a patch of ice and landed on her rear end on her way into the clinic and had an impressive bruise to prove it. When she'd spilled her bowl of soup down her favorite white peasant blouse with detailed embroidery, the stain had set stubbornly enough that there was no way she was going to get it lifted in the wash. Now she was seconds away from giving up on the tree lighting. Piper heaved a sigh, figuring that though she might have justified her actions, everything was pointing to her deserving every one of her misfortunes. She'd felt guilty the entire evening, starting with the second she dropped off her basket by Timothy and peeled out of the parking lot, almost sliding into someone's mailbox. Eating her bag of microwave popcorn for dinner and imagining the disappointment on Rutger's face when he realized she'd abandoned him had tortured her through the night. Traffic was rolling along slowly, and while she was busy feeling a fresh wave of remorse, she didn't notice the truck in front of her stopping. She slammed on her brakes, but it was too late. Her car collided with the burly truck. "Shoot!" Piper cursed through clenched teeth. She put her car in reverse and winced as she heard the scraping of metal against metal. People were going to be annoyed about her stopping traffic, but knowing she'd be under the scrutiny of onlookers was the worst part. If word got back to Gabby that she'd rear-ended someone, which it probably would, it would be one more thing Gabby could hold over her. Why Gabby cared so much to torture Piper when she'd clearly already won at life was beyond her. Putting her car in park to get out and exchange insurance information with the other driver, she leaned over to grab her purse off the passenger side floor. Before she could get herself unbuckled and out of her car, a knock on her window made her jump and yelp the way Andy did when Piper accidentally stepped on his tail. Pressing her hand over her racing heart, she looked out to see Rudger staring back at her. Of course, she was definitely getting payback for her lack of backbone the night before. There was absolutely no shred of a doubt. She rolled down the window. "Rudger." "Piper. I'm sorry," she blurted. "About everything. ditching you last night, hitting your car now. In fact, consider this an apology for anything I do in the future to disappoint you too." "Whoa there," he said, resting his hands on her door. Without gloves, Piper could see how rough his hands were. He was a hard worker if she ever saw one. "I admit I was a bit disappointed when I found you missing after I got my eggs. But as you can see, I survived." "I'm not usually such a rotten person." Piper shrunk down into her coat and chewed her lip. "Then I had to go and hit your truck. I was distracted and bumped right into you. Does it make it worse if I admit I was thinking about you?" Piper had to grip the steering wheel, so she didn't slap her hands over her face. She had no idea why her tongue was so loose around him. "I wouldn't say it would make it worse, no." Piper grinned, relieved he'd taken her spastic apology in stride, and she could see Rutger's expression relax too. Piper gestured to his truck. "I hope I didn't do too much damage." Rutger glanced in the direction she was pointing and shook his head. "No more than an unlucky fly hitting the windshield. I don't think your vehicle could dent mine if you were trying." "I'll have you know that my hatchback is solid," Rutger pointed to her hood. "The front of your car went right under my bumper." "I can't even see a scratch on mine." A car honked from behind and Rutger stood taller to wave. "Why don't you pull off into this spot?" "I ran into you because someone was pulling out of their spot?" She licked her lips, releasing a small laugh as she muttered to herself, "Figures. I'll pull ahead and you park." Rutger leaned over, and Piper's breath caught in her chest. He smelled like pine needles and polished leather, straight cowboy. Piper brushed her hair behind her ear. "You sure? You're in line in front of me." "I arranged for a spot a half a block down." The car honked again, but instead of leaving for his truck, Rutger kept leaning on Piper's door, unhurried and unconcerned about whoever was impatiently waiting behind them. "I didn't realize there was valet parking at this event," Piper quipped. "I may or may not have found a couple of boys to save a spot for me in exchange for $20. I don't suppose your monstrosity can fit just anywhere." "Right," Rutger said softly. His eyes studied hers until she couldn't take it any longer. "What?" "I'm debating whether or not I should ask to stand with you during the tree lighting, or if I'd end up standing by myself anyway." Cold air was pouring in Piper's open window, but her cheeks scorched like the center of the sun. "I'm never going to live that down, am I?" Rutger tilted his head back and forth. "Hard to say. It's a little too easy to tease you about." Your cheeks went straight to crimson when I said it. Piper pursed her lips. "You're the youngest child, aren't you?" Rutger's eyes widened slightly. "Yeah, how'd you guess?" She shrugged. "In my line of work, I see enough of them that I could pick them out of a lineup with amazing accuracy." Rutger's laugh was infectious, and Piper joined him for a moment, until the third car horn blared behind them, reminding them that they weren't the only two people on the street. "I'm serious, though. I don't want you to feel pressured at all." Piper couldn't find her voice. It had been a long time since she'd been pursued so diligently, and she was surprised that she was enjoying the chase. The zing of excitement that ran through her nervous system was a welcome sensation that had been missing from her life for far too long. "Yeah, I'd be happy to share the tree lighting with you." Rutger's face lit up, and though Piper guessed he was close to 30 like herself, he looked like a little boy who'd come down and seen the presents under the tree for the first time on Christmas morning. It was adorable. He patted her car. "Great. Why don't you park, and I'll be back to walk there with you? Unless, of course, you ditch me again, which will be infinitely harder since I'll know where you've parked." "Haha," Piper said flatly, though her cheeks hurt as she smiled. The car behind them honked again, laying long and loud on it. Rutger waved apologetically once more and jogged back to his truck. He climbed inside, driving away and giving Piper space to fit into the parking stall. Though a left turn would have allowed her to escape and slink back home, she didn't even consider it. She welcomed the idea of a brief evening with Rutger, enjoying the festivities, and if nothing else, it would be a friendly way to welcome him into town. Friendlier than she had given him at first, anyway. Plus, Should he turn out to be a creep or too intense or otherwise defective, surely there would be 100 other women in line behind her, happy to take on the challenge. Something whispered to Piper that it probably wasn't going to be the case with Rutger. She had an inkling he was as amazing as she secretly suspected. And at least for the night, in the magical air of Christmas and small-town coziness, she was willing to risk it. Having a handsome cowboy to stand next to might turn a few heads and earn her some questioning at the office, but the promise of another of Rutger's kind smiles made it worth it. Safely parked in her spot, she put her keys in her pocket and tucked her small purse into the glove box. Pulling down her visor, she turned on the overhead light and primped her hair in the mirror, and made sure she didn't have lipstick on her teeth. Another knock made her shriek. Her heart hammered against her ribs, and she opened the door with a chastisement. "You enjoy scaring me, don't you?" "Sorry, just wanted you to know I was here." "How did you get back down here so fast?" Rutger slipped his hands into a pair of leather gloves and tucked a blanket under his arm. "I never was one to dawdle." "Am I going to have to put on running shoes to keep up with you?" Rutger grinned and shook his head. "Nah, I don't mind strolling if there's a reason to slow down." His shameless flirting did not go unnoticed. Piper stepped out of her car, making sure to lock it, following Rutger to the sidewalk. She ran her fingers over the hood of her car, assessing the small scratch and dent. It could wait. "So," he said, glancing left and right, "where's the best spot for viewing this event?" "The gazebo?" "Rookie," she teased. "Guilty as charged. Good thing I found a local to show me the ropes." Rutger craned his neck toward the gazebo. What's so wrong with the gazebo, anyway? It looks charming and quaint. The gazebo is always packed tighter than a can of smelly sardines. For your information, sardines can be delicious if prepared the right way. Piper pretended to gag. "You're one of those food snobs, aren't you?" "Is there any other way to live?" Piper snorted out another laugh, and it seemed to please Rutger. Their gazes settled into one another, and her insides turned to mush. She had to look away before she melted into a useless puddle on the sidewalk. Rutger watched the crowd mingling around him. "It looks like everyone in the state showed up. Excuse me for being incredulous for thinking you're going to find us a spot without being elbowed." "Oh, ye of little faith," Piper tipped her head to the left. "I know somewhere we can get the perfect view with some breathing room." "Is that so? I promise you won't get a better view from where I always watch it. But there is one question." "Shoot. You have a problem with heights?" "Not that I know of," Rutger said. "I'm up for an adventure." "Just promise me you won't break your neck." Rutger held up his hand in an oath. "On my honor, I'll do my best not to break my neck." "Good. Because you might be used to pushing around 1,000-pound bales all day, but I'd have a hard time dragging you anywhere." Rutger hung his head and scratched at the stubble on his jawline. "I'm never going to live that doofus comment down, am I?" Piper smirked and bumped into his chest with her shoulder. "It's entirely too easy to tease you about it, because guess what? Your cheeks went rosy, too." "Fair enough." Rutger chuckled and adjusted his hat. "Come on," Piper waved Rutger to follow her. "We're going to have to push our way through the crowd, and if you lose me, you are going to be on your own. I don't mess around with the tree lighting." "All right, I've got a solution." Rutger held out his hand, and Piper looked from his outstretched hand to his face. His expression had retreated back to guarded, but Piper felt safe with him. She put her hand in his, and he squeezed it lightly. Her heart galloped away and beat so hard she was sure it was drowning out even the holiday tunes, blaring through the strategically placed speakers. Piper played with a loose strand of hair sticking out under her knit hat. "All right, let's go. I heard a friend of mine is going to play her violin right before the tree is lit, and I don't want to miss it." Onlookers were slowly moseying toward the tree, and several were jumping up and down to keep themselves from freezing. Volunteers were handing out hot chocolate at several stations around Town Square, and between sipping their drinks, people were using the steam to keep their noses warm. Piper threaded through the crowd, waving occasionally when she'd spot a patient bundled from head to toe in their thickest winter gear, and barely able to keep their arms down at their sides. Often the children would eye Rutger, and when he waved amicably at them, Piper recognized the same smile that he reserved especially for children. Every child beamed after a real-life cowboy took the time to acknowledge them. Stepping around a couple, who were practically fused together while trying to stay warm under their blanket, Piper stopped dead in her tracks. Rutger wasn't paying as close attention and bumped into her. He muttered an apology. Piper was aware of how close he was standing and could feel his breath running across her cheek. She tried to suppress an enjoyable shudder, but it was in vain. "What is it?" Rutger asked. She heard him, but the more she stared, the more focused she became. Gabby was standing next to her husband, Sean, while Bo and Cody played tag around a tree trunk wrapped with white strand lights. Her mouth felt like she was gulping down sand. Nothing. That was a lie. Piper wanted to move, but her feet were rooted to the ground, and while stuck there, she could hear loud and clear the annoyance in Gabby's voice. She had to be lying. Gabby shook her head and ruffled her hair. There's no way Piper is dating a guy like that. Sean tipped his head back and laughed. What are you implying? That Piper paid a guy to pretend to be her date? No, Gabby snapped. I don't know how she got him to agree to help her out, but she's practically married to her job, and her drooling dog is the only thing she goes home to every night. When would she have time to find someone to date? If I didn't know that you were a happily married woman, I'd have thought you sounded jealous. Sean tugged Gabby close to his side and kissed the crown of her head, but she pushed away. I'm not jealous. I'm sick of her thinking she's better than me. She flounces around town like she's so important. Piper's mouth was agape, and every inch of her skin crawled. The thought of being better than anybody hadn't ever crossed her mind, and she certainly didn't flounce. Gabby's words hurt more than she cared to admit, and though she'd heard her fill, she couldn't seem to unglue her feet and leave. It was a nightmare that she couldn't escape. Sean chortled, but it sounded strained. Without Gabby in his arms, he tucked his hands into his coat pockets and rocked onto his heels. She's one of the few doctors in town, and is definitely the best with children, so yeah, she's a pretty important person. But she doesn't have to act like it. Gabby scowled. Ugh, you're so frustrating. The way you talk about her makes me wonder if you like her better than me. Gabby had crossed a line, and any smile on Sean's face was gone. Hey, that's unfair and you know it. If I can't compliment someone on being a productive member of our town without you getting jealous, then that's something you need to work out, not everyone else. With a flick of her wrist, Gabby dismissed him. It was a tense moment Piper didn't care to witness, but now that she had, she felt a twinge of pity for Gabby. She was as insecure as ever. I bet her fake boyfriend wears a cowboy hat to cover his balding head and lives in a double-wide trailer. Pity was all but a fleeting thought for Piper. Anger quickly filled the void. Would that make you feel better? Sean asked. Yes. Gabby pouted. Some people have all the luck. Piper couldn't stand it any longer and had finally convinced her legs to help her leave, giving Gabby a wide berth so she didn't know Piper had been eavesdropping. Rutger had other plans. He stepped in front of her and tugged her along with him toward Gabby and Sean. Piper dug in her heels and mouthed, "No." Rutger's boyish grin was very convincing. "Trust me." If it came down to a matter of strength, Piper knew she'd be no match for Rutger, but he didn't force her. He waited patiently until she gave in. She did. Putting on his most dashing smile, Rutger walked up to Gabby, whose face went a sickly shade of gray at the sight of him. Taking off his hat and holding it to his chest in greeting, he bowed slightly to show her the crown of his head. He didn't have a hint of thinning anywhere. Piper imagined what it would be like to run her fingers through it, and felt herself swoon a little. She might have tipped right over if Rutger wasn't still holding her hand. "How nice to see you again, Gabby." "Sean," Rutger said. "Boys." "Thanks for helping me out earlier." Sean's face relaxed at the sight of Rutger, and Gabby and Piper exchanged an unintended, confused look. Gabby's eyes darted from Piper to Rutger and their clasped hands, and was too caught off guard by the whole surprise situation to say anything. Piper's brow furrowed. "You all know each other?" Sean stepped in and held out his hand. "Hey, long time no see, eh?" Rutger's handshake was firm and professional, never breaking eye contact with Sean. Thanks to you guys. If you didn't stand in that spot for me, I would have never found somewhere to park that monstrous truck. Ah, Piper said quietly to Rutger. Bo and Cody were the ones you asked. Rutger nodded almost imperceptibly, and the gesture somehow felt intimate. Maybe it was because it was meant only for her, and no one else. I didn't realize you knew Piper. Sean's eyes dipped down to their hands. Putting his arm around Piper's shoulders, he pulled her in close, and as he did, his fingers accidentally poked a spot by her hip, where she was particularly ticklish. She yelped and giggled, making Rutger's grin stretch to a full smile. Yep, she's my date for the night. If Piper wasn't positive she was awake, she would have pinched herself. Hard. She grinned stupidly and kept her laugh behind her teeth that everything had turned around so quickly. By herself, she would have hung her head in shame and avoided Gabby as she'd always done, but Rutger lent her a confidence that kept the starch in her posture. Gabby, on the other hand, looked like a grumpy bear, and even when they had been friends, Piper had known not to poke her when she was angry. Are you here just for the festivities? Sean asked, crossing his arms and widening his stance as he settled in to get to know Rutger better. It had been a while since Piper had had anything to do with Sean, but she appreciated his ability to meet people on their level. It was no wonder he'd gotten elected to the town council with such ease. No, Rutger shook his head. I'm a new resident. Excellent, Sean nodded. Work bring you here? Yeah, Rutger answered. Seems like I came at just the right time. Holly Wreath really knows how to do Christmas. Sean's chest puffed out. The town council and committee have been working hard to make it bigger and better this year. Say, are you going to the social tomorrow night? I didn't see their names on the list, Gabby said with a hint of sass. Sorry, Rutger, but it's a ticketed event. Just to make sure we have enough food and seating for everyone, you understand? That's all right, Sean said, not even glancing at Gabby. There are always a couple dozen tickets that other patrons donate. We'll write your names down on the list. Just show up, dress to impress, and be ready for the best party of the year. Gabby narrowed her eyes into slits at her husband, but he remained unaware, or perhaps unconcerned, with his wife's displeasure. Rutger's eyes caught Piper's, and his eyebrows moved upward with an unspoken question. If we've got the time. My job can be kind of unpredictable, and I'm running solo for a while until I can find some help. Piper caught her lower lip between her teeth, feeling a little deflated at his answer. She'd never had a reason to go to the social, though it always sounded lovely. Yeah, mine too. I may be on call for the urgent care clinic if their regular staff is going. An impromptu group of carolers had begun singing, and it was spreading among the crowd. Sean tilted his head toward the 20-something-foot evergreen everyone had come to see. It looks like they're about to light the tree. Would you like to watch here with us? Gabby looked positively murderous and backhanded him in the stomach hard enough to make him groan. Thanks, Piper spoke up. We wouldn't want to intrude, and I have a special place where I watch it from every year. If you'll excuse us. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow, Sean said, and welcome to Holly Wreath. We can always use more good businessmen here. Rutger shook his hand once more. Enjoy your evening. Thanks again for your help, boys. When Rutger waved to Bo and Cody, they momentarily paused their game of tag to grin back. Rutger let Piper take the lead, and she walked briskly away, carried on pure adrenaline. She didn't care to hear the vitriol that Gabby was going to unleash on Sean, and Piper couldn't hold on to her laughter any longer. She paused to let herself fully enjoy the moment, laughing until her stomach hurt. That was amazing. You think so? Piper wove around a group of people and walked down the sidewalk at the fringe of the gathering. The hat tip was especially a nice touch. And now I know you're not hiding baldness with your hat either. Rutger winked. Call it pride, but I never did like that old wives' tale that we cowboys are hiding secrets under our hats, especially thinning hair. It was just as self-serving for me as it was for you. By the bakery, Piper took a left and went down the alley between the historic brick buildings. Rutger's steps slowed when Piper let go of his hand. An alley? She looked over her shoulder at him. Afraid of the dark? Or that I might mug you? Rutger laughed at her joke. I think I could handle you. No, I'm wondering how we're going to get a better view from here. Pointing up, Piper asked, Remember? Our little adventure? Following her finger, Rutger saw an old fire escape ladder off the side of the building. The base had been retracted and was the one thing standing between them and getting to the top. Piper took her gloves off with her teeth and stuffed them into her pockets, positioning herself to spring for the ladder. She jumped and pathetically missed. What are you doing? Rutger asked. Piper jumped again, swiping at the bottom rung. Isn't it obvious? I'm trying to get the ladder down. This is the worst part of it. Once I get it, it really is the best view, and there's no one else to compete with. Piper crouched a third time but had the same luck. Do you see a box or garbage can or something I can stand on? Piper, she was panting slightly from the exertion. What? Would you mind if I give it a try? Piper stopped and took a deep breath, feeling slightly stupid she hadn't asked him first. Rutger had almost a foot on her, and he barely had to hop to reach the bottom rung with his long arms. The ladder squeaked as he pulled it down, and he stood to the side, gesturing for her to go ahead. There you go. Ladies first. Picking up her purse, Piper smiled. Are you always this handy? I like to think I am. Putting her hand on his arm, she gave it an appreciative squeeze. If you are, I think maybe I'll keep you around.
Chapter 4. Rutger. I don't remember it being so cold last year. Piper moved from one foot to the other and rubbed her hands, trying to create some warmth between them. Rutger pulled his blanket closer around his shoulders, though he would rather have been wrapping his arms around Piper's. He tried to shake the thought from his head, but it was stuck there. It certainly is biting outside. It's so worth it, though, Piper said. I promise. When they light up the tree, it's like the entire world is right again, even if it's only for a moment. Breathing warm air on her hands, she added, I just hope they hurry up before I turn into a human popsicle. Below them, they could see the entire gathering. Hundreds of people were chattering and laughing, snuggling close together to stay warm. Most were singing Christmas carols together, and at the stage, a woman was tuning her violin. How'd you know about this place? Rutger asked. I mean, you're right. Can't beat the view, but this is the last spot I'd have thought to watch this. Pretty great, huh? Piper smiled up at him and his heart took off. My grandparents used to own the bakery, and my whole family would come up here and watch the tree lighting every year from the roof. Used to? So we're trespassing now? Piper smirked. I know the current owners, and they don't care. It's not like we're having a block party up on the roof. Your grandparents still around? Piper rubbed her nose, either from the cold or to hide that she was on the verge of crying. That made Rutger feel terrible. Nothing was worse than a crying woman, especially when he was the one who caused it. Unfortunately, no. Granddad passed away shortly after retiring, and Grandma went to join him about 5 years ago. And your parents? My sister's husband got a job offer in South Carolina, and since she has the grandkids, they decided to move out there to be closer. Not that I blame them. The warm weather and beaches probably helped their decision too. It is lovely out there. You've been? Last Christmas. I try to go at least every other year. Piper sighed, and Rutger guessed the loneliness weighed heavily on her. He knew all about that crushing burden too, and how unfair it felt when all he'd wanted was a family of his own. But it had been taken from him, and for the longest time, left him with a hardened heart. How about you? Have any family close by? A couple of hours away, in Montana, though I was the one doing the leaving. Ah, black sheep of the family, huh? Piper asked, a mischievous tease in her tone. Her playfulness eased the tension he'd created, and he chuckled. Some of my family might describe me that way, but mostly I moved because I needed a little bit of space. Are your parents still treating you too much like a baby? Nah, not so much. At least not so heavy-handedly that I couldn't live with it. Then what was it? Too needy? Too quirky? Too perfect? I mean, my parents have been happily married for 35 years. My brother's married and has two amazing boys, and well, coming out of a rough end to a relationship is hard enough, but I felt a special sting when everyone around me seemed to have it all together. I get that, Piper said, and his constricting chest relaxed. He appreciated her lack of judgment. Piper stared at the Holly Wreath Christmas tree, lost in her thoughts, and he wondered how he was lucky enough to meet someone who was a kindred spirit. Not everyone knew what it felt like to want something they didn't have yet. Even if nothing came of his association with Piper, and he hoped something did, the camaraderie made things a little more bearable. It's hard when everyone else seems so complete, while you're left with a huge, gaping hole. Tell me about it. Neither of them spoke for a few moments. The ebb and flow of heaviness in the conversation had given them both plenty to think about, but Rutger didn't mind the silence with Piper. He barely knew her, but her gentle presence was enough to make him comfortable without the need to fill it with words. "Can I ask you something?" Rutger said. He looked over the town below, avoiding looking directly at Piper. He could smell her soft floral perfume, and knew that even though she was chilled to the bone, she smiled when she spoke. Why not? That's what people do on dates, right? Rutger folded his arms, wavering in his commitment to mention what he'd noticed between her and Gabby. It didn't seem like his place, and he hated it when people dredged up his past. It was something he kept locked away, so the hurt and sadness didn't overwhelm him, and the less he had to be on the receiving end of awkward condolences when people didn't know what to say, the better. Maybe it was the same for her. Well, Piper looked expectantly up at him. Her eyes were the color of melted chocolate and were so inviting. I'm waiting with bated breath here. I've noticed that you and Gabby don't seem to get along. Mortal enemy is what comes to mind, actually. Piper's mouth was a smile, but there was sadness in her eyes that made Rutger backpedal. I'm sorry. I really shouldn't have asked. Piper waved away his apology. It's not like we hide it very well, and everyone in the entire town knows about our history. I mean, we were friends since kindergarten. Were, Rutger repeated. What happened? Piper's breath was heavy. It was when we went away to college. I was dating Sean. As in Sean, her husband? Piper nodded, and Rutger's heart ached for her. I think I can fill in the blanks. I should have known. Looking back, our friendship was always a bit dysfunctional. She liked to keep me in her shadow, and I was always supposed to be there when she felt insecure or stumbled. I didn't know that meant I should be cheering her on when she pulled the wool over my eyes, too. She laughed, and it was tinged with bitterness. Of course I tried. I'd been trained to be a good friend. That is rough. The worst part of it was that Sean and I were talking marriage and kids. I mean, we were committed. I was ready to move on to the next phase of my life, and here I am, still single. I never thought I'd die a spinster. Rutger's laugh was mild. I wouldn't say you're a spinster. Not yet. No? Do you have any cats yet? Nope, just one dog. Then there you go. Not a spinster yet. Maybe not by societal definition, but sometimes it sure feels like it. Maybe dogs for spinsters are the new cats. Nah, dogs are infinitely way cooler than cats. No arguments from me. Piper rubbed her nose again and wrapped her arms around herself, running her hands up and down. This wasn't exactly the way I envisioned life. I think that's how things turn out for a lot of people. Rutger took his blanket off his shoulders and wrapped it around her. Her smile was so sweet and genuine he wished he had 100 more blankets, if that's how she would reward him. I heard Sean mention you're a pediatric doctor. That has to be fulfilling. Technically, I'm a general practitioner who prefers treating pediatric patients. I've always loved being around kids, and if I can't have any of my own, then keeping them healthy is the next best thing. They're not scared of you since you give them shots? Rutger asked. I always was wary of the doctor because of it. Still hate going. Ha! No, I have the nurse give shots. That way I maintain a good relationship with my patients. Call me old-fashioned, but I still hand out suckers. I see. Bribery. Whatever works. Besides, a little treat once in a while never hurt anyone. Piper pulled the blanket tighter around herself and pursed her lips as she glanced up at Rutger. Opening up the blanket, she said, I feel like I'm being greedy. Do you want to share with me? But only as long as you don't get the wrong idea. No funny business. And why would a guy like me get any ideas? Piper playfully rolled her eyes. Don't make me change my mind. Accepting his half of the blanket, he did feel warmer under it, but most of it came from the fact that he was standing hip to hip with Piper. Her hair smelled like peaches and cream, and she fit perfectly in the crook of his arm. Warmth spread from his heart and out to his extremities. He remembered what love felt like. What about you? Piper said. In an instant, the good feelings were gone, replaced with a rush of cold that ran through his veins. Instead of delving into details about his failed marriage and their daughter, he steered the conversation in a safer direction. Well, as I said, I'm originally from Montana, but I moved down for work. And your line of work is ranching? He smirked. Did the cowboy hat and boots give it away? Actually, it's your hands. Rutger's eyebrows dropped low. My hands? Piper shrugged. Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of guys around here who wear boots and Stetsons, but their hands are softer than a newborn baby's bald little head. Half of them are probably accountants or restaurant owners who aren't accustomed to actual hard physical labor. It shows in your calluses and strong fingers. Rutger shrugged. I've always enjoyed it, even though I don't necessarily need to work. Piper snorted. Don't need to work? Doesn't everybody have to work? How else do you earn money to live on? True, Rutger said casually. He didn't have any problem with Piper knowing who his family was, but things had finally settled after his divorce, and it was nice not to have someone look at him with pity for his dissolved family or in awe of his extreme wealth. As far as Piper was concerned, he was a run-of-the-mill cowboy. Work is good for the soul. Looking down to the audience, a large choir had taken the stage, and a man was welcoming everyone. When he finished, the audience clapped, and a woman with a violin tucked under her arm walked up the stairs. Rutger squinted. Is that Olivia? Yeah, Olivia Campbell, single mom, super sweet. Runs the bed and breakfast here in town. Is that not where you're staying? I was there temporarily. Long term, I decided it'd be better to stay in one of the hotels. Olivia's place is really cute. She wouldn't have minded you having there as long as you needed. I know. I'm just used to being on my own. Piper nodded, mercifully leaving his explanation at that. He didn't want to have to explain how the happiness in Olivia's home reminded him of the empty spot in his heart. Olivia started playing, and the strains of Silent Night filled the air, all the way up to the bakery roof. The choir's melodic voices completed the performance. Goosebumps raised on Rutger's arms, and his spirit was stirred. The music reminded him how Christmases used to feel. Isn't it magical? Piper said as she clapped. Rutger nodded. I'm impressed. It's lived up to everything everyone here promised it would be. With the tree lit, the crowd started dispersing, and Piper asked, Ready to head home? If you can call a hotel suite a home? You would if you were staying at Olivia's. Piper winked, making Rutger laugh. I promise I'll look into switching temporary residences when I get a chance. Walking to the ladder, Piper started climbing down. Well, I've got to get back. I'm tossing candy out to the kids tomorrow morning at the parade, and I need to get some sleep before then. You're going to be in the parade? Rutger asked. I've never been in one before. Then you're missing out. I've been in at least a dozen, and my absolute favorite is tossing candy to the crowd. Nobody can have a bad day after a parade and free candy. Rutger raised an eyebrow. Are you one of those women with an incurable sweet tooth that thinks a bowl of ice cream will solve everything? Piper scoffed and jumped down the final few rungs of the ladder. Hey, first of all, I resent the stereotype. Secondly, I do everything in moderation and have no shame enjoying a treat. And third, if you must know, I'm a savory gal. Salt is my go-to. Which is why I found you in the chip aisle and not the ice cream section. Exactly. Back down at ground level, Piper folded up the flannel blanket for Rutger and handed it back to him. They strolled out of the alley together and stopped once they reached the sidewalk. Piper brushed her hair out of her face. Under the soft glow of a street lamp, He could see her nose was red and her cheeks rosy in a way that made her even more attractive. Rutger asked, "Can I walk you back to your car?" Call me old-fashioned, but my parents would give me an earful if I sent my date off on her own. I'm perfectly capable of finding my car. Rutger's stomach sank faster than a lead weight. All right. Averting her eyes with her lashes, Piper said, "But I'd enjoy the company." Offering his arm, Rutger was pleased when Piper slipped her hand around and linked elbows. They walked through the crowd, letting people who were in a hurry to leave go first. Spotting a familiar face out of the corner of his eye, Rutger made eye contact with Timothy. Rutger gave him a slight head nod, not missing that Timothy had a girl tucked under his arm. When Timothy saw Piper with Rutger, Timothy's already wide smile amplified. He gave an approving head nod back and an unmistakable thumbs up, making Rutger smirk. "Here I am," Piper said when they made it to her car. She dug her keys out of the bottom of her pocket. "See you later?" "I'd like that." "All right, I hope you have a good rest of the evening. Maybe I'll see you at the parade." Rutger's heart plunged and settled somewhere to near where his stomach had dropped. They hadn't exchanged numbers, and he had no idea how he was going to contact her, so he could work out the details, but he couldn't seem to muster the courage to outright ask for her number. She had opened up to him, but was still clearly guarded. He wasn't sure he could take another outright rejection from her. Cowardly, but if it protected him from pain, he was okay with being safe. Opening her car door for her, Piper slipped into her seat. Putting the key into the ignition, she tried starting it twice, but the battery clicked lazily, then died completely. Slumping into her seat, Piper muttered, "Well, isn't this fabulous?" Rutger took off his hat and scratched his head. "I don't know why your battery would die from a minor fender bender." "I doubt it was from that. It was probably because I was so excited and left the overhead dome light on. It must have drained the battery." Rutger hid his smile behind the brim of his hat. He was glad she'd been excited, and he could only assume she meant about spending time with him. "Do you have jumper cables?" he asked. "Does a doctor have examination gloves?" Rutger laughed at her comparison. "You're prepared then." "I'll go pull my truck up next to you and we'll get you up and running." Pop the hood. Piper leaned over and pulled the lever. It's not budging." Walking to the front of her car, Rutger tried to force it open, but he could tell by the slight dent in her hood that she'd gotten from their fender bender that it was jammed shut. Piper?" Rutger said. "Please tell me you have good news." Like, did my car miraculously heal itself? I'm afraid not. Unless you consider that now I'm going to offer you a ride home, and you'll get to enjoy my company a little longer. Piper leaned her head against her steering wheel and remained motionless briefly. When she opened her eyes, she looked at him from the corner of her eye. "I wouldn't want to impose." Rutger flicked his watch and checked the time. "You do know it's not even 9 yet, right?" "I don't know about you, but that's not the latest I've ever stayed up." "It's been another long day, I suppose." She rubbed her eyes, looking like tears were about to start leaking out. Gathering up her things, she locked the door and pulled out her phone, murmuring as she typed. "Have car towed." "Come on." Rutger offered her his hand. "Let's get you home." The crowd was mostly gone by the time they reached Rutger's truck. "Wow, this is a nice vehicle. Gigantic, but nice." "Comes with the job," Rutger said. "I need some muscle when I'm towing." "Fair enough," Piper said with a smirk, "as long as you're not using your vehicle to feel more macho." "Do I look like I need help?" Rutger closed her door and jogged to the other side as she giggled. When he buckled himself in and started his truck, he asked, "Where to?" Piper gave directions one at a time to her house, and they chatted amiably about nothing in particular until he was pulling into her driveway. He briefly mentioned the progress on the home he was renovating. She talked about how she'd found Andy at the shelter, and with one look had known he was the one. She held the handle of the truck door but didn't get out right away. "I just wanted to say I appreciate you spending time with me today and for not giving up on me after I snubbed you." "Hey, it worked out. Might have taken us a couple of tries, but third time's the charm. No need to apologize." "But I feel like I need to all the same." In the muted moonlight flowing through the windshield, he could see Piper swallow. I think watching the tree lighting with you has been the most fun I've had in a long, long time. She put her hand over his, and without gloves, her skin was soft and warm. It sent a thrill through Rutger that knocked the wind straight out of him. When he recovered, he nodded. Same here.
Chapter 5. Piper. Andy, it's time to go. Piper called out into the backyard where her dog was sniffing around what little of her flower beds were still exposed. At his name, he came loafing back inside, his tail wagging uncontrollably. Piper grabbed the towel she kept near the back door to wipe off his feet and bent over to dry his paws. He took it as an opportunity to lick her face and ran his hot, wet tongue across her cheek. She squealed. "Stop!" Andy panted while she laughed and rubbed his slobber off with her sleeve. Locking the back door, she hurried into the kitchen, washed her hands and face, and downed the last of her orange juice. Taking her coat off the back of her chair, she pushed her arms in and tied her thickest scarf around her neck. "I hope you're up for some walking, boy, because we have 8 blocks to go before we're in the parade. At least we get to sit on the flatbed while we're tossing candy." Andy's tail continued to whip erratically. Piper knew he'd walk until his legs fell off if she asked him to. Rubbing her knuckles across the top of his head, she smiled. No matter how bad of a day she had, 5 minutes with Andy would put things in perspective. She stood up and took her wool hat out from her pocket, making sure to tuck her hair under it nicely. Pausing, she willingly let her thoughts drift to Rutger as she thought how spending the evening with him made her feel the same way. Standing on the roof with him, wrapped in a blanket, there was a spark of something deep within her. Hope? She smiled so hard her cheeks ached. He was a perfect gentleman through and through, and though it could have been stiff and uncomfortable from her abandoning him at the grocery store, he'd frankly forgiven her and moved on. She had to admire that trait, since it was one she tended to struggle with herself. Resentment and jealousy had had a tight grip on her for so long, she almost didn't know what it would be like to live without them. Maybe she could learn a thing or two from Rutger. Shaking her head, Piper had to drag herself into the present. Rutger was not on the menu this morning, and she had to focus on arriving on time, or she'd miss the parade altogether. "We can't forget your reindeer antlers and sweater," she said, grabbing them off the counter. Shaking his leash, she asked, "Ready for a walk?" Andy ran a circle around Piper and came to a sliding stop, trembling with excitement as Piper clipped the leash on his collar. Mentally double-checking her list to make sure she had everything, they went to the front door and Piper let them out. The morning was just as frosty as the night before, and the skyline was barely turning pink with the promise of a spectacular sunrise. But the weatherman had promised warmer temperatures by the afternoon. She tightened the strings of her hood and gave herself a pep talk. The parade would be cold, but she'd brought a thick blanket to wrap around her legs. Of course, she'd be a lot warmer if she'd had Rutger to share it with. Her mind threatened to slip back into a daydream at the thought of him, and she had to rub a wave of sleepiness from her eyes. He'd already kept her from sleeping a good portion of the night and had kept her mind worrying all morning. They hadn't made any commitments to one another or the social, but Piper couldn't help but wonder if there was a way she could get him to go. She was sure if anyone could make the social the highlight of her month, it'd be him. Who was she kidding? It'd probably be the highlight of her year. Though she loved the tree lighting, she had avoided the social like the plague. There was nothing worse than going to an event that was meant for couples and showing up solo. She could have faked confidence, laughing and smiling with other Holly Wreath residents, but the effort would have sucked her dry. Watching people dance cheek to cheek with their special someone while standing like the third wheel over by the punch bowl would have been its own kind of special torture. With the opportunity to go with a date, and a handsome one at that, it had the potential to be an entirely different story. The mere thought created a flurry of fluttering butterflies inside her gut. Piper laughed softly as she shook herself out of another reverie. She locked the front door, and before she had the key in her pocket, she heard a familiar rumble echo through her neighborhood. Her heart leaped into her throat, though her reason chastised her for her girlish fantasy. It was not Rutger coming to pick her up and sweep her off to the parade. Except it was. Rutger pulled up in his truck, and the smile on his face left little to the imagination. He was as happy to see her as she was to see him. He put his truck in park and jumped out, jogging up the driveway. Andy barked once, but it was anything but intimidating. "And who is this?" Rutger leaned over. Andy strained against his leash, practically diving into his arms. Laughing as Andy bounced up to lick his face, Rutger rubbed his hands up and down the dog's torso while he baby-talked to him. Piper stooped over and rubbed Andy's bony head. "This is Andy. He's supposed to be my man-hating protective guard dog." Rutger stood up. "I see his training's not going very well." "Yeah, well, it's hard changing someone who's naturally so good-hearted. Andy hasn't met a person he doesn't like. It probably doesn't help that I'm a dog lover and haven't met a dog I don't like. I think they can smell it on me." Piper kept any comments about his dangerously intoxicating scent to herself, and she hoped he couldn't read her thoughts by the grin on her face. Rutger looked down at his boots and tucked his thumbs into his back pockets. "I'm sure you're wondering what I'm doing here." "Yeah, a little. I don't want to be a creep or anything, but I was thinking last night that your car is probably either still parked at the town center or has been towed to a shop. And since I don't have a phone number for you, this seemed like the best solution. I was just hoping I hadn't missed you." Raising an eyebrow at him, Piper asked, "You were going to sit parked outside my house until I came out?" Rutger's eyes darted back and forth, and he moved his hands onto his hips. "I know that makes me sound like a stalker, but I swear, I don't mean to be. I just wanted to offer a ride so you didn't have to walk or call a taxi." Piper reached out and touched his arm, and truth spilled out of her mouth without hesitation. "It was very thoughtful of you. I'd appreciate a ride there." "Great." Rutger's smile was dazzling. "I guess we'd better get going then, huh?" "Yeah, I need to get there. They're not going to hold up the entire parade for little old me." "All right then." Rutger opened the door, and though Andy gave his best effort to get in, he couldn't quite scramble up the distance to the back seat. Rutger hoisted the dog into the truck, and Andy let his tongue loll out the side of his mouth, while his tail thumped against a lasso and a bucket full of bovine medical supplies set behind the driver's seat. "You don't mind him riding in your truck?" Rutger almost snorted at her comment as he shut the door. "A little dog hair is hardly the worst thing I've ever had in this truck." Piper climbed in the passenger seat, and Rutger got in and buckled up. Turning the heaters on her side to point at her, she let out a silent prayer of gratitude she wasn't walking briskly against the cold morning. "So what is the worst thing you've had in here?" Rutger put the truck in gear and pulled away in no particular hurry. Piper didn't mind. Driving slowly was faster than walking. "That would have to be earlier this fall when I had some late-season calves born. One of them wasn't doing well, not eating, lethargic. When I went to check on him in the pasture, he was hypothermic. So I put him in my truck to warm up, and he lived there for a couple of days until he recovered." "Wow, that's incredible. I'd do it again in a heartbeat, but to spare you the gory details, it was a mess. I had to have my truck detailed twice to get the smell out." Piper turned around in her seat. "You hear that, Andy? Don't make a mess back there." Rutger grinned, and as he drove, he turned up the radio, drumming his fingers along to the beat of jingle bells. Out the window, most of Holly Wreath was still asleep, and she would be too if it weren't for the parade. Her mind drew a blank, and quiet fell between them. Piper couldn't seem to get her leg to stop jiggling. She wanted the ride back to town center to be fun and relaxed, like it had been the night before, but her shoulder muscles bunched into tense knots, and her tongue was tied. She wanted to bring up the social, but every way she could imagine asking him about it sounded either pushy or desperate. Rutger read into her silence and knee shake. "Something on your mind?" Piper giggled but winced when it came out slightly maniacal. Halting herself, she tucked a strand of her honey blonde hair away from her face. Not really. Just excited for the parade." She could have slapped herself for being such a coward. For as much as she thought of herself as a modern woman, she still had a hard time initiating any sort of talk about dating, which was probably part of the reason her love life had floundered since Sean had left her in college. At first, she'd told herself that she was focusing on her studies. Then it was her career. When she moved back to Holly Wreath, men weren't doing the asking, so neither had she. Rutger grinned. I'm excited about the parade, too. I got all my morning chores done early so I could sit and watch. Think the bakery roof would be a good spot? Ha! Maybe, but only if you don't want any candy. Even on a good day, I couldn't chuck it that far. Piper pointed him toward the parking lot where the parade was being set up. You can drop me off here. I see the group I'm riding in between. All right. Pulling to the curb, Rutger put his truck in park and shifted toward her, placing his hand on the back of her headrest. Piper was sure he didn't mean anything by it. It was his truck. He could put his hand wherever he pleased. Still, if he moved his hand a couple of inches forward, he could have been running his fingers through her hair or trailing them down her cheek. Piper shivered at the thought, realizing Rutger was studying her. She smiled at him. He smiled too, never taking her eyes off of her. Locked in his gaze, another nervous, hysterical laugh clawed its way out of her. She tittered and snorted, hopelessly clenching her teeth before a barrage of laughter spilled out. I'm sorry, she said between snorting laughs. I was just thinking about... She definitely couldn't say what she had been thinking about. Daydreaming about a hug from Rutger when he was a foot away. No, she couldn't say that out loud. Her incomplete explanation did nothing to satisfy his curiosity, but he didn't push. Never mind. Thanks so much for the ride. It made my morning. Piper let herself out and reached for the door handle to let Andy out with her leash at the ready. Come on, big guy. The moment Piper opened the door, Andy leaped from the truck with a howling bark. All 4 feet hit the ground, and he scrambled away like he was a greyhound coming out of the gates. Piper tried to stop him, but he bowled into her and knocked her off his feet as he ran past. Stop, Piper shouted. Andy was on a mission. He'd spotted a stray cat across the park, and Piper had known from day one that the only thing that drove Andy to disobedience was cats. He'd tripped her on the way out of the shelter when he had seen the resident cat, barking like he was sure he was doing the world a favor. Obedience classes had been written on her to-do list for ages, but she hadn't found the time to take him, a decision she was regretting. Snow weaseled its way between her gloves and sleeves and stung as it melted on her cheeks, but Piper was unconcerned about that. Andy! She shouted to no avail. Having a daily workout of chasing tennis balls and going on walks had ensured Andy was in tip-top shape, and though the terrified, puffy-tailed cat was fast, Andy was in hot pursuit. He dodged a police officer who tried to tackle him and kept on running with singular focus. Piper was back on her feet in an instant, running too, though with the head start he'd gotten, she had no idea if she could catch up. The cat ran a few circles around the park, searching for a place of safety, but with Andy barking nonstop, it kept second-guessing itself. Piper prayed the cat would claw its way up a tree, then Andy would be left whining from the ground, but the cat wouldn't pick a tree and commit. Around the corner, a delivery truck came barreling down the road, and Piper's heart lurched in her chest. The cat changed trajectory and was heading straight for it, which meant Andy was too. She cupped her hands and shouted for him so loudly it strained her vocal cords. Tears were streaming down her face. The morning had started so promising, but if anything happened to Andy, she couldn't stomach the possibilities. Out of the corner of her eye, Piper noticed Rutger had joined her in the chase, and with his long legs, he was making ground on the wily basset hound, lasso in hand. When he got close enough, he swung it high over his head, spinning it masterfully and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The cat darted out in front of the delivery truck, making it safely across and taking refuge in an alley. Andy kept charging forward, oblivious of the danger he was putting himself in. As he closed in on the curb, ready to leap onto the old cobblestone street, Piper put her hands over her eyes. She couldn't watch Andy meet his demise. She listened for a moment. There was no blaring horn from the delivery truck, no yelp from Andy, only a round of applause from onlookers. Peeking between her fingers, Rutger was strolling back to her with a panting but otherwise happy dog with a lasso around his neck. How did you... Her mouth was agape with awe. Rutger shrugged like he hadn't just saved the day. I guess being a genuine cowboy came in handy today. Piper knelt, clipping Andy's leash and taking his droopy face in her hands. "Don't you ever, ever do that to me again. You could have gotten yourself killed over a cat. Do you think that would have been worth it? At least he sees what he wants and goes for it." Rutger grinned, and Piper's already speeding heart pressed on the gas. Not many people can say they've done that with their lives. Standing up with a smile of her own and fully prepared to give Rutger a crushing hug to show her gratitude, Piper was interrupted by Gabby and a dozen other women who came over to fawn over Rutger. "Did you ladies see that?" Gabby crooned. "That was absolutely incredible. Who thought we'd get to see such an impressive display of manliness first thing in the morning?" Piper's breakfast suddenly felt unsettled, and she had to swallow it back to keep it from coming up all over her boots. "Just happy to help." Rutger didn't meet anyone's eyes as he looped his lasso around his arm. Gabby rested her hand on his forearm, and Piper's fingers dug into the meat of her palms. "I'm telling you, this guy is a catch. Polite, athletic, handsome to boot. Is there anything you don't do, Rutger?" "I'm not that adept at dancing, so that may dash some of your dreams of me being anyone's Prince Charming," Rutger said. Piper knew she had no claim on Rutger, but she could feel her blood pressure rising. From the looks of it, Gabby had brought over every other gorgeous bachelorette and Holly Wreath in her own parade for Rutger. She was doing it to spite Piper, she just knew it. A blonde that Piper had seen around town stepped forward. If she remembered correctly, the woman ran a small boutique on Main where Gabby got most of her wardrobe. She was at least 5 years younger than Piper, and in a word, she was gorgeous. The woman was perky and smiled with her whole heart. Piper eyed her warily, wondering if she was going to say something that would get Rutger's attention. With that threat, Piper mentally kicked herself that she hadn't been more assertive in the truck, and point-blank asked him if he'd go to the social with her. The worst he could have said was no, then she'd at least known where they stood. "Hi." The blonde held out her hand and placed it delicately in Rutger's. "I'm Cynthia." "How do you do?" Rutger said briefly, enveloping her hand in his. Rutger's manners only made the gaggle of women titter and sigh even more. "Hey, I don't want to be too forward in asking, but I still don't have a date for the social tonight. I know we're basically strangers, but after watching you rescue that dog, I figured a guy like that has to be pretty spectacular." Cynthia curled the ends of her golden hair around her finger and smiled adoringly at Rutger. "What do you say? Care to be my date?" Gabby bounced giddily on her toes and clapped. "That's an amazing idea. Cynthia's always the life of the party and can outdance anyone in Holly Wreath. She could make you forget you don't know how, Rutger." All the Sunday preaching at church Piper had heard could not convince her to feel anything but absolute hatred for Gabby at that moment. She was purposefully trying to sabotage Piper's plans, knowing, or at least being fooled into thinking that Rutger had been seeing her. It was a kind of lowball, unchristian thing she couldn't believe that even Gabby could be capable of. The women grouped closer to Rutger, slowly edging Piper out of the circle like she was no more than a shadow. She was losing ground until a tiny but firm voice spoke up in the back of her mind. She was done being a wallflower, a pushover. She was going to be like Andy and go for what she wanted. Elbowing her way back through the circle, Piper marched up to Rutger's side and took his hand. She couldn't bring herself to look into his face, but he laced his fingers with hers and squeezed. That simple gesture launched a stroke of bravery that dashed through her. "Sorry, ladies. Gabby's right. Rutger is a catch." Piper's eyes cut over to Gabby, and with satisfaction, savored the sour look on her face. "But for the social tonight, Rutger's all mine."
Chapter 6. Rutger. Rutger jogged to the parade float where Piper was sitting. She'd spread a blanket across her lap and was perched on a straw bale under the shadow of a giant polar bear who smiled next to a decorated Christmas tree. Andy was sitting next to her, his tail still twitching as he happily watched everything that went on around him, with a green sweater and antler ears on his head. Setting down 2 hot chocolates with extra cream on the float, Rutger hoisted himself up. Piper was chatting with another young woman. He didn't say anything as he approached, but Piper's companion nudged her and pointed. Oh, hey, Rutger. Piper stood up and tucked her hands into her back pockets. Her eyes didn't quite reach up to Rutger's face, and it was probably a good thing he had 2 hot chocolates in hand. Otherwise, he might have hooked his finger under her chin to persuade her gaze up to his. He could stare a long time into her rich brown eyes. Have you met Katie yet? Piper bopped her hand on her forehead like a ditz. Of course you probably haven't met Katie. You're new in town, and I doubt you've had time to find a dentist. Katie's a good friend of mine. Our families have known each other for years. Hi, Katie. Nice to meet you. He handed Piper one of the drinks and shook Katie's hand. Are you the dentist in town? Katie tipped her head back and laughed delightedly. Hardly. I'm just the receptionist. Ah, gotcha. How are you liking Holly Wreath so far? Katie asked. Andy stretched his neck as far as it would go and bumped Katie's fingers, begging for a scratch behind the ears. She obliged. I'm enjoying myself. Everyone's been very welcoming. Piper and Andy have sure been keeping me on my toes, though. He winked mischievously at Piper and tried to keep the corners of his mouth from curling up into a smile. But seeing her roll her pretty brown eyes and her skin turn red, he couldn't help but grin. Oh my goodness. I heard about Andy's little escapade this morning. What an amazing feat, rescuing him like that. Katie bent over and talked to Andy in a baby voice. You're lucky you're not a dog pancake on the road right now, you naughty boy. I'm happy my skills were put to good use, though I have to say, lassoing a dog who's so close to the ground wasn't exactly easy. In front of the parade procession, floats and marching bands and horse-drawn carriages moved forward in anticipation of the start of the parade. Oh, I'd better go, Katie said, hopping off the side of the float. Piper asked, Is your dental clinic's float the giant smiling tooth? Yeah, the dentist got real creative this year. Katie snorted to herself. You should see the costumes I convinced everyone to wear. Dr. Hamilton is going to be dressed as a toothbrush. Piper laughed, and Katie waved before jogging away. Sitting back on the straw, Piper patted the spot next to her. Rutger took his seat, trying to maintain a respectable distance, but he couldn't help that his broad shoulders bumped against hers. It would have been more comfortable draping his arm across her shoulders, but he didn't. Their hand-holding the night before had been to keep track of one another, and cuddling under the blanket was no more than an attempt to keep warm. Purposefully touching for the simple fact that he wanted to still seemed too bold. Piper held up her cup. So, what am I drinking? I know you have a soft spot for salty over sweet, but I will forever have a sweet tooth. I decided to compromise and got us a salted caramel hot chocolate. Piper took a sip and her eyelids fluttered as she closed her eyes and sighed. That is the best hot chocolate I've had in a long time. I had no idea salted caramel hot chocolate was a thing. Me neither, but I have seen the light and am converted. Rutger took the lid off his and took a long gulp, licking the whipped cream off his lips with satisfaction. Piper glanced at Rutger, her eyes landing on his mouth. He wondered what she was thinking until she started giggling behind her hand. You have some whipped cream on you. Just there. I do? Rutger wiped his sleeve across his face. Did I get it? I know I don't know your mom, but I bet she's scolded you before and told you not to use your clothes as a napkin. Let me help. Piper reached over with the napkin that was wrapped around her cup and brushed the rest away. There you go. All better. The truck pulling their float gave a honk and slowly started edging forward. Rutger shifted in his seat, drawn closer to Piper. He couldn't help it. She was magnetic. You still sure you want me to ride on your float with you? I don't want to steal your thunder. Piper laughed. No, I appreciate it. Usually the nurses and office staff take turns every other year with me, but it just so happened that everyone is either out of town for the holidays or has family visiting, so they wanted to sit with them to watch the parade. I have lots of candy to toss, and I'm afraid my arm might fall off by the end if I have to do it all myself. How much candy? Piper hitched her thumb over her shoulder, and Rutger glanced back at dozens of bags of bulk candy she'd stashed between the straw bales. That lasts me through the parade as long as we don't go crazy at the beginning. Rutger whistled. I'm not sure if I've done enough push-ups to be able to keep up with you. Piper's laugh was carefree, and Rutger could have listened to it all day. The float turned the corner and officially started the parade. Hundreds of people were lined up along the sides of the road, cheering and waving. Festive music from the bands echoed in the air, and there wasn't a frown in sight. Piper had put her drink down and was already scattering candy out to kids who were shouting for her attention. Andy woofed, relishing the excitement as much as everyone else. She threw candy with the skill of someone who had missed her calling in Major League Baseball. Rutger, on the other hand, threw too hard and overshot the kids in the front row. "Easy there, Cowboy," Piper said through a laugh. The children's enthusiasm was infectious, and he was glad Piper had invited him to come with her. Even more fun than the squeals of delighted children was watching Piper. She was smiling ear to ear and would shout out a child's name, point to them, and send a cascade of candy tumbling by their feet. He leaned over and spoke into her ear over the animated din. "I've been meaning to thank you." Piper stopped mid-throw and raised an eyebrow at him. "Thank me? After you rescued me from having to walk half a mile in the cold, then rescued my dog from certain doom? You already thanked me for that stuff. I feel like I should pay you a reward or something for how heroic you were." Rutger threw out 3 big handfuls of candy and grinned as a large group of children squealed. "It would be canceled out by what you did for me." Piper shook her head. "I'm sorry." "What are you talking about?" "Rescuing me from Gabby and her friends." Piper pulled her knit hat lower over her ears while she giggled. "A big, bad cowboy like you is afraid of a group of women? I think most men would have been intimidated. Not that they weren't enthusiastic and all, which definitely was a boon to my self-confidence, but I have the hardest time disappointing women." "What do you mean?" "I had no idea how I was going to tell Cynthia I already had a date without hurting her feelings." "You saved me the trouble by telling her for me." Piper's grin was delightful, and she let loose another handful of candy. "I was hoping you wouldn't mind. I mean, we hadn't exactly discussed going together, so it felt a little forward of me to assume I could say I was your date." "Not at all. I'm looking forward to it." Rutger took off his hat and waved it to the crowd, except for one tiny detail. The smile vanished from Piper's face as fast as it had come. "What's that?" Whispering behind his hand, Rutger divulged, "I'm a terrible dancer." He fully expected Piper to laugh him to shame, but she didn't, though there was a playful glint in her eye. "That's all right. Not everyone can be a superstar at everything." Piper ripped open another bag of candy and dumped it into the bowl they were sharing. Both reaching in at the same time, their hands brushed, and the same electricity that had bolted through him the first time he'd laid eyes on Piper zipped through him again. He could get used to her touch. "How's your house coming along?" Piper asked. "Are you going to have to stay in the hotel much longer?" He shook his head. "They're promising me before Christmas, but it's going to be tight. I checked in on their progress the other day, and they're getting close, which is good. My family thinks they want to come down and spend Christmas here, but I'm not sure they're going to enjoy themselves if I'm in the middle of unpacking." "Understandable." Piper bit her lip while she threw another handful into the waiting crowd. "What is it?" Piper looked startled. "What do you mean?" "Something's on your mind." Piper sniffed and crossed one leg over the other, quickly giving Andy a pat on the head. "What would give you that idea?" "Because you chew your lip when you have something to say, but you're trying not to say it." "You might as well go ahead." Piper looked at her boots. "What if it's not appropriate?" Rutger's laugh came from down in his belly. "Then maybe you have an excuse to keep it to yourself." "You might want to talk to your preacher about it, too." Swatting him in the arm with the back of her hand, she laughed. "Not that kind of inappropriate. I meant more it's none of my business. If there's one thing I don't like, it's people treading where they shouldn't. I keep inserting myself into your life, and I have no idea if I'm welcome." "I give you permission to say it. Spill." "I don't want to be rude." "I'm going to tell you right now, I did a few years on the rodeo circuit, and there's not a lot I haven't already heard from being around men that gruff. I would be shocked if you could say anything any more uncouth than I already have. Seriously, try me." "What did you do in the rodeo?" "Bull rider?" "Oh no, I bet you roped with those skills you have." "Nope." Rutger sat up a little, waiting a moment so he could be ready for her face to light up. I was a rodeo clown. The pause was worth it. Her eyes exploded with surprise, and she let out a laugh that was melodic as church bells. That I would have liked to see. Did you do your own makeup? Sure did. I had my nephews give me pointers so I didn't look like a scary clown. I'd say I did a pretty good job and was always a crowd pleaser. She leaned over to bump him with her shoulder. I bet you were. His gaze caught on her mouth for a brief moment, and he couldn't keep his mind from wondering if her lips were as soft as they looked. He had to rein in his brain from wandering too far down that rabbit hole, or it might get him in trouble. In the middle of a parade was no place for a first kiss. Quit trying to change the subject, Rutger said as he absent-mindedly waved to the crowd. The band in front of them was playing Joy to the World, and if he wasn't mistaken, the tamale red convertible in front of them was being driven by Sean. Gabby blew kisses to the crowd and was tossing handfuls of bracelets to both sides. What was it you were going to say before you had dammed it up behind your teeth? Piper let out a slow breath. I was going to offer help decorating if you needed it. I was considering interior design in college before I figured out that my true calling in life was medicine. But I don't want to intrude. I mean, it's your house, and I am far from a professional interior designer. I'd love to have your help. Rutger might have said it too fast, but he was past caring if he sounded too eager. He'd take Piper's opinion any day, and he wouldn't mind at all having her touch on the place he was hoping to become his home and not just a place to live. Cool. Piper drummed her hands on her thighs. We'll have to figure out when. Maybe once the social's over. I mean, I might embarrass you in front of every who's who of Holly Wreath, and you might change your mind. Right, Rutger scoffed. If anything, I'll probably break your foot when we're out dancing, and then we'll see who's sick of whom. Piper's giggle was gleeful and genuine, and Rutger joined in with her. When he decided to move to Holly Wreath, he could have hardly imagined what awaited him. Sitting with Piper under her blanket, bringing people a measure of happiness, he was sure he was right where he was meant to be. Up ahead, he could hear the loudspeakers from the parade announcers, telling the crowd who was passing by and cracking the corniest of jokes together. One of them sounded familiar, but Rutger was having a hard time putting a name to the voice. Who is that doing the announcing? He asked. The announcers introduced Sean and Gabriella Meters, and while Gabby stood in the car, spouting bracelets by the armful and waving like a beauty queen, Sean honked rhythmically and revved his car's engine. One's the mayor, Piper said. No, the other one. I've met him before. Tilting an ear toward where the announcers were, she closed her eyes, her eyebrows knitting together. I know who it is. Give me a minute and I'll remember from where. Throwing the last of the candy, Rutger filled up the bowl again as the marching band passed the approval of the announcers. At the curb, a rowdy group of teenage boys pushed and shoved each other, jockeying for the best spot to catch candy. Spotting Timothy among them, Rutger pointed to him and threw a bubblegum-filled sucker straight to his waiting arms. He caught it despite interference from his friends and held it up triumphantly. Rutger clapped, then tossed 2 more big handfuls of candy to the boys, grinning as they snatched it up in a sugar-induced feeding frenzy. I remember. Piper's eyes shot open and she sat straighter. It's Dale Adams. He's the real estate agent who sold me my house. Right. That's why I'd know him. He was my agent, too. He must have made a pretty penny after he sold you your place. I keep seeing him drive around town in a truck that's even nicer than yours. You have no idea, Rutger muttered. As their truck rolled past the announcers, Rutger and Piper waved and smiled. On the polar bear float, it's our very own beloved town favorite, Dr. Piper Woodhull, Dale said cheerfully, enunciating every word into the microphone. Piper waved to the cheering crowd, and Rutger leaned over to say something only to her, and Piper met him halfway. Rutger caught another whiff of her shampoo and let the scent settle in him before he spoke. What do you suppose Gabby thought of your introduction? Piper's mouth dropped open before she started laughing. You're terrible. From what I can tell, Sean wasn't just trying to get Gabby riled up. You really are a town favorite. Piper regarded him with a coy smile. You're just saying that. He shook his head. You know how I feel about lying. Sitting next to Dr. Woodhull is a special friend, Dale announced with a hint of hesitation in his voice. Rutger was about to breathe a sigh of relief that he'd be able to remain anonymous, at least a little while longer, but when Dale's face lit up, Rutger knew he was in trouble. Wait, no. I stand corrected. Riding with Dr. Woodhull is Holly Wreath's newest resident, Billionaire Rudger Pierce. The collective gasp and ensuing roar of applause were enough to make Rutger's cheeks burn. He hated being the center of attention, which was made exponentially worse by his financial standing. It had made him a celebrity when that was the last thing he'd wanted. Whenever people found out, they'd go out of their way to be his friend. It made it nearly impossible to weed out people who were sincere and people like Melissa. The shock on Piper's face said it all. She hadn't suspected anything like that of him, and she was having a hard time absorbing it. Rutger wasn't sure whether to hold his breath or play to the crowd or explain everything. He settled for a strained smile. Feeling sheepish and slightly ridiculous that an announcement over the loudspeaker was how Piper was learning about that part of him, he wasn't sure how she'd react. She blinked a couple of times, almost tumbling off the straw bale as the float was towed forward. When she caught herself, she finally asked, "Did I hear correctly? You're Rutger Pierce, Cowboy Billionaire?"
Chapter 7. Piper. It's all right. It's perfectly fine. Piper stood in front of the full-length mirror in her bedroom, smoothing her hands repeatedly down the front of her dress with jittery hands. No big deal at all. He's still the same guy you were already interested in, just with a much larger bank account than you might have suspected. Andy moseyed into her bedroom, turned a circle, and flopped down on the rug at the end of the bed. Looking to his reflection, Piper asked her dog, "What do you think of Rutger now that you know?" Andy laid down his head, his lips flopping as he let out a sigh. His eyebrows twitched as he looked around before his eyes lazily drifted closed. Piper laughed to herself and fussed with her hair, wondering if she'd overdone it with the curls. Maybe a simple loose bun of her blonde hair would have been more appropriate. She didn't want it to look like she was trying too hard. She suspected people with Rutger's wealth were used to the rest of the world putting on their best face to get on their good side. It had to be hard to tell who was being genuine and who was looking for a handout. "You're right, Andy. You always are, it's not a big deal." The doorbell rang and Piper's excited heart elevated up into her throat. Walking briskly to the front door, she took several breaths, waiting for her pulmonary system to quiet down before opening it. It never did, so she opened it anyway. Instead of Rutger's usual attire of a Carhartt coat and a black Stetson, he had on a sleek leather jacket over an ash-gray suit, crisp white shirt, and a striped tie that had a line of blue that matched his eyes perfectly. He still wore cowboy boots, but they were clearly his dress pair and had been polished until they gleamed. As good as he looked all gussied up, the best part about him was his smile. "You look..." His eyes soaked in Piper and he seemed to struggle to find the right words. "Amazing." Piper held out the skirt of her dress and looked down at it. "You don't think pink is too, I don't know, girly?" He shook his head, and his throat worked as he swallowed. Piper knew he wasn't just being polite. Not in the least. "I think that color complements you nicely." "Thanks," Piper said, tucking her fingers around her ear. There was no hair to move, and it was a nervous habit, manifested by the anticipation of their next date. "My apologies, by the way. I know I'm already running a little bit late." "That's perfectly fine. It gave me a few extra minutes to worry if you were coming at all." Piper had meant it as a joke, but Rutger wasn't laughing. He shook his head, and his voice was soft and tender. "I'm a man of my word, Piper. Always." Pressing her lips together, Piper shook her head. "I know. You don't seem like the kind of man who's reckless with other people's hearts." "I've always tried to do my best," Rutger offered his elbow. "Shall we?" Piper took it. Andy had woken up from his catnap and wandered groggily into the room, barely drumming up the energy to flick his dangling tail. "Now, don't you stay up too late, Andy. You've already had a long day, running after that cat and all." The dog watched them with his droopy, longing brown eyes. Rutger chuckled. I think he wants to come party with us. Sorry, buddy. You're not invited tonight. Piper shut and locked the door and walked down her front porch steps, holding one hand on Rutger's forearm and the other on the top of her coat. Like a perfect gentleman, Rutger opened the door of his truck and helped her up into her seat. The cab was already warm, though Piper couldn't totally relax. There was too much unspoken between them, too many unanswered questions that she probably had no business asking. They might have been on a couple of unofficial and untraditional sort of dates, but they certainly weren't dating. Unsure of how he'd define their meager relationship, Piper felt like she'd tumbled back to square one. The dance was being held in the old town hall, a short drive from her house. It might as well have been a road trip across the country. She clasped her hands in her lap to keep from fidgeting and stared out the window, desperately trying to think of something to say that would ease them back into the sort of relaxed conversation they'd been able to have on the float. When she couldn't, her knee started bouncing, making the heel of her shoes tap on the truck's floor. Rutger pulled the truck to the curb and put it in park, turning toward Piper and draping his arm across the steering wheel and the other behind the back of her headrest. Once again, she was keenly aware of how close his hand was to her. A slight tilt of her head and she could have been resting her cheek in the palm of his hand. Is something the matter? Piper's voice made her sound as timid as she felt. I wanted to say I'm sorry. One shoulder shrugged, and she kept her gaze straight out the windshield. About being late? I already told you, it's no big deal. This party goes on till midnight. Not that, he said. She tried to be nonchalant, but her fidgeting hands probably gave her away. I'm not sure what you mean then. Piper, look at me. The request was tender, not a command for her attention. It took a minute to make her eyes meet his. Rutger's expression was soft, and he reached over to take her hand. He held it between his, and though his hands were toughened, he held hers with such delicacy that it was hard not to want to lean in. Rutger let out a heavy breath. I don't want things to be strained between us. What would make you think that's the case? Rutger tried not to smile, but he was losing the battle. It didn't make Piper feel dumb, but she did feel like she'd been left out, the only one who didn't know. In a way, it was the same feeling she'd had when she found out Sean was leaving her for Gabby, the last to know, hopelessly oblivious. I know I don't know you as well as I'd like, but you're obviously uncomfortable. You might as well have a neon sign above your head, flashing how awkward this is. Think that would be a nice addition to my outfit? Rutger grinned. I guarantee you're the kind of woman who'd look amazing in anything. You could pull off wearing a feed sack and duct tape as far as I'm concerned. It was Piper's turn to laugh. I don't think I'm going to be starting any trends like that anytime soon. I can't imagine it'd be very comfortable, and Sweet Feed isn't my perfume of choice. I'm serious, though. You've clammed up tonight, and the only thing that's changed is that now you know a little bit more about me because Dale announced it to the entire town. Piper drummed her fingernails on the armrest, trying to untangle the emotions that had knotted themselves in her chest. I know it really shouldn't make any difference, but for some reason, it makes me feel like you're on a different level than me. That and you kept it hidden. Maybe that's what bothers me. I don't like secrets. Okay, put it this way. Have you asked your other dates how much they make when you're first getting to know them? Or do you flash them your bank account over your first slice of pizza together? All right, Piper laughed. When you put it that way, it is a little odd. It is. I mean, yes, I'm well off. Really well off, Piper corrected with a smirk. Infinitely well off. And I'm aware of that fact. But that doesn't change who I am. I'm the same cowboy who caught you in the grocery store and has been falling for you ever since. Lacing her fingers through his, Piper wondered if he could hear her heart jackhammering against her ribs. That does make me feel better. I shouldn't have assumed anything, and I swear, I'm not a gold digger. I'm plenty well off on my own, thank you very much. Rutger's laugh was deep, and he brought her hand up to kiss her knuckles. I know. You're amazing. The knots in Piper's shoulders eased, and her breathing finally came without straining against the tension. It couldn't have been easy for Rutger either. Dale had blasted to the entire town that Rutger was basically a celebrity, blowing away any hope of anonymity. Putting the truck back in gear, Rutger began driving again, clearly unhurried and enjoying the journey as much as he was wanting to get to their destination. Piper's relieved smile stretched her lips as wide as they'd go, and even when her cheeks started to tire, her megawatt smile persisted. She was glad Rutger had cleared the air, and though he could have had a big head and an ego to match, he did seem like a genuinely nice guy. Ahead, the enormous Christmas tree in town square was shining like a beacon, and it warmed her straight to her heart. This was the kind of Christmas season she needed. It restored her faith that though some things might take time, they would work themselves out. In more ways than one, Rutger had been an answer to her prayers. Piper leaned over and rested her elbow on the center console, propping her chin upon her fist. "Is there anything else I should know about you?" Rutger didn't answer right away and put on his turn signal, crawling out into the intersection. When they passed under a street lamp and Piper caught a glimpse of his face, he gave her a sideways glance, with his eyebrows knit low. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Like what my belt size is." "I'm a 34, thank you very much. Pure muscle, too. I don't sit around in one of the cushy desk jobs, and I get a workout every day I'm on the farm." "No." Piper giggled behind her hand. "I mean, I believe that you're in incredible shape, but that's not what I meant." She pointed a finger at him. "And don't think because you told me your size that I'm going to share my measurements with you." "Then what would you like to know? I'm an open book." "I don't know. Maybe are you a billionaire because you're a crime boss? Are you the evil twin who tricked his brother out of his share of the inheritance? Did you run some elaborate heist to get your money, and someday the FBI is going to kick down the front door and drag you off while we're watching a movie on the couch?" Rutger chuckled, shaking his head. "No, nothing like that." "Good. I guess I can breathe easy." "Yes, you can. My mama would have taken me by the ear a long time ago if she'd found out I was anything but upstanding. Though I do like the idea of watching a movie on the couch with you. Your house or mine? Since your house is apparently uninhabitable, I think it might be better if we start off at mine. And you aren't worried about strange men coming over for dinner?" Rutger's raised eyebrow made Piper laugh. She shoved his shoulder lightly. "I guess I'm not considering you a stranger anymore. I mean, you've already been to my house, and Andy approves of you, which earns you a gold star." Piper studied Rutger's profile, trying not to make it obvious she was staring directly at him. The corners of his mouth lifted in a grin, and his eyes skipped to her, catching her in the act. She flushed and looked away, though he communicated without a word that he didn't mind when he rested his free hand on hers. Piper was beginning to crave the connection with him, and her heart did a backflip when her patience was rewarded. "Andy's opinion aside, there's lots we have to learn about each other, and it's going to take a lifetime," Rutger said. "That's an investment that not a lot of people are willing to make." "True. The trick is finding the right person who also wants to spend the rest of their life with you, so you actually have the time to figure each other out." "Agreed. That is one of the hardest challenges we all have to face in life. Finding people who care enough about us to stick around, even when it gets tough." Rutger's voice sounded strained. She could tell there was a backstory there, but just as fast as his emotions came, he cleared his throat and made them disappear. He sent a lopsided grin in Piper's direction, breezing past the topic. "Looks like we're here. And I think you were right about being a little late. I don't see anywhere to park." Rutger slowly circled the town hall, scouring the area for parking spots. "You've got a point." "My bad. I should have started the evening feeding a tad earlier. I guess I should have anticipated the heifers needing another round of hay. They're like little pigs when the weather gets cold, and are going to eat my entire hay supply single-handedly." "No worries. I'd rather your cows are fed and happy than we show up to this social early." "You say that now, but I doubt you'd be so forgiving of the cows if we have to walk very far." Piper looked down at her feet and wondered if heels were the right thing to have worn. "Maybe I should have worn boots." "It is December. It's a special occasion, though a pair of cowgirl boots would look cute with your outfit." Piper laughed. "It may shock you to know that I don't own a pair of cowgirl boots." Despite Holly Wreath's ties to its agricultural and livestock roots, I've never been big on the farm scene. Rutger's eyes flicked to Piper's face. Guess we'll have to change that. They wove around the nearby side streets, looking for anywhere to park, but every single spot that was anywhere remotely close was taken. Piper blew a breath out. "It looks like walking might be our best bet. Unless we park on the grass," he said. "You can't park on the grass," Piper countered. Rutger put his truck in four-wheel drive. "Technically, we'd be parking on the snow on top of the grass, and since my truck has four-wheel drive, it wouldn't be any more of a challenge than driving on an unplowed street." Rutger revved the engine, and though Piper could see he was toying with her, she squealed and grabbed his arm. "No. Stop. You can't." "Why not?" Piper took a breath. "Here's one thing you should probably know about me. I'm not big on rule breaking." Rutger laughed. "I could have guessed that. I suppose our other option is for me to drop you off and you can wait here while I look a little further away. We'll have to hope that Gabby isn't inside, waiting to corner you. She's probably got a million questions about me now, and you're going to be her new best friend while she squeezes every last ounce of gossip out of you." "I feel like you're trying to manipulate me." Rutger's smile was teasing. "Not manipulating? Just being realistic. You can't park on the grass, even if it is technically covered with snow. It has no parking signs all over the place, and even if you are Holly Wreath's newest bachelor with a billion-dollar bank account, you're going to get towed, and then how are we going to get home? Ah, you're the voice of reason. I knew I liked you." Piper blushed and grinned foolishly, but she didn't care. The more time she spent with Rutger, the more she felt like she could be herself around him. "Well, crisis averted. There's a spot right there." Rutger maneuvered his truck around so he could back in. As he revved his engine, Piper looked over her shoulder. Rutger? That parking spot is where they pushed all the snow from off the street. And aren't you afraid you're going to high-center your truck or something? Come on, Piper. This old truck loves a challenge. Question is, where's your sense of adventure?" Rutger's grin was irresistible, though Piper rolled her eyes and scoffed at his humor. "Just don't cry to me if you get stuck." Rutger took the challenge and skillfully drove his truck backward, his tires crunching over the snow. Putting it in park when the wheels started to spin, Rutger rested his forearm on the steering wheel and looked at his handiwork over his shoulder. "How's that?" Looking over the dash, Piper shrugged. "Looks like you're far enough off the street. The question remains to be seen whether or not you can get yourself out." Rutger only smiled at her and opened his door. "Come on, let's go show these people how to party." Piper opened her side and scooted to the edge of her seat to climb down, but stopped herself. Below, the snow was deep enough to swallow her legs, high heels and all. Rutger? Our adventure has taken an unanticipated turn that I'm not sure I'm prepared to take." Rutger stomped through the snow, oblivious to the predicament he'd put her in. "Need help down?" he asked. Piper pointed. "The snow?" "My shoes?" It didn't take long for Rutger to put it all together. "Oh, rats. I didn't think about your shoes. Here, let me help you." He held out his arms, expectantly waiting for her. "You want me to jump?" "I'll catch you. You trust me, right?" Piper hesitated. "You're not going to drop me?" Rutger clapped his hands once, then held them wide. "Nope. I'm ready when you are." Piper adjusted the scarf around her neck and perched on the ledge of the running board. She sucked in air and counted down in her head, then chickened out. "Maybe I should just take off my shoes and carry them until I get to the sidewalk," she suggested. "And risk your cute little feet getting frostbite? Guess what? I'd end up carrying you anyway because you wouldn't be able to walk on feet that froze into blocks of ice." An unladylike snort came out of Piper's nose before she could stop herself. "You have quite the imagination, don't you? Must have missed my calling as a writer. It's never too late. At least, that's what I hear people saying all the time." If everyone else is saying it, they must be right. I'll get started on my author career tomorrow. But for now, I'm going to need you to jump so we can go join the festivities. Come on, I've got you. Piper nodded, trying to loosen her grip on the door. Pinching her eyes closed, she managed to hop out of his truck. If he missed, she was going to get a face full of snow, and her makeup would be ruined. But it was either that or stay in the cab of the truck. Rudger didn't miss. Like in the grocery store, his strong arms caught her, keeping her from the danger of the frigid snow. Giggling while he scooped her up and held her close to him, he kicked the truck door shut and took long strides to the pavement, but he didn't set her down. Instead, he headed straight for the steps. "What are you doing? Put me down!" Her voice came out in a squeal. "Can't." Rudger jogged up the steps. There's still snow on the ground. "I don't want chilly feet to bother you while we're having a grand old time." Piper wanted to protest, but her laughing prevented it. There was no one else outside to see them, but she kept wondering if someone might step outside and spot them. She had a reputation to uphold. She was a doctor for crying out loud, not a second grader. "Rudger, you need to put me down before someone sees us being ridiculous and silly." His steps slowed, coming to a complete stop, and he looked at her. His face was inches from hers, and his eyes danced in the light of the brightly lit town hall. From inside, she could hear conversation and music and see the silhouettes of people dancing in front of the crystalline windows. The way he moved his jaw and kept his mouth from exhibiting any kind of smile, Piper was expecting him to say something utterly profound. "Are you telling me that the first thing you learned when becoming a doctor wasn't that you should have some silliness in your life? At least a little every day?" The laughter that came from Piper lightened her all the way through her soul. No. I think we reviewed the Hippocratic Oath on the first day." Rudger carried her up the final few steps and set her down at the top. As he brushed a strand of hair off her forehead, a shiver danced up and down her spine that had nothing to do with the cold. Taking both of her hands in his, he looked straight into her eyes, and it felt like he was seeing her. Not her position, or her standing in the community, or the wall of platitudes she had perfected over the years to keep people at arm's length, but deep down into the territory where she was truly herself. "That's a shame." He gave a small, wistful smile. "If there's one thing I've learned from children, it's that it's important to have fun and to let loose. It's how us old folks can stay young forever. By keeping in touch with our younger side, by not taking anything too seriously, especially ourselves." Piper pressed her lips together and stepped forward, standing dangerously close to Rudger. Tilting her head back so she could look at him, she was poised to kiss him. Just a gentle brush of her lips across his, but as much as she wanted to. There were only so many of her own boundaries she could break in a single night. "I guess that means I'd better forget myself and have some fun." He grinned. "That a girl." "On one condition, though." Rudger lowered his face, and Piper could smell his spearmint toothpaste. "Name it." She straightened his tie and put her hands on either side of his chest. "I will let my hair down, but only as long as you're right there, being ridiculous with me."
Chapter 8. Rudger. Walking into the dance was like stepping into a warm bath and sinking under the water. He stomped off the rest of the snow from his boots and left the cold outside when the doors swung shut behind them. The entrance was made even better by the fact that he was holding Piper's hand, and that she had a beautiful, genuine smile on her face. He'd had plenty of successes in his life, but knowing he'd made her happy seemed to make a lot of other things take a back seat. "Should we find our table first?" Piper watched the people on the packed dance floor twirl and laugh, a lot of them holding each other close as they swayed. He wasn't a dancer by any means, but he'd be okay with giving it a try if he could have Piper in his arms. "I think they should be serving dinner soon, and I, for one, am starved." "Do you know where we're assigned?" Piper shook her head. "No idea. I imagine they sent out that information to everyone who bought tickets, but since our invite was last minute..." She finished with a shrug. Rudger leaned over so he could speak into Piper's ear over the blaring music and lively conversation. Lead the way. I don't mind wandering with you. The blush on her cheeks was sweet and had been exactly what he'd been trying to coax out. He knew he was suave and could use it to his advantage when he'd wanted to. As a teenager, he'd broken a few hearts with it, but now that he'd matured, he used his natural talents wisely. Putting his hand lightly on Piper's back, he let her go first. She stopped occasionally, chatting with other partygoers, mostly about their children. More than one set of eyes flicked curiously to him, and he'd offer a head nod in greeting. He didn't feel much like conversation with anyone, especially if it was going to involve probing questions about him so they could try and categorize him. It was truly the biggest downside of being who he was. Everyone wanted him in the spotlight, like some kind of spectacle at which to gawk. Worse was when they wanted to use him as some sort of connection when there wasn't one. Piper took a side trip to a familiar face. "Hi, Katie." "You look lovely this evening." Whatever was running through Katie's mind, it had drained the color from her face. "Oh, hi guys. Enjoying your evening?" "We just got here," Piper said. Katie nodded. "Me too. I showed up late." Piper glanced up at Rutger, and he could see the concern in her eyes. Something was off about Katie, and the chipper demeanor she'd had that morning had been replaced by nail-biting and darting eyes. "If you'll excuse me, I need to speak with someone." Katie slipped between Piper and Rutger and wove her way to the middle of the dance floor, where she interrupted a couple who was slow dancing at the center. "Who's that?" Rutger asked. "Will Ryan." Piper patted Rutger on his shoulder. "Looks like you're not the only billionaire in town for the holidays." "Will Ryan? As in the tech company tycoon?" "Social media, actually." "Bet you didn't know he came from this tiny town." "Can't say I did." Rutger watched Katie. She kept herself under control well enough, but she clenched her fists and trembled with suppressed anger as she spoke. He knew that state all too well. It had been a daily occurrence with his ex-wife at the end. "Looks like he's in a bit of trouble with Katie. I'd hate to be in his shoes. It's the sweet ones you have to watch out for." "So I'll keep an eye on you then." Rutger grinned and Piper returned it. When her attention went back to Katie, she started chewing her lower lip. That tiny movement made Rutger want to lean over and share a kiss with her. He bet Piper was a great kisser, and he liked to think he was pretty decent himself. If he wasn't reading her all wrong, she'd almost given him a peck before they'd entered town hall, but something had held her back. He was fine with waiting until she was comfortable sharing something so intimate. But he craved that unspoken connection with her, when soul could speak straight to soul without a single word being uttered. "I would guess it's a matter of the heart," Piper observed. "She's had a crush on Will since forever, though she tries to pretend she doesn't." "Who's Will dancing with?" Piper squinted, but the woman had her back turned. "Can't tell, but I wouldn't want to be her either when Katie explodes." Not much scarier than a woman who's fighting for something she has her heart set on. I hope she works it out. Katie is the sweetest girl and deserves happiness more than anyone I know. Even you? Piper studied his face briefly, her expression neutral before she nodded slightly. I don't think her version of happiness and mine cross paths, so I'd gladly let her find her happily ever after because she's not stealing it from me. Unless she tries flirting with you, of course. Then she'd have some trouble on her hands. Rutger's pulse throbbed down to his fingertips, seeing the look in her eye. He was moments away from wrapping his arms around Piper and drawing her in close for a kiss, regardless of who might be watching. Judging by her breathlessness and wide eyes, she was waiting for that kiss too. If Gabby was good at one thing, it had to be her knack for terrible timing. "There you are," she strutted over, her arms outstretched in welcome. Rutger wasn't sure if she was going in for a hug, but since he'd rather not, he extended his hand to keep her at a distance. He might feel drawn to Piper's touch, but he was probably the last person on Earth who was particularly physical. Gabby shook his hand, giving Piper a tight smile before turning back to Rutger. "I was beginning to think you weren't going to show." "Work kept me," he said. "Supper on the ranch waits for no man." Gabby clutched Rutger's forearm as she dipped backward and laughed harder than she should have at his comment. "No, I suppose it doesn't. I've never lived on a ranch myself, but I can imagine a 1,000-pound animal doesn't like waiting any longer than necessary for their meal." At the sight of Gabby, Piper had clammed up, safely tucking herself away by not saying anything. Though her smile was pleasant enough, her clawing grip on Rutger's arm made it abundantly clear how she was feeling about Gabby's intrusion. Gabby's dark eyes wandered to Piper, where she gave her a millisecond appraisal. "You're looking pretty tonight, Piper. I can't recall the last time I saw you in a dress, much less a pink one." Piper's already strong grip somehow tightened. "There's not a lot of opportunity in my line of work, I suppose. I've had too many little kids try to hide under my skirt when I wear one to the clinic." Rutger laughed, though it did little to ease her hands around him. Rutger winked at Piper. "I think Piper looks amazing in pink, especially when I can get her to blush." Piper smacked him with the back of her hand, battling back her embarrassment but losing as her face turned red. Gabby looked away, waving at someone across the room and playing with the necklace draped across her collarbone, clearly unamused by their flirting. Piper changed the subject. "And you, Gabby, look stunning. Is that the same dress you wore when you were crowned Miss Wyoming all those years ago?" It was a bit petty, Piper's insult, but Rutger liked seeing her be bold. He had nothing against Gabby personally, but Piper had let Gabby keep her under her shoe for too long. Gabby's eyes narrowed, but she regained control of herself just as fast. She ran a hand down her form-fitting sequined dress and fluffed the other under her curled hair. "And can you believe I still fit in it? Even after 2 children, Sean says it reminds him of when we were dating." Rutger jumped in before the terse conversation between Piper and Gabby turned into a full-on shouting match. "Gabby, I imagine you're familiar with the layout of the tables." "Sure am. Sean had me help the Holly Wreath Festival Council figure it all out. There are so many intricacies to seating people at a party. You have to know who's having a family feud, who wants to be seen with whom, who doesn't want to be seen with the wrong company. So basically, you have to know all the town gossip," Piper said flatly. Her comment rolled off Gabby's back with an unconcerned shrug. "I have no problem recognizing I have a usable skill." "Would you happen to know where we're sitting?" Rutger asked. Gabby cocked her head, her diamond earrings sparkling as they dangled. She smiled. "Sure do. You two are sitting at the table with me and Sean." Piper's spine stiffened, and if he hadn't had his hand in hers, she might have darted right out of the building and run all the way home. "Perfect." Rutger adjusted his grip. "Can we join you there in a moment?" I asked Piper to dance. You know, to work up an appetite. Gabby smiled closed-mouthed. Her eyes moved to Piper, who was staring toward the kitchen with a tightly clamped jaw. Nodding, Gabby pushed her face into a full smile. "Of course. But don't dawdle. The salads are about to come out, and they're delicious. It's the candied pine nuts and maple bacon. I made sure they included them when we were arranging the menu." "Sounds delicious," Rutger answered. "We'll be there shortly." Leaving them, Rutger watched as Gabby wove through the tables, sitting down next to Sean. She twiddled her fingers at Rutger and pointed to the 2 empty seats next to them. He nodded in acknowledgement. Maybe this was a bad idea. Piper's voice was barely a whisper as her gaze moved to study her feet. Stepping toward the dance floor, Rutger invited her to follow with a tilt of his head. "Come on, let's take a spin around the place before we enjoy Gabby's delicious pine nut and bacon salad." Piper laughed, but it sounded weary. "I thought you said you don't dance." "I said I was bad at dancing, not that I don't dance." "Even then, I'd make an exception for you." On the dance floor, he moved her around to face him and put his hand on her back. They swayed slowly to an old Shania Twain song, neither of them speaking. Rutger started humming along with the music, and Piper grinned at him. "Shania fan?" she asked. "Does a cowboy wear boots?" While flirting with Piper, he lost track of his feet and crushed her foot under his boot. Piper winced, and Rutger jumped back. "I'm so sorry. My big feet are hard to keep track of if I have too many things to think of at once." Rubbing her toes, she tried to smile, though it looked more like a grimace. "Maybe it wasn't coming. That was a bad idea. Maybe dancing was. I should go get you some ice." Rutger ran a hand through his hair, then wiped his hand down his face. Patting him on the shoulder, she reassured him. "Calm down. I was just teasing you. My toes may be broken, but I'll live. Here. Let me carry you over to your seat." Piper chuckled and stood up. No, thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. Letting you carry me around outside where no one is watching is one thing, but I'm not about to let you do that in here. But your foot, do you think I did any permanent damage? Putting weight on her foot, she moaned a little, but shook her head. No, you stomped on it pretty good, that's all. Rutger looked to their table where Sean and Gabby were laughing it up with everyone else already sitting. Should we go sit down? Piper's eyes sparkled, and a mischievous grin crossed her mouth. I've never been ditched in the middle of a dance, and I'd rather not tarnish that reputation. She rested against him, and Rutger tried to keep the rhythm of his heart steady, but he had no luck. What did it matter anyway? He knew the feeling of tumbling headlong into the intimidating territory where love existed. What scared him even more than realizing where they were headed was that he didn't have a single reservation about it. Love had burned him before, but it wasn't stopping him from giving it another try. Maybe it was because this time felt different. Piper was unlike any other woman he'd ever met. They turned slowly, enjoying each other's company without the need to speak. Though he wanted it to, Rutger knew the moment couldn't last forever. Either the music would pick back up or Gabby would come looking for them, prodding them to the table to eat. Hoping he didn't totally spoil the moment, he wanted to say what was on his mind before he chickened out. Piper? She sounded like he'd interrupted a dream. Why are you so angry at Gabby? The hurt in her face made him immediately regret asking. Maybe it was too early to be picking at such heavy topics. I told you she ran off with my fiancé. Except he wasn't. He was only your boyfriend at the time. His comment caught her off guard, and she was speechless briefly. He knew what he'd said registered when she looked agitated. Her eyebrows crashed angrily together. Okay, so you got me on a technicality there. He wasn't my fiancé, but I had everything except the ring. Rutger could feel her coiling, and like watching Katie, he wondered if she was going to explode with wrath right there in his arms. I'm not meaning to downplay what she did. It had to be horrible to find out your best friend and boyfriend were developing feelings for each other without any consideration for you. Then what else is there to know? I guess what I'm really asking is why are you still mad at her? The hurt hasn't gone away. Piper's mouth pinched together, and though she was cute when she was angry, he wasn't going to say anything about it. Looking away, Piper tried to hide the tears that were pushing their way over the edge of her lashes. As far as I'm concerned, they're the worst sort of people, and I have to be front and center to their happiness. It's a constant reminder of everything I don't have. Rutger swayed her side to side, hoping he wasn't about to scare her off. Are they actually the world's worst people, or are they just imperfect? Piper wouldn't look at him, discreetly wiping the tears off her face. Rutger felt awful and prayed he hadn't entirely ruined her evening. It might have been selfish to think, but he didn't want to see her go. She was the first good thing to happen to him in a long time. Look, Piper. He put his hand on her cheek, and he was grateful she tilted her head slightly into his palm, rather than shying away. Like I said, what they did was terrible, but I'm a firm believer that forgiveness is an important part of life. Without it, we let ourselves stay tethered to the past, where we can't truly find happiness. You sound like my preacher. Piper sniffled and rubbed her nose. Rutger pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket and offered it to her. She took it. His sermons sound right up my alley. Piper huffed out a laugh. I'm sure a saint like you never sweats in church. The music picked back up, and the moment that he was having with Piper disappeared in the thrumming bass of the catchy song. Standing tall as he could, he searched for a secluded spot where they could talk, away from prying eyes and desperate listening ears. In a darkened corner by the kitchen, he turned Piper to face him, though her eyes were glued back to where they'd come from on the dance floor. Hey, he said softly, running his fingers along her jawline to get her eyes to focus on him. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. She humped. You have a pretty funny way of doing that. Rutger chuckled at her sass. I know. I guess the point I'm trying to make is that sometimes the difficult, broken roads guide us to where we truly want to be. She folded her arms. I'm not sure I am where I want to be. He ran his hand down her arm and took one of her hands in his. This unconventional path brought us together, didn't it? The wheels in Piper's head spun, and she eventually couldn't hold back a smile. You always look on the bright side, don't you? He brushed his lips across her cheek in a gentle kiss and whispered in her ear. That's because when I'm with you, all I can seem to think is how happy I am. If anything, me looking on the bright side is only because of you.
Chapter 9. Piper. Piper was awake before she opened her eyes, letting herself replay the social the night before while dreams were still fresh in her memory. The start had been a bit of a roller coaster, but it had ended surprisingly well. They'd talked, she'd dried her eyes, and the more she mulled it over, the more she'd taken what he'd said to heart. She'd told him that even if she worked on forgiving Gabby and letting the past go, it didn't mean she was in any sort of mindset to be Gabby's best friend again. She could be polite while refusing to let Gabby hurt her anymore. He conceded that point to her. With that thought in her head, Piper had sat down at the table with Rutger between her and Gabby as a buffer, though it seemed by the end of the night it was unnecessary. Gabby behaved herself, which helped Piper enjoy herself. They ate. Gabby was right about the salad being delectable. Then they went back to the dance floor often enough that Piper's feet hurt from her shoes, and she eventually kicked them off. Rutger made sure he didn't have any more missteps, and they took frequent breaks at the table. While listening politely to the conversation, Rutger had taken her hand under the table. It was their little secret, and even the next morning, it made her heart flutter as she remembered the feel of his thumb running lazily across her knuckles. When the night had finally wound down, Rutger had walked her from his truck to her porch. She had made her lips very available, but he'd said goodnight with a kiss on her cheek. It was sweet and innocent, but spoke of what was to come. She could live with a man who was courteous enough to take it slow. Anticipation was part of the fun. Piper sighed dreamily, hardly believing her luck. The attraction was undeniably there, and Rutger was such a kind, soft-spoken, and impressively hard-working man that he made it possible for Piper to forget she'd ever loved anyone before him. It had taken long enough for Rutger to pop into her life, but he'd been right that all the heartache and roadblocks had eventually led them to each other. Now, only time could tell if he'd been worth the wait. Piper's alarm went off too early, but she had known it would be the price she paid for staying out so late. She contemplated skipping church, but she never felt like her week started off on the right foot when she did. She would have had an excuse if one of the repairmen hadn't been kind enough to drop off her car on his way home from work, but it was nice not to be marooned. Brushing her teeth while she picked out her clothes, she tossed the outfit on the bed and danced her way back to the bathroom, pretending she was back in Rutger's arms. She laughed loud enough that Andy came wandering in. She was undeniably love-struck. On the drive to church, she strategized when to contact Rutger next. They'd finally exchanged phone numbers, but since it had been nearing 1 a.m, they hadn't made any plans for the upcoming week. She was sure he was busy keeping up with running the ranch and overseeing the work on his home. So she pondered inviting him over to her place for dinner so he didn't have to host. The thought made her laugh. Barely 4 days ago, she was firmly telling him she didn't invite strange men into her home, but now she was thinking what carry-out she'd order, and if she had any movies that weren't sappy romances that inevitably made her cry. Sitting in her normal pew at church, she waved to a few friendly faces before looking over the bulletin. "Is this seat taken?" Piper's eyes flew to the man standing next to her row. "Rutger! What are you doing here?" His mouth tilted up and he glanced around the room. "Church. That's what my parents taught me Sunday morning was for." Piper nodded. "Right. Of course. Have a seat." She scooted down to give him more space and grabbed her purse, making sure she moved it to the other side. It may have been sneaky, but she didn't want anything between them. Rutger sat down, wearing a freshly pressed button-up shirt and a pair of slacks, with an impressive belt buckle holding them on his trim waist. Piper had no doubt that he had been up even earlier than her to do his morning chores, but he smelled as fresh as a spring thunderstorm, and his hair was still damp. Casually, he draped his arms across the back of the pew, and Piper noticed more than one pair of curious eyes peek over their shoulder at them. Whether they were shocked to see that she had a companion, or that her companion was none other than the newest town celebrity, was difficult to gauge. The pastor welcomed everyone to the Sunday service, and Piper settled in, scooting an inch closer to Rutger as she crossed her legs. "Get any sleep last night?" Rutger whispered close to her ear. She smiled broadly at the tingle that worked its way from her neck down to her toes. "I'm probably going to need a nap this afternoon to catch up." "That party was worth it, though. I'm kind of surprised how much I enjoyed it." "I knew I'd enjoy myself when you decided to take me with you." Rutger tried to keep the smile suppressed, but Piper could see the faintest tease in his face. "I've never been fought over by two women at the same time. I'd hardly call what I did fighting with Cynthia." She asked a question, and I stepped in to correct her. "Unless, of course, you were secretly wanting to go with her but were too polite to tell me otherwise." Rutger smothered a laugh. "That Cynthia woman seemed nice enough, but I was happy you made a move." "I always do feel bad letting people down, though." With a flick of her wrist, Piper said, "Don't feel too bad for her." She still found a date. "Oh yeah? I saw her there with one of the auto insurance guys, and from what I could tell, she was having the time of her life." "Good, good," Rutger murmured. They listened to the preacher, and though Piper knew she sang off-key worse than a tone-deaf mockingbird, it didn't stop her. When the topic of church turned to gifts, forgiveness came up as one of the most cherished anyone could be extended. Granting mercy and grace to another was a sign of love. Rutger leaned over again. "I've been meaning to apologize about that, too." "Seems like I keep finding things to be sorry about." "About what?" An older woman with tight gray curls, wearing a tweed skirt suit, turned around with a warning glare and all but shushed them. Piper wanted to be content to wait until the sermon was over to continue their discussion, but she hung on Rutger's every word. All the old woman's stern look did for Rutger was make him lean in closer. Piper could feel his lips brush against her ear. "I didn't mean to preach at you last night about forgiveness. It wasn't my place. The thought of forgiving Sean and Gabby the night before had seemed foreign and scary, driving her to shed a few tears. But now, the thought of truly leaving the past where it belonged had lifted a burden from her she hadn't realized was so heavy. She shook her head and leaned over to him, resting her head on his shoulder to speak, but not before inhaling a lungful of his scent. It was a reckless move on Piper's part, but she could hardly resist. "Don't apologize. I needed someone outside the situation to be honest with me. I think I've kept too many people away from me for too long, and as a result, I've been keeping myself from growing. Truly, I should be thanking you." The old woman turned around and put her finger to her lips, shushing them sharply. Both Piper and Rutger gave her their best penitent grins, though when she turned around, their entire bodies shook with repressed laughter. Rutger adjusted his legs, and Piper grinned to herself as his hip pressed against hers. They listened quietly for a few moments, until Rutger tapped her shoulder. "It looks like you have a friend trying to get your attention." He tilted his head to the right of the congregation, and Piper searched over the backs of people's heads. Gabby and Sean sat on either side of Bo and Cody, sitting with absolute reverence as they listened. She continued to scan the room until she saw one little freckled face looking at her. Olivia Campbell's daughter, Heather, smiled and waved enthusiastically at Piper until her mother nudged her and reminded her to turn around. "A friend?" Rutger asked. "Yep, Heather, Olivia's daughter." Heather had sneakily turned around again, and when Rutger waved at her, her grin tinted with mischief, and she bent over to write something down. "She looks like she's up to something," Rutger whispered. Piper stopped to laugh with her fingers pressed to her mouth. "No doubt. That girl is always scheming, but in a good way. She's also the sweetest girl and has her mother's independent streak. She's hilarious, too. You never have to wonder what's on her mind." Rutger nodded, and they went back to listening for the rest of the church service. The closing hymn was sung by the choir and was a beautiful rendition of Angels We Have Heard on High. Piper could have sworn she saw Rutger wipe away a tear from his eye as they finished. They mingled for a few minutes with the rest of the congregation at the after-church coffee and donut social, though Piper noticed Rutger checking his watch and sticking his hands in his pockets. "Need to get going?" Piper asked. "Don't feel like you have to stay on my account." "I know you're a busy man." Rutger's eyes went to the door, but he shook his head. "I was thinking." "About?" Piper nibbled on her glazed donut, though the excited flutter in her gut kept her from wanting to eat the entire thing. She'd managed half of it, but was feeling slightly sick from the greasy sweetness. "Remember how we were talking about you coming over to see the house I'm having renovated?" "You mean when I basically invited myself over?" Rutger's eyes crinkled. "I'm glad you brought it up, otherwise I might have chickened out." "You?" Piper looked sideways at him. "A chicken? That doesn't seem to be consistent with your nature." "Believe it or not, I'm a little rusty when it comes to women. I've been keeping my nose to the grindstone long enough that I'm not always sure I've still got it." Piper bumped her shoulder into his. "Trust me, you've still got it." "Still got what?" Gabby asked. Her eyes were as bright as her smile, and she was waiting eagerly for a tidbit of gossip the way Andy sat impatiently for a milk bone. "Hello, Gabby, Sean, boys." Rutger shook everyone's hands. "Nice to see you this morning." Sean ran his hand down his face and tried to focus with bleary eyes. "I tried to convince Gabby to go to the afternoon session of church, but did you know that Gabby's an early riser? It's not at all deterred by how late she stayed up the night before either." Gabby swatted at Sean, unamused that he'd made her into the brunt of his joke. Her annoyance passed quickly, and she fussed with Beau's hair, making sure the already perfect part stayed where it was. "The social last night was amazing. Props to both of you," Rutger said. "I mean, I've been to tons of charity events and parties and stuff, but that one last night took the cake." Gabby beamed, looking as pleased as if she'd been crowned Miss Universe, while Rutger looked down to Piper and winked. An excited jolt zipped through her, and she had a feeling he was insinuating his enjoyment had more to do with her than anything else. "You weren't kidding about that salad either," Piper said. "I've never had one that balanced the sweet and savory so well." Gabby blinked, taken aback by Piper's genuineness. It struck Piper how good it made her feel, that she'd been able to compliment Gabby without it feeling like a way to distract her from slinging an insult. She could see what Rutger had meant, that moving on was a powerful, intentional choice that had its own benefits. Gabby toyed with her pearl necklace. "Well, thank you. I'll be sure to pass the compliments on to the caterer." "Honey, are you ready?" Sean asked, touching Gabby's elbow. "I've got a recliner and a football game with my name on it." "In a minute." Piper was surprised by Gabby's clipped words. "I was going to invite them to our Christmas gathering." Piper was stunned by what she'd said, and forgiving her felt like a fleeting idea. In the snack aisle, Gabby had unmistakably snubbed her, but now that she was standing hand in hand with Rutger, a man of no small means, and as handsome and polite as they came, Piper was suddenly worthy of being invited into their home. A rash of angry heat crept up Piper's neck, and her molars ground together. Sure, Gabby was married, but that didn't mean she didn't still try to get close to people for her personal benefit. "You're having a party?" Rutger asked. His thumb went sliding over the back of her knuckles, the way he'd done at the table last night, and it immediately disarmed her. She'd willingly jump off a mountaintop if he asked her to, because in that moment, she felt like she had wings. "Just a small gathering. We fill up on finger foods and enjoy each other's company. Would you be able to come?" Gabby's gaze moved over to include Piper, too. "The both of you?" "When is it?" Rutger asked. "This Wednesday evening," Gabby said. "It's nothing formal." "Come as you are. We'd love to introduce you to some of our friends." Piper wanted to back out, offering up some lame half-truth as an excuse. Maybe she'd offer to take up an evening shift at the urgent care clinic, so she'd have a reason not to go. But when Rutger's eyes met hers, and she could see the question in his, she gave him a quick nod. If it meant she got to spend more time with Rutger, she'd take it. "That sounds like fun," Piper squeaked. She cleared her throat, pretending her change in tone had been from something other than fear. "What time?" We're starting at 6, but come whenever you can make it. We always say we're going to end it at 9, but it's so hard to end something when we're in such good company. Looks like we're going to crash another one of your parties, Rutger said. Gabby leaned over and squeezed his bicep, and it was like a flashback from Piper's past, watching her do the same thing to Sean. The room started to spin, and Piper was sure she was going to lose the donut she'd managed to finish. Are you all right? Rutger turned her to face her and had both hands on her arms, looking like he was ready to spring into action. If she fainted, threw up on his boots, or ran like a coward to her car, she knew Rutger would be right there. She waved him away and took a drawn-out breath until she could stand on her own 2 feet. I'm fine. I think I'm running on too little sleep. Nothing that a little nap won't correct. See? Piper's got the right idea. Sean pointed his finger at her and jingled his keys with his other. I want some shut-eye. Gabby glared openly at him, and it took Piper aback. She knew every couple had disagreements once in a while, but for some reason, it surprised her that it would ever happen to Sean and Gabby. They'd been so blissfully in love when they'd simultaneously broken her heart that it seemed an ironic twist of fate that the perfect Holly Wreath pair would ever face a rough patch. And what about you? Gabby asked. Are you all settled in? You have somewhere to go for Sunday dinner? Piper was about to speak up, but Rutger beat her to it. Actually, I was just about to ask Piper if she'd join me today. Piper scrunched her face. At your hotel room? Piper wished she could rewind the last 5 seconds and think of something better to say. She was horrified to think she sounded unimpressed. Rutger took no offense and instead laughed heartily. No, that would be a little odd, and would make my parents raise their eyebrows if they knew I brought a girl to my hotel room. I mean, they're where I get my old-fashioned qualities from. Sure, her face was on fire. Piper resisted the urge to fan herself. Oh, right. Your new place, then? Is it already finished? He shook his head, and without his cowboy hat on to keep his long hair out of his eyes, he had to brush it with his hand back into place. No, but it's done enough that we won't freeze to death, and I'll be able to cook you a meal in exchange for your thoughts on how I can put that old house together. That's sweet, Gabby said. Piper had almost forgotten she was still a part of their conversation. Piper's always had a knack for design. The whole morning was throwing Piper for a loop. First, she complimented Gabby and meant it, and Gabby returned what seemed to be a genuine compliment with no undercutting involved. It felt like Piper was slipping in and out of a strange, alternate reality. Thank you, Piper said graciously, and turned back to Rutger. What time were you thinking? If I pick you up at 6, is that too late? Nope. That'll give me time to take a quick nap and get some things done around the house I've been putting off. Do you need me to bring anything? Nope. I recall seeing some frozen dinners in your shopping basket when we first met. Rutger stopped, realizing what he'd almost said, and it felt like ice water seeping through Piper's veins. Gabby tilted her head. First met? You, Piper said a little too quickly. When Rutger first met you. In the grocery store. I see, Gabby said, accepting her coat that Sean had gone to fetch. Well, I hope you two have a lovely time. I want to hear all about it when I see you Wednesday. Piper held her breath until the door closed behind Gabby, ignoring that her lungs were burning. When she finally let it out, she playfully slapped Rutger and chided him. I can't believe you. You almost gave me away. You saved yourself pretty well. Think she's convinced? It's hard to say. But the fact that I picked you up in the grocery store snack aisle would surely bring on ridicule from her in biblical proportions. What difference does it make? People meet each other all the time on the internet or at their gym. Sure, but not on the spot, and as a cover-up to them being pathetically single. Rutger pulled her into a hug and smiled. She caught the fresh scent of his toothpaste again. You're not pathetic in the least. Says who? He stepped back so he could look at her, though he didn't release his arms from around her waist. Me, that's who. And I'm never wrong about a person's character. Not lately, anyway. Piper snorted. That's easy to say when you accept everyone's flaws as imperfections and don't assume they're rotten people. Maybe, but that also makes it all the more obvious to me when someone as amazing as you comes along. You might as well have a name tag that lets everyone know how amazing you are. Stop putting me on a pedestal. I might fall off. Rutger tightened his arms around her, and he ducked his head down so he could look her in the eye. Why worry when I'm so good at catching you?
Chapter 10. Rutger. Here we are. Rutger pulled into the circle driveway, stopping close to the stone walkway up to the porch. The electricians had finished the outside lighting, and the porch lights were glowing welcomingly to them as they'd arrived. Even in the midst of the cold, the unfinished, empty house was inviting, and spoke of the potential it had to be a home. When Rutger visited his parents' and brothers' homes, the intangible but undeniable confidence that turned a house into a home was almost overwhelming. Rutger hadn't felt it anywhere that he'd lived. He wasn't even sure he'd had it when he was married to Melissa. That realization when their marriage had crumbled left him with a gaping hole where his heart should have been. In time, it had begun to heal, but it wasn't until he had met Piper that things started feeling complete. Piper leaned forward, her mouth hanging open as she looked at his house. Pointing, she asked, "This is an old farmhouse?" He got out and walked around his truck to give Piper a hand down. "It's had a few add-ons. My mom and sister-in-law were down when we first bought it and insisted it needed more square footage. Something about making it easier to entertain. Personally, I would have been fine with what it was. I mean, it's just me." "It's beautiful. And how fun to be able to start with basically a blank slate. It's always so much easier than having to work with what's left from the previous owner." "Isn't your house a new construction?" Piper scoffed and held her hand over her heart, like she'd been stabbed straight through. "That's even worse. The bland, unfeeling box some contractor slapped together to hurry and earn a paycheck. I'm going on 3 years in my place, and it's only now starting to feel like it has my personal touch." Hitching a thumb at his house, Rutger asked, "You want to come in and give me your opinion?" "You'd better believe I do. I wasn't able to take a nap because I was too busy wondering what your place looked like." Rutger tilted his head. "Are you sure you're in the right career?" "I mean, I like being a rancher and all, but I don't stay awake at night, waiting until I can go run cattle again." "Oh, hush." Piper kicked snow at him, but he deflected. "It's only a hobby and not one people call on me to do a lot. Maybe I was a teensy bit excited to see you again, too." Rutger wanted to wrap his arms around her, pulling her close so he could look deep into her eyes. The sunlight was faint on the horizon, but her eyes shone brightly, like they were lit from her soul within. Instead, he bent over and gathered up a snowball, giving himself a quick pep talk as a reminder that he didn't need to go recklessly speeding into anything with Piper. From what he could tell, she was a great woman, but he'd be lying to himself if he didn't acknowledge that while his heart had finally been put back together, it was like broken china held together with wet glue. It could fall apart again with the slightest bump. Piper shrieked when she saw him packing the snow together and took cover behind the truck. "Don't you dare. What happened to being a little silly every day?" Piper peeked over the hood of the truck, then ducked back down. "It's much easier to be silly and carefree when there isn't the risk of snow going down the front of my coat." Rutger crouched down, slowly circling his truck to position himself for a surprise attack. As he came around the front, Piper launched a snowball that hit him squarely in the face. Her scream echoed in the open spaces, and she took off running for the porch, leaving Rutger stunned and laughing as he wiped the freezing snow off his cheeks. Throwing his snowball, he missed terribly. Lunging in pursuit, her petite legs were no match for his long, willowy ones. He grabbed her around her waist, and she squealed with laughter as he spun her around. That was a dirty move. "Oh, face it. You don't like that I outsmarted you." "Outsmarted? How do you figure? I wasn't about to wait for you to come over and cream me with a snowball while I was hiding. It was a game of strategy, and I won." Rutger's eyes inadvertently flicked down to her lips, and she noticed. The smile on her face faltered, and something flashed across her eyes. Anticipation? Fear? He wasn't exactly sure how to read her expression. He protected himself by letting her go. He was fine in his coat, but where her arms had been wrapped around him was noticeably missing her warmth. "Let me grab a couple of things for dinner from the truck." She nodded, though there was clearly disappointment on her face. He'd read the situation wrong and he kicked himself for not being braver. It was only a kiss. Since when had they become so meaningful to him? Rutger took out a few sacks of groceries and a cast iron skillet, then nudged the door shut with his hip. Leading the way to the front door, he knew that Piper's keen eyes weren't missing a thing. "Is that a—" Piper peeked in a large picture window that showcased the main living area. "Christmas tree." Rutger set down one of his grocery bags. He unlocked the front door. "Set it up myself last week." He stepped inside to the sound of Piper laughing. "With your crazy schedule, you found time to set up a Christmas tree in a house you don't even live in? With lights and a hand-carved nativity scene?" Rutger left the bags by the front door and brushed off his hands. "Is it really Christmas without a tree? Besides, I come early enough in the morning to take care of the cattle that I can still see it lit through the window. As for the nativity, I made that with my granddad when I was 12. I figured this was the best place to keep it, better than having it in storage." He shrugged off his coat, hung it on a hook, and offered to do the same for Piper. She looked fantastic in a flowery blouse and skinny jeans, emphasizing her figure in all the right places. "Hold on." Piper walked to the other side of the tree where several large boxes were filled with unwrapped toys. "You have a pile of presents, too? Let me guess, either you robbed a toy store or Santa visited your place earlier because you're so good." "Wait, no. You're an angel, here to rescue children from a disappointing Christmas. Turn around. Let me see if I've missed any wings on your back." Piper ran her hands across his shoulders, and it made his skin tingle under his shirt. He laughed as he spun back around. "Nope, sorry. Definitely not an angel." "Then what's with all the toys? You have nieces and nephews?" "2 nephews." Piper looked back to the pile of unwrapped gifts. "I know you can afford it, but no kid needs that many toys to open on Christmas." Rutger flipped on a couple of lights, illuminating the main living area, and laughing at Piper's insistence. "As much as I love my nephews, no, none of them are for them, actually. These are all donations for a children's charity. They go to foster kids and in orphanages and stuff. I hate the thought of anyone, especially a child, feeling forgotten on Christmas." "That is sweet of you." Piper reached over and squeezed his hand. "And now I know you're an angel. Just one without wings." He opened his mouth to say something about how his ex, Melissa, thought differently of him, but he decided better of it. She was his past, and he decided to let it go a long time ago. He didn't need her memory ruining what he had with Piper right then and there. Piper moved from him and inspected the entryway. She ran her fingers along the freshly stained wainscoting and turned a full circle. "Do I get a tour first, or are we going to the kitchen for dinner?" Rutger rubbed the back of his neck. "The kitchen isn't finished." Her eyes shifted and Piper stumbled over her words. "Then how are you planning on cooking dinner? Or are we eating raw eggs and spoonfuls of flour?" Piper peeked down into his grocery bags. "What all do you have in there?" Rutger put his hands on her shoulders and directed her away from the food. "It's a surprise. And don't worry about the kitchen. By the time you're done eating, you're not going to care that my stove isn't hooked up." "Fine. I can live on a little faith. A tour first it is." Through the entryway, the hallway opened up into a large living space with a stone fireplace at the center. Several of the walls had been knocked out to make it feel more spacious and allow there to be a flow with the day-to-day activities. And for Rutger's limited imagination in home design, the house was finished enough that he could imagine living in it. The contractor had promised him another few days of work, and he could move in. Shannon had already been rubbing her hands, planning on outfitting the place with all new furniture so he could start fresh. While Piper looked around, Rutger gathered a bundle of firewood from outside the back door and masterfully got the fire crackling. The heat and water were hooked up, and the house was kept warm enough to keep the pipes from freezing, but the fire warmed the space and brought the house to life. What added more to his delight was how animatedly Piper spoke. Where she'd put the furniture, how the space in the back could be turned into a reading nook. What kind of drapes would frame the large windows facing the northern foothills and pastures? Piper walked into the kitchen, and her jaw unhinged once more. I can't even fry an egg without burning it, but I can appreciate an amazing kitchen when I see one. I'm going to have to teach you then. Piper looked over her shoulder at him, a playfulness in her eyes. Teach me to not burn eggs? I'll teach you all kinds of things. Eggs, homemade pasta, fried onion rings, Sunday roasts. I guess I'll go ahead and let my pants out now. Piper jokingly tugged at her waistline of her jeans. Where did you learn how to cook? Your mom teach you? The truth was he'd never paid attention to his mother cooking in the kitchen when he was growing up. Even when he had been married, he'd shown up at the table expecting dinner to be there. It wasn't until he'd pulled himself out of that dark place and realized he couldn't live on packaged ramen and frozen burritos that he'd figured it was time to learn to feed himself. It was satisfying being able to cook, and he found it was infinitely more so when he had someone to share it with, especially when that someone was Piper. Regret squeezed his chest tighter and he shrugged it off. Yeah. I learned a bit from my mom. Mostly I self-taught in my late 20s. So there is hope for me. Rutger nodded, hypnotized by Piper's gaze. She didn't break the connection either until a blush started coloring her cheeks. She pointed to a gap in the cabinets. Is that where they're putting the dishwasher? Rutger shrugged. I think so. Why? She pressed a finger to her lips and squinted. If it were me, I'd put the dishwasher on the other side. I mean, when I'm loading it, I like it on the other side of the sink. Plus, that way it won't be directly behind the stove either. That'll give you a little more space for traffic flow. You know, if you ever have another person in the kitchen cooking with you... He didn't miss the flick of her eyes and how she shyly looked away. There was an implication in her words that someone would be her. That's smart. I'll have the contractor switch it around. It's not too... She stopped and chuckled softly. Of course it's not too expensive for you. There are some perks to having a healthy bank account. He took a step backward to where the fire was turning the wood into hot coals and indicated with a nod of his head for her to follow. Let's get dinner started, then I can show you the rest of the house. Piper scrunched her eyebrows. We're cooking over the fire? Yep. How very primal. It's one of my favorite ways to prepare dinner. Cast iron is pretty straightforward if you know how to do it right. Piper followed him with a smile. Then you'd better teach me how to do it right. If Rutger was cooking for himself only, he could have had the vegetables chopped and the dish seasoned perfectly, then on the fire in 10 minutes flat. With Piper, it was almost 45 minutes before they put the lid on and placed the skillet in the hot coals. She'd crouch down next to him on the floor, asking question after question so she could do everything from cutting to measuring with surgical precision. He didn't mind, even though his stomach was rumbling. He loved seeing the triumph on her face when she'd realized cooking hadn't bested her. Holy cow, I did it. Her smile stretched her cheeks, or rather, I helped you. Yay for me. No, it was all you. I just did a little hand-holding. She closed her eyes and took in a deep breath. It already smells amazing. That's one of the benefits of cooking from scratch, I've found. The smell is almost as good as eating it. Rutger's legs were beginning to tingle from kneeling on the ground, so he got to his feet. Brushing off her jeans, Piper moved to stand next to him. Offering his hands, he helped her up, and she surprised him by stepping into his arms and wrapping him in a firm hug. Thank you, she murmured against his chest. For what? For... She took a ragged breath that spoke of the hole missing in her own heart. Rutger understood perfectly. For everything. He rested his head on the top of hers, breathing in and closing his eyes. Volumes were spoken without any need for words. They were two broken hearts being mended by each other. That togetherness was healing, but it wasn't a separate act. Pieces of her were also being knit inseparably in with him. It was thrilling and scary, but somehow filled Rutger with hope. It's only dinner, Rutger murmured. She pushed away so she could look at him. It's more than that. I mean, what kind of person can't cook for themselves? I'm a doctor, for crying out loud. It's not like I'm not smart. That's the beautiful thing about this journey through life. If we're doing anything right, we're trying to improve one step at a time, one day at a time. You say you can't cook, but in an hour you figured out one of my favorite dishes. Huffing out a breath, Piper tossed her hands in the air. Please, spare me the pep talk. It's embarrassing, is what it is. Rutger moved hair from her face and tucked it behind her ear, his fingers gently tracing the line of her jaw. It's not embarrassing, she scoffed. Says the handsome, perfect billionaire who can do everything. Seriously, tell me what you don't do. He thought for a minute, and the way he scrunched his lips made Piper snigger. Is it embarrassing to admit I can knit? Piper threw her hands up in the air and stepped out of his arms, walking a small circle before covering her eyes. Maybe it's not something you'd admit to any macho guy friends, but no. Being able to knit does not detract from your qualities. Rutger couldn't believe he was saying what was on his mind out loud. All right, I've never breathed this to another living soul. At his confession, Piper's attention was piqued. Ooh, I'm all ears. You promise you won't use it against me in a moment of distress? She held up her pinky finger without a hint of teasing on her face. Pinky swear. Rutger made a face at her. Who pinky swears anymore? Piper dropped her finger and her hands went to her waist. Rutger choked back a laugh as he prepared for a scolding. You seriously don't know the value of a pinky swear? For someone who claims he has his finger on the pulse of childhood, you seem to have forgotten how solemn a pinky swear can be. It felt good to laugh. Rutger held up his pinky and offered it to her. All right, I must have forgotten. Give me your pinky. Piper eyed him for a minute, and when she was satisfied with him, she wrapped her pinky around his. I pinky swear I won't tell your secret to a single soul. Okay, Rutger said, lacing his fingers through hers and letting out a long breath to add to the drama. I don't like to ride horses. Piper tried. He could see the laughter filling her to the brim and sparkle behind her eyes. It sputtered out from her pinched lips and eventually spilled out, echoing through the house. I'm sorry, I really am, but that is too funny. A cowboy who doesn't like to ride horses? She laughed again, and Rutger enjoyed watching her be entertained by his shortcoming. Don't be, Rutger said. It is ridiculous, and I've never told anyone. Piper's giggle renewed, and she slapped her hand over her mouth. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing, especially when you've honored me with your secret. But, I mean, I'm not a career counselor or anything, but maybe you're in the wrong field. Fortunately, there's more to being a cowboy than riding horses, kind of like how a doctor is more than paperwork. True, except I'd think anything would be more exciting than medical paperwork. She wiped tears from her eyes. How do you do your job if you don't like riding horses? I take the ATV as often as I can. If I have to take one of the horses because the terrain is too rugged, then I grin and bear it. What do you have against horses? I think I've been on a horse all of one time, and it was a dead broke trail horse, but I've always thought of them as majestic creatures. I'm not saying they're not incredible, but I've been thrown enough to know that riding something with a mind of its own is always a risk. I'll be galloping along after a stray calf, and the next thing, I'm trying to keep the horse under me because they got scared about a plastic bag floating in front of them. Okay. Piper folded her arms and appraised him through narrowed eyes. I can respect that. I guess that's why you were the rodeo clown instead of the bronco rider, huh? Rutger grinned, appreciating that she remembered details about him. I suppose. I was trying to stay out of the spotlight then, too. I kind of wanted to forget, I guess. Forget what? The way Piper tilted her head and looked at him with such wide, unassuming eyes made him want to spill all his secrets, but a part of him resisted. It hurt just thinking about it sometimes, and he kept those feelings even closer to his chest than his distaste for riding horses. Besides, he didn't want to ruin a perfectly good evening with details of his failed marriage and subsequent spiral into the darkest periods of his life. There would be time for that later. He looked over Piper to the fire and sniffed. Oops, better save dinner before it burns. Grabbing a dish towel he'd brought in his bag, he took the cast iron skillet out of the fire and placed it on a hot pad. Lifting the lid, he waved it over the steaming food a couple of times, appreciating the spicy, hearty aroma of their meal. Piper's eyes rolled back and she closed them, letting out a satisfied sigh. If it's possible, that smells even more heavenly than it did when it started. Wait until you try it. Rutger spread out a thick blanket and started putting out dishes. You're going to be a regular Martha Stewart if we keep up with these cooking lessons. Sitting down on the blanket, Piper tucked her legs under her while she chortled. Don't get your hopes up so soon. You haven't seen the full extent of how terrible my cooking can truly be. Rugger handed her silverware wrapped in a napkin. After a quick prayer of thanks, they dug in. Piper closed her eyes again and held her hands over her heart. She opened her eyes and smiled at him. This has to be the best dinner I've ever had. You don't have to stroke my ego. I'm not. She took another bite, chewing and circling her hand in the air while she figured out how to say what was on her mind. Tastes like success? They both laughed, soaking in the quiet peace and contentment of the moment. They ate slowly, talking about nothing in particular, but it was anything but inconsequential. They were sharing pieces of themselves, fortifying their fledgling relationship with deepening levels of trust. It felt good to be himself with no pretense. When they were finished with dinner and the food had settled, Rutger pulled out 2 mugs and heated apple cider in a pot. Before giving Piper her cup, he dropped in a cinnamon stick to enhance the richness of the spiced drink. Piper wrapped her fingers around the mug and held her face close to the cup, inhaling the steam. Rutger rolled to his side, stoking the fire with a poker. Once in a while, he'd push himself up to his feet to add new logs when the fire started waning, but it never crossed his mind to check the time. It was irrelevant while they were enjoying each other's company. It wasn't until the 3rd helping of wood on the fire was crumbling into coals that Piper perked up like she'd sat on a tack. What time is it? Rutger fished his phone out of his pocket and was surprised it was closing in on midnight. He'd missed a couple of phone calls and texts, but he'd silenced his phone as he'd walked up the driveway to pick up Piper. Nothing that couldn't wait until tomorrow. It's 11:45. Geesh, I didn't realize it was so late. Me neither. She started gathering dishes, asking if she should go rinse them off in the sink, until Rutger put his hand over hers. You're my guest. Leave them. I'll take care of them. I don't mind helping. You probably get up earlier than I do, and I'd hate for you to be tired on my account. She reached for his silverware and they clattered on the plate as she tried to balance it all. Piper. He took the dishes from her hands and set them off to the side. It's fine, really. Piper stood up, folding her arms low across her stomach and catching her lower lip between her teeth. Well, thank you. I appreciate being spoiled. This evening has been incredible. Running 1,000 scenarios in his head, Rutger knew he wanted them all to end with one thing: a goodnight kiss for Piper. Not on the cheek, but one where he could share what he thought of her without worrying about the inadequacy of words. He stood and tentatively approached. Her mouth parted with words she couldn't seem to say, though this time the longing in her face was clear. As he slipped his hands around her waist, she did the same, pulling herself in close. He felt secure within her embrace. Smoothing his hand through her hair, he cupped the back of her neck and drew her close for a kiss. A banging knock on the door startled him, and Rutger's heart lurched in his chest. He looked to Piper, who'd jumped a foot away from him and seemed to be expecting a grizzly to knock down the door. Rutger, are you in there? It's Garrett. Simultaneous relief and annoyance flooded Rutger. I'd better get it. It's my new farmhand. He just moved into the apartment above the barn, and if he's knocking at this hour, something must be the matter. Of course. Piper was already putting on her coat as Rutger headed for the front door. Frustration coursed through him. The moment between them was over, and though he would have given anything not to have missed that kiss with Piper, for whatever reason, it wasn't meant to be. He swung the door open, crushing the doorknob with his grip, and stepped aside for Garrett. His nose was red, and the brim of his hat had a dusting of snow. His eyes flicked past Rutger to Piper, and he spoke sheepishly. I didn't mean to interrupt anything. I'd tried calling. It's fine, Garrett. I was just about to take Piper home. What's up? Garrett adjusted his gloves as he explained. A couple of your cows got out somehow and made it into the barn. By the time I woke up and heard them, they'd gotten into the grain. How much did they eat? Garrett shrugged. It's hard to say. They knocked it over, so they've trampled a good portion of it, but some of them are starting to sway like they're drunk. Rutger clenched his jaw. The evening had been going so well, but was taking a nosedive fast. Leave it to his cattle to find a way to ruin it. Acidosis. That's what I'm thinking. I've got them locked up in one of the pens and already called the vet. Rutger gave Garrett a curt nod and grabbed his coat off the hook. Jogging back to where Piper stood, watching with wide eyes, he tried to hide his disappointment. Is everything all right? If I can get them treated soon enough, they should pull through. He put on his coat and zipped it to the top. I'm sorry, I wasn't intending on the evening ending like this. Piper batted her hand. Don't worry about it. It happens. Is there anything I can do to help? He shook his head. Though he would have greedily kept her with him, if only to have her company for a few more hours, all it would mean for her was an all-nighter in a cold barn, when she'd need to go to work the next morning. I appreciate it, but I'm going to have Garrett take you home if that's all right. Piper nodded and masterfully hid her disappointment, though what Rutger did catch came in loud and clear. He was going to make it up to her when he had a chance to figure out how. Pressing his hat onto his head, he pulled Piper into a one-armed hug. I'll call you? Standing on her tiptoes, she kissed his cheek. You'd better.
Chapter 11. Piper. Piper lay down in her bed, and as tired as she was, her mind wasn't about to let her rest. Her thoughts were consumed with Rutger and everything he'd come to mean to her. He'd been generous, vulnerable, honest, and if it were at all possible, all of it had made him more handsome than the first day she'd laid eyes on him. She was positively smitten. Andy had wandered in from his cushy pillow in the kitchen to sleep on the rug at the side of her bed. Before lying down, he nudged his cold nose against Piper's fingertips. Smiling in the darkness, Piper traced the groove at the center of his snout while she replayed the evening. How close Rutger had been to kissing her ran in a loop, and she analyzed every last second, wondering how different it might have turned out if it weren't for his emergency. She knew he wasn't purposefully trying to avoid kissing her, but the disappointment was a sharp knife all the same. Rolling onto her side, she fluffed the pillows under her head and reminded herself to be grateful. The date had been incredible with or without a proper goodnight kiss. Her alarm was an unwelcome interruption to her already disturbed sleep, far too early for her liking. By the time she stopped hitting the snooze button, it was too late to shower, so she improvised, using dry shampoo and brushing her hair into a ponytail while brushing her teeth. She almost forgot to let Andy back inside after his morning potty break, and had to go back inside twice when she forgot her purse, then realized she wasn't wearing any socks. Despite the frantic rush of the morning, she didn't for a second consider she may have spent too much time with Rutger the night before. Though she wanted to call and check on him during her short drive to the office, she refrained. If she'd barely gotten any sleep, chances were Rutger hadn't gotten any. Stopping at a traffic light, she said a quick prayer that everything would be all right with Rutger's cattle, and that he'd be able to get some rest. She amended her prayer that he'd call soon, even if it was selfish of her to want to hear his voice, whether he was tired or not. Mondays were always busy for Piper, for which she thanked her lucky stars. She needed something to keep her mind occupied, or else she was afraid she'd go mad, staring at her phone, willing for Rutger to call. The schedule was booked solid, and she started the morning with enough energy to see her through back-to-back patients. By lunchtime, she was seriously waning. She popped open a caffeinated soda from the vending machine to go along with her microwave pasta. Rutger had been right. It was almost unbearable to go back to prepackaged meals after eating what they'd made for dinner. Her lunch break was cut short by a string of patients coming in, looking terribly miserable with cold and flu symptoms. They cuddled close to their parents, their little spirits broken by illness. One little girl with bouncy red curls and a runny nose sneezed squarely in Piper's face as she bent over to look down her throat. And though Piper wanted to rush out to scrub her face with sanitizing gel, she laughed, making sure the girl knew it was all right, and cleaned herself up as best as she could with paper towels. The stories she could tell about her job would have paralyzed a germaphobe. A familiar bell dinged from her phone, and Piper jerked her head off her desk. Her forehead was sore from slumping down onto a pile of folders she'd used as a makeshift pillow when she'd fallen asleep at the end of the workday. She'd promised herself it would only be a 5-minute catnap, but the hands of the clock had already moved half an hour. Stretching her arms above her head, She yawned loudly, not caring if anyone else heard her. All her patience were gone, leaving her to tie up loose ends and tackle the dreaded paperwork. Pulling open her drawer, she took out her phone. One message, and it was from Rutger. Her breath hitched in her chest and she felt electric all over. It had been what she was waiting for all day. She skimmed the text and felt her heart sinking lower in her chest. The language was brief and to the point. More cattle had escaped. He'd spent the whole day nursing the cattle that had gorged themselves on grain, only to have to go chase down the escapees. He'd finally found the hole in the fence and was fixing it now. At best, he wouldn't be done until well after dinner. A twinge of pity hit her, and she wished she could be more helpful, but when it came to farm chores, she would be about as useful as she was with cooking. It was best she stayed out of the way. She sent a text. "See you Wednesday?" She waited, counting the seconds it took him to answer. He didn't take long. His text read, "I was hoping before." Piper's smile threatened to crack her face. It meant so much to her that even at his busiest, Rutger was trying to find time to see her. She quickly finished her work and went home to soak in a bubble bath, wondering what culinary delight Rutger might teach her next. It didn't matter if it was marinated squid over spinach noodles, if it meant Rutger was standing behind her, helping her learn. Tuesday brought another whiplash of emotions. Rutger had sent a flirty text in the morning, calling her beautiful and wishing her a good morning, then nothing for the rest of the day. It took all of Piper's willpower not to hop in her car and drive to Rutger's place during her lunch break, just so she could see him again. Over a lukewarm microwave dinner, Piper's phone dinged. It was Rutger, finally. She read the text. "Sorry, Piper. Another busy day." Trying to play it cool, Piper rolled her shoulders and thought before she answered, though her hands wanted to jump at the phone and type out several dozen messages, letting him know how much she missed him. It almost scared her, thinking how integral he'd become to her existence. She typed and erased and typed again. She settled on a text message. "It's okay. You're an important man." Her phone dinged almost immediately. His text made her heart buzz happily, "And you're important to me. Counting down the seconds until I can see you again. Good night. XOXO." Those XOXOs might as well have been real kisses and hugs to Piper, and she laughed to herself as the thought that she could die happy now flittered across her mind. So much for being a grown woman with an independent streak. She'd fallen fast and hard enough to knock the sense straight out of her. Despite her still busy schedule, full of more sick patients than usual, Wednesday seemed to crawl at a snail's pace, all the way until her last appointment. Between every patient, she checked her watch a half-dozen times, wondering if time was even moving at all. Once she was off work, she locked her office and nearly sprinted to her car. She was going to be ready for Rutger the second he knocked on her door. With her hair straightened and hitting her shoulders, and a touch more makeup than she normally wore, Piper sat curled on her couch, curtains wide open so she could see the street. She'd put on an oversized cream sweater and red leggings, hoping she looked festive and not like a younger version of Mrs. Claus. She had a cozy mystery novel opened on her lap she'd been dying to read, but her eyes kept moving in and out of focus as she skimmed and re-skimmed the first paragraph, her brain not registering a single word. Putting down the book, she sighed heavily. For heaven's sake, it's only been 2 days. The tip of Andy's tail wriggled, and he opened his big brown eyes, pleading for some attention. Piper reached down and indulged him. It's not like it's been complete radio silence either. Sure, Rutger had sent a couple of texts, but the 2 days apart might as well have been an eternity. Her confidence that she had Rutger wrapped around her finger the way she felt inseparably drawn to him was beginning to wane, leaving her wondering if she had imagined the whole thing. She had assumed things had been going splendidly with Sean when it had unraveled too. The very thought made her nerves feel frayed. As the sun sank lower and disappeared completely with no sign of Rutger, her hopes shriveled, and on top of feeling desperate and pathetic, she felt like a fool. She'd been eagerly waiting, only to find herself alone. When she was wavering between tears and a flash of anger, knowing the party was already well underway, her phone vibrated on the coffee table. She knew it was from Rutger, but she wasn't sure she wanted to know what it said. Had something come up that would keep him from going? She swallowed back the bitter sting of stomach bile, wondering if he'd possibly changed his mind. The thought coiled like barbed wire in her chest. After all, she had a track record for reading men all wrong, and the voice in the back of her thoughts mocked her, cutting down her self-esteem. Counting to 3, she worked up the courage to check her message. Before she did, the phone rang. Rutger. With trembling hands, she answered it. Hello? Piper, where are you? There was a concern in his voice that somehow put her at ease, knowing he cared to know why they weren't together. She shifted on the couch and put her feet on the floor. I'm at home. Why? Where are you? Listening closer, her shriveled heart plunged lower. Lively Christmas music was playing, and it sounded like the entire town of Holly Wreath was crammed together, talking and laughing cheerfully. I'm already at Sean and Gabby's. Didn't you get my message? Piper pulled the phone away from her ear to look. No, I'm not seeing anything. Shoot, Rutger said through gritted teeth. Sometimes my phone doesn't get good reception at the ranch, and I assumed you didn't answer because you were busy at work. I asked if we could meet here so I didn't make us late again. Oh, relief flooded Piper. I didn't know. I'm coming to get you. No. Piper stopped him. I can drive myself. You sure? Piper laughed, still unsure of her emotions. They were a tangled mess, and were going to lead her to do something rash if she didn't get a handle on them, for better or worse. What do you think I did before you came to town? Bummed rides off people? All right, I want to see you. I'm not sure I can wait a minute longer than I need to. The cynical part of Piper's personality was beaten back into submission, and she smiled without holding back. I'll be over soon. Piper hung up and was sure she was going to burst into a million pieces from a happiness overload. She rushed past Andy, slipped on her coat, and was on her way to Gabby's house in a flash, trying her best not to speed on the slushy roads. Gabby and Sean's house wasn't far, but was in a much posher neighborhood than Piper's. Theirs bordered a golf course, and could have eaten Piper's sensible 2-story, and still had room for dessert. All the lights were on, and cars lined the streets for several blocks. When she finally found a place to park and power walked to Gabby's home, she was shivering from the cold. Her sweater wasn't as thick as it felt, and her peacoat was no match for the nipping night air. Standing in front of their bright red door, adorned with a fresh evergreen wreath, she held up her hand to knock, but stopped herself. The party was already underway, and no one would notice if she just let herself in. She figured if Rutger wasn't there watching for her on the porch, he was probably right inside, waiting to greet her the second she walked in. Heat from too many bodies crammed into the Meter's house poured out onto the porch before she even stepped inside. The air was rich with perfume and hors d'oeuvres that had been lined up beautifully on a table along the wall. Piper's mouth watered, but she was more interested in finding Rutger than trying one of Gabby's fig and goat cheese flatbreads. Her eyes wandered around the overcrowded living room. She'd been expecting him to be there to greet her, but there was no sign of him. Sean was standing in the middle of a group of his buddies, holding a half-empty glass of eggnog. He was regaling everyone with a larger-than-life story of his last fishing trip to Alaska, garnering several boisterous laughs from his audience. He glanced at Piper and raised his glass slightly in greeting. She nodded in return, but moved along through the shuffle of people, making her way around the house. Several minutes into her arrival and still no Rutger, she considered pulling out her phone to call. A hand clapped down on her shoulder, and she spun around with an enormous smile on her face, only to have it erased when she saw who it was. Sean? He handed her a cup of eggnog, and numbly she took it. He seemed to have forgotten that she gagged every time she tried to drink it. I'm happy you came. Thanks. She avoided looking directly at him, instead admiring the glittering strands of garland draped along the stair rail. He dropped his voice, speaking so low Piper had to lean in to hear. I also wanted to say I'm happy for you. Piper shifted on her feet. What for? For snagging Rutger. I've always felt bad that things didn't work out between you and me, but he seems like a great guy. Piper grunted, unsure how to answer. Though she was jealous of Gabby for what she had with Sean, her attraction to him and any emotional connection they'd had died when they'd broken up. She'd considered it a blessing that she had no residual feelings for him. "Have you seen him?" Piper glanced around the room again. "We were supposed to meet here." "Yeah, he offered to help Gabby restock the appetizers. The kitchen's that way." He motioned with his cup, careful not to slosh on the carpet. "Thanks, Sean." She took a step away, then stopped herself. She couldn't believe what she was thinking until it came out of her mouth. "You know, I forgive you for our breakup. I don't know if I ever told you that." He raised his glass to her again. "I appreciate that. The world needs more women like you." With a small smile, she turned for the kitchen, careful not to bump anyone as she walked. Near the kitchen, a door swung open, nearly slamming into Piper. She jumped back and watched as, running upstairs from the basement, Beau led a group of boys his age in a race to the top where they would have escaped into the party had Sean not snapped his fingers and pointed back downstairs. With a groan, the boys took their foam dart guns and retreated to the designated kid area. Cody lagged behind, rubbing his nose and coughing into his sleeve. Piper's doctor instincts kicked in, and she motioned for him. He obeyed, and she put a hand across his forehead. His skin was scorching. Piper squatted down next to him so she could talk to him on his level. "Hey, buddy, are you feeling all right?" He shook his head and rubbed his eyes. "My throat feels like it's on fire." She ran a hand over his hair and stood up, looking for Sean. He must have been mingling and was nowhere to be seen, so Piper took his hand and gently led him to the kitchen. The crowd of people thinned out down the hallway, and the pocket door to the kitchen had been pulled shut. Peering through the crack, Piper could see Rutger leaning against the counter, his long legs stretched out in front of him. He had his arms folded, and he was listening with undivided attention to Gabby, who wiped a tear off her cheek. Piper couldn't hear what they were saying over the music and boisterous conversation from the party, but their body language made it clear she was intruding. Rutger said something. Gabby shrugged and melted into more tears. Putting her head in her hands, her body shook with sobs until she stepped over to Rutger, who gave her a quick hug and pat on the back. The gesture didn't appear to be anything other than a friend comforting another, but it still made Piper's blood boil. That was how it had all started with Sean and Gabby. Friendship, innocent flirting, and the next thing Piper knew, she was on her own, having lost both her best friend and her boyfriend as they went on their merry way. Couldn't Gabby let Piper have anything that made her happy? She was a married woman who shouldn't be seeking comfort in the arms of another man. Piper shoved the door aside hard enough it bounced back, and she had to catch it with her hand. "Ah, there you are." Gabby startled and turned away to the sink, drying her eyes with a dish towel. Rutger grinned, his happiness at seeing Piper written all over his face. It almost made her lose her resolve, but the thought of sinking into the same arms that had just hugged Gabby kept her where she stood. "I'm so glad you made it." Rutger strode over to her and pulled her into an embrace that she didn't reciprocate. Her spine stiffened, and immediately Rutger sensed something was the matter. Holding onto her arms, he stepped away and looked at her, his face one of practiced neutrality. Piper raised her eyebrows. "Are you? I thought I was interrupting something." "Huh?" Rutger's innocence was believable. Before Piper could unleash a verbal punch below the belt, Cody coughed and rubbed his nose with his sleeve. Tilting around Rutger's broad shoulders, Piper spoke to Gabby. "Cody is running a fever and sounds like he has a cold coming on. You probably ought to get him up to bed." Gabby sniffled and pasted on a marvelous smile. "Thanks, Piper. I'll take care of him." Picking Cody up, he snuggled into her. "Come on, baby. Let's get you upstairs so you can rest. Do you want me to sing you a song or read you a book before bed?" Gabby slipped around Piper, and as mad as she was at Gabby, Piper appreciated that she was a doting mother. Her exit left Piper alone with Rutger. Instead of glaring at him, she stared down at the kitchen tile. Rutger reached for her again, but Piper shied away. She was trembling with anger. She wanted to have him explain, but she couldn't think of a single plausible explanation that would placate her. "You look beautiful tonight," he offered. Her eyes flew to his and she stared daggers at him. Too bad it was a waste. He folded his arms and widened his stance. "I'm not sure I understand what you mean." "I was sort of expecting you to meet me at the door, not find you in the darkened kitchen with your arms around Gabby." Rutger's jaw tensed. He'd felt that blow. Reaching around her, he slid the kitchen door shut. Piper had to turn away and did her best not to breathe. His aftershave smelled good enough to make her forget she was spitting mad. "That wasn't what you think it was." "No? Call me paranoid, but Gabby's already stolen one man from me." "You think I'm so weak-minded as to go after a married woman in her own house?" Piper threw her hands up above her head. "I don't know. We barely know each other. But I'd think you'd know me enough to know that I'm not interested in Gabby." "You have a funny way of showing it." Rutger looked away, shoving a hand through his hair and muttering a curse under his breath. "Look, I'm going to tell you in no uncertain terms that nothing is going on between me and Gabby. I was offering her a listening ear as a friend. That's it." "You don't get it." Piper's vision was growing blurry with unshed, frustrated tears. "It doesn't matter if anything is going on between you and her, because when it comes down to it, you chose her over me. You chose to listen to her problems instead of greeting me at the door. Sometimes people's problems don't come at a convenient time." Piper made sure Rutger saw her massive eye roll. "Okay, seriously. You're not understanding, and I need time to process. Good night, Rutger." Piper escaped the kitchen before Rutger could stop her, and she was able to squeeze past the other guests, leaving Rutger and his extensive shoulders to stumble somewhere behind her. Letting herself out the same way she'd come in, she didn't bother zipping up her coat. Anger was burning her from the inside out, and even if the logical part of her was begging her to be rational, she wasn't going to listen. She knew herself well enough to know that when she was hit full force by strong emotion, it was best to let it run its course, preferably with a bag of pretzels and chive cream cheese dip while she wallowed. She made it an entire block, marching as fast as her legs would carry her before Rutger caught up. He was panting, and he ran in front of her to cut her off. "Piper, wait." She shrugged his hand off her shoulder. "I told you there's nothing to talk about. Not right now." "If you'd just listen—" "About what?" The words ripped out of Piper, leaving her throat raw. "That you choose to comfort Gabby instead of being there when I needed you?" "Yes, Rutger. A hello at the front door would have been the thing I needed too, especially after you already left me twiddling my thumbs at home, waiting for a ride. But like always, Gabby grabbed the spotlight with her drama. It wasn't intentional on her part, it just kind of happened." "You still chose her over me." Piper spoke in little more than a whisper, and fatigue hit her like a ton of bricks. Even as Piper could see the conflict her words were creating in Rutger, she couldn't soften her heart. He'd left her feeling abandoned, even if his intentions were noble. It was one of the worst forms of betrayal she could imagine. Hurt veiled behind helping. He shifted from one foot to the other. "They're having marital problems, her and Sean. Everything looks pristine and perfect on the outside, but they're struggling." Holding her arms out to her side, she dropped them against her sides. "And what does that have to do with you? Are you suddenly a marriage counselor? Because if you are, I'll eat my words and apologize right now." Rutger had clamped his mouth and shut down. The way his steely eyes cut into Piper made her shiver, but she reminded herself she had grown a thick skin a long time ago. She'd survive. Looking up at the wondrous night sky, she let out a ragged breath that made the tiredness settle into her bones. She rubbed her hand on her temples, then glanced back at Rutger. He was hiding his defeat well behind a blank expression. "I need some time to sort this all out, and I think maybe you do too."
Chapter 12. Rutger. "Are flowers too much?" Rutger asked Gage, cradling his phone in the crook of his neck. Gage scoffed. "Shannon says you're an idiot if you ever think flowers are too much." Rutger glanced at the bouquet on the seat next to him. I've never been good at apologizing. You don't have to tell me that, Gage quipped. When Rutger didn't laugh with him, Gage apologized. Look, if you ever want to have a shot with a woman, you better figure out how to say you're sorry. I think you know that. Rutger sat in his truck outside the floral shop, still unsure of whether or not he should show up unannounced at Piper's house with the flowers and a sincere apology. It had been 2 days since their spat, and it was killing him to wait. He'd already been planning another low-key Friday night date with her, cooking dinner and enjoying her company before he'd gone and ruined things. He hadn't so much as heard a single syllable from her, and giving her space to simmer was asking him to submit to torture. He'd endured it as best as he could, but hoped she had cooled off enough to at least let him grovel. I know, Rutger said gruffly. The more I thought about what she said, the more I realized she had a point. I screwed up, and I'm willing to admit it. Gage clapped. There you go. Say that to her, and you're golden. Rutger could hear Shannon speaking to Gage, and he amended, Shannon says, say it a little nicer, though. A bit of romance goes a long way, too. Isn't that what the flowers are supposed to be for? Gage held his hand over the phone, muffling Shannon's voice. She says that's a start. Drawing in a substantial breath, Rutger nodded. All right, I'm going to go for it. Godspeed, brother. You'd better call to let me know how it went, or Shannon's going to keep me up all night. She's loved following your soap opera-esque love life. Despite his annoyance that his family was using his dating for their own entertainment, Rutger grinned. It was satisfying when he heard Shannon taking a swipe at Gage, and Gage yelping, acting like he didn't know what it was for. Sounds like you have a little apologizing of your own to do, Rutger said with a chuckle. Quit gloating. At least I know how to melt Shannon's resolve with a heartfelt apology. Sure you do. She's stuck with me this long, hasn't she? Gage laughed. Now go beg Piper's forgiveness and make it right. Mom wants to meet her when we come down for Christmas, and I think she's already hearing wedding bells and counting grandbabies. Another cavalier joke that made Rutger's esophagus feel like it was being crushed. He cleared his throat so he could breathe. I don't even know if the house will be furnished by then. I don't know why y'all are planning on coming here for Christmas when it would be just as easy for me to come back. Gage scoffed. Shannon and Mom have already been shopping online for furniture and have hired a housekeeping army to make sure it's ready. All the furniture is being delivered a couple of days before Christmas, so that should give you time to unpack your junk and be ready to entertain, right? Rutger covered his eyes and groaned. Why do you have to make my life so difficult? Because it's fun. Isn't that what older brothers are supposed to do? Besides, this way, we can meet Piper without asking her to take a mind-numbing 3-hour road trip with you. I wouldn't want to ask her to subject herself to that. Yeah, well, first I have to apologize, Rutger said as his lips ticked up in a grin. He hung up with his brother and put his phone in the cup holder, freeing up his hands to grip the steering wheel. Drumming up the courage he needed, Rutger turned the key and wasted no time driving to Piper's home. When he arrived, he parked along the street and surveyed her property. None of the lights were on inside, and the newest snowfall hadn't been removed from the driveway and sidewalks. He had no idea where she'd go on such short notice, and his spirit wilted, wondering if she was home at all. Deciding to try his luck, he checked the rearview mirror to make sure his hair wasn't totally unkempt, and took the bouquet with him. They were a mix of several flower varieties, none of which he could name, but all of them in some way reminded him of a trait he admired about Piper. The sweet smell, the vibrant color, the delicate petals. Trudging through the snow, he stood on her front porch and rang the doorbell. Immediately, the baying howl of Andy echoed from inside, and he came tearing to the front door. He whined and scratched at it, eventually moving to the bay window at the front, peeking his nose under the curtain so he could see who the intruder was. Seeing Rutger, Andy's whining grew obnoxiously loud. Rutger was about to knock again when he heard shuffling footsteps approaching and the deadbolt unlocking. Opening the door only enough to show half her face, Piper peered out at him with squinted eyes and disheveled hair. "Rutger," she croaked. The palms of his hands went sweaty, and he thrust the flowers at her. "This is for you." She opened the door and took them, and it seemed to take a moment to register why he was there. She dipped her nose close to the flowers for a smell, but her sinuses were stuffy, and it sounded like she could barely breathe. "They're beautiful." She turned her head and sneezed. Andy tried to nose his way out the door, but Piper chastised him and nudged him aside with her foot. Can we talk? Rutger tucked his hands in his pockets, though he would have rather enveloped her in his arms, all of her. Sick and all. Piper rubbed at her sleepy eyes, making Rutger regret his decision to come over without checking first. She looked completely defeated, sapped of any energy she might have had to talk, much less hash out the hiccup they'd had in their budding relationship. She turned away from the door and sneezed again, grabbing a tangled tissue from her robe pocket. I'm sick. I can see that, Rutger said, taking a step closer to show her he wasn't going to back down without showing her he was serious. I'm not afraid of a little cold. Piper blew her nose. Maybe you should be. This one's a doozy. Have you had anything to eat today? Does chamomile tea count? Rutger shook his head and pressed his hand against the door. Piper didn't resist and let him open it, stepping back to make room for him to come inside. He quietly closed the door behind him and blinked to let his eyes adjust to the darkness. I can see that now's probably not a good time to talk, he said. Piper's nod was weak and she seemed to sway on her feet from the effort. Maybe we can catch up in a few days when I'm over the worst of this. Hold on, Rutger said. You're not getting rid of me that easily. If we can't talk, I'm going to take care of you. I'm fine. Really. Piper sneezed into her tissue. You can't sleep for me, and that's what I really need. But I can make you some dinner. Rutger furrowed his brow. Why don't you go lie down, and I'll get caught up on your house chores so you don't have to play catch-up later. Piper's eyes focused on him, and it sent a thrilling chill down him. He loved it when he was the center of her world. All right, I'm too tired to fight you on this. Dinner would be lovely, but honestly, don't worry about the dishes or anything. I'll do them when I'm feeling better in a day or two. I could use a little help clearing the driveway, though. I'm not going out in this weather, in this condition, even if the President of the United States himself was going to stroll on my sidewalk. Understandable. He tamed a grin, not wanting to get his hopes up before she was able to collect her thoughts and honestly tell him what she thought of him. Pointing her toward the bedrooms, Rutger insisted she go get some sleep. Don't worry about a thing, I'll be here when you're ready. In a small voice, Piper thanked him and shuffled to the bedroom. He smiled as he heard her flop onto her bed. Within 5 minutes, she was snoring softly. Rutger might have grown up with more privilege than most, but one thing his parents had made sure he knew how to do was serve. He had meant it when he'd offered help to Piper, and he was going to make good on his word, even if she'd excused him from doing much. Patting his leg, he whistled for Andy to follow him outside. In the garage, he found a shovel hanging in the corner and a milk crate full of tennis balls on a shelf by the back door. Between throwing a ball for Andy and shoveling snow, he cleared every inch of Piper's walkway, finishing with a sprinkling of salt to keep any ice at bay. He swept the living room, took out the trash, and loaded the dishwasher with the stealth of a ninja, though the way Piper was snoring, he doubted she'd hear an atom bomb detonating outside her window. Putting her bouquet in a vase he'd found under the sink, he set them on the table next to the couch. Satisfied he'd done a decent job, he stood in the middle of Piper's living room, taking it all in. It was the first time she'd invited him into her home, and it gave him a more complete picture of who Piper truly was. Her tastes were elegant but splashy, with bold colors and sharp lines. She mixed clean-cut furniture with fluffy accessories, and she had a penchant for playing with light and dark. In a nutshell, Piper was a contradiction. It suited her, and her complexity might have intimidated other men, but it was alluring to Rutger. He had so much to learn about her and had only scratched the surface. He sat on the couch, kept company by Andy, but it wasn't long before he grew restless. He'd never been good at relaxing when he knew there was something more he could do. Checking her fridge, his suspicions were confirmed that she was dangerously low on food, and he'd noticed that she had no Christmas decorations anywhere in the house. Wanting to stay, he knew he'd regret it if he didn't take the chance to surprise her while the opportunity presented itself. Finding a scrap of paper, he scribbled a note, promising he'd return shortly, and left the corner of it tucked under the flower vase. He hoped she'd see it, and even more, he hoped she'd let him back in when he'd finished his errands. He didn't lock the front door behind him, so he wouldn't have to wake her if she was still sleeping when he returned. Driving as fast as he dared, he found the nearest shopping center and got to work, keeping his head down to avoid any unnecessary chatter with anyone who might recognize him. Loading up on Christmas lights and extension cords, he ran through a mental checklist of everything he'd need to pull off his impromptu Christmas miracle. An hour and a half later, Rutger pulled back into Piper's driveway. All the lights except for the reading lamp he'd left on in the living room were still off, and he breathed a sigh of relief that he still had some time. In Piper's garage, he found a ladder that reached the gutters and took it outside. Tearing open the packaging of the decorative Christmas lights he'd bought, he secured them to the gutters across the entire front, plugging them into an extension cord, and set the timer. He hung an oversized wreath on her door and staked in an inflatable Santa Claus right outside her front porch. With the sunlight gone, Piper's house shined cheerfully in the darkness. Rutger was lying on the floor, adjusting the base of the Douglas fir he'd bought to make sure it wasn't leaning, when he heard Piper quietly tiptoe out of the bedroom. "Is that a Christmas tree?" Piper's voice broke, though it was unclear if it was from illness or emotion. He finished tightening the knobs against the tree trunk and rolled over, getting to his feet as he wiped his hands off on his jeans. Piper's eyes were wary, and he was sure she didn't know what to make of him, but part of him liked her uncertainty. She was definitely surprised. Keeping his eyes on the tree, he said, "I think you know my feelings about the essential nature of Christmas trees. I saw you didn't have one, so I figured I'd go bring it to you." Piper stuck her nose in the air and sniffed. "And when did you find the time to make chicken noodle soup?" "You were asleep for quite a while. But even then, I'm not sure I could have gotten this all done in an evening." Rutger glanced at the stove where the pot of soup was simmering. "It's not totally from scratch. No homemade noodles or anything, and I used a pre-roasted rotisserie chicken." Laughing softly, Piper playfully mocked, "Well then, I'm not sure I should be eating it after you spoiled me with from-scratch cooking. How can I possibly go back?" He dared to let himself smile. "I promise, it'll still taste delicious." Opening a box of multicolored strand lights, Rutger wrapped them around the tree while Piper stood silently until she decided to move to the couch, hugging her legs to her chest and resting her chin atop her knees. He knew she was observing him, and he wanted to beg for her to open up, but he knew better than most that prodding wasn't always the best way to get results. He finished the Christmas tree and plugged it in. The tiny gasp that escaped Piper made all the work worth it. "Thank you for putting it up. I feel exceptionally spoiled." He picked up the trash and stepped back from the tree to make sure he hadn't left any gaps in the lighting. "I didn't have a chance to buy any ornaments, so it's a little plain." "It's lovely, thank you." "Are you hungry?" he asked, stuffing the trash back into the shopping bag. She nodded. "I think a bit of my appetite is coming back, though I'm not sure how I'm going to swallow it around this sore throat. It seriously feels like everything from the back of my tongue backward is on fire. I'm being jabbed with hot steaks, and I drank a vial of acid." "That sounds miserable." She sneezed into a tissue. "It is." "Hang on, I've got something for sore throats." Rutger jogged to the kitchen where he turned off the stove. Finding the bowls and spoons, he filled one with soup, grabbed a bag of a variety of medicines he'd purchased, and stopped by the freezer to bring a popsicle with him. Setting his offering down in front of Piper, she was rendered speechless. He ripped the paper off the popsicle and offered it to her, which she gratefully accepted. Setting out the medicine and another box of Kleenex on the coffee table, he said, "I didn't go rifling through your medicine cabinet, so I thought it would be best if I brought the selection to you. I'm not sure what kind of stuff you do or don't like to take for a cold." Enjoying her fruit popsicle, letting the juice slide down her throat, Piper reached for a cough drop. Her movements were more animated than they had been when he'd first surprised her, but something about them was still mechanical. Her guard was up to keep Rutger safely at bay. Curling back up on the couch when she finished her popsicle, she spoke in a low voice. "Why are you doing all of this?" Resisting the urge to pace the room to work off his nervous energy, he sat in an armchair next to the couch. His knee started bouncing wildly, so he stretched out his legs and crossed one boot over the other. "Because you're worth it, Piper." A single tear slid down her cheek, and she made no attempt to stop it. "I was so rotten to you at Gabby and Sean's. I haven't been able to stop thinking how unfairly I treated you. You were trying to be a good friend and help someone in their time of need, while I was stomping my feet and basically throwing a temper tantrum that I wasn't the center of attention. Who is that petty? Rutger knelt next to her and took her hand in his. Please, don't be so hard on yourself. She reached for a tissue. If I'm not hard on myself, no one else is going to be. But why do you have to be so unsympathetic? Her shoulders rose and fell. I kinda can't help it. It's how I get results. I haven't gotten as far as I have in life by being easy on myself. Rutger thought for a moment before speaking. I get wanting to improve and be the best version of yourself. But when we are talking about giving people a bit of grace, that includes yourself too. It's hard to extend it to ourselves, but you should be kind to yourself. I have a belief that you can't love others if you aren't able to love yourself. You're truly the most wonderful woman I've ever met. I wish I could help you see it. More tears tumbled from Piper's eyes and they dripped onto her lap, soaking into her pajama bottoms. You're probably premature in your assessment. I'm so flawed. How could anyone ever love anyone as broken as me? Can I share the cow poo analogy with you that my grandma used to use to explain heartache? Piper giggled, patting away the tear trails from her cheeks as she nodded. I'm all ears. Grandma used to say that heartache is like a cow pie. On the surface, it might appear to be baked dry in the sun, but if you make the mistake of stepping on it, you might get the nasty surprise of finding out it's still fresh underneath. Piper smirked, eyeing him sideways. So you're saying people's heartache might appear to have been healed, while underneath it's still gooey? Exactly, Rutger said with a chuckle. Piper slumped back against the couch and thought a moment about what he'd said. Your grandma sounds like she was very wise and intuitive. Best farm grandmother ever was, Rutger said. Look, my point is, thinking that you're unlovable because you have broken parts is like assuming that sunlight can't shine through a broken window. Even some cracked and sharp glass can't keep out the sunlight. That's the amazing thing about light, and the same applies to love. On some level, everybody is scarred and battered, but trust, humility, the desire to love and be loved, well, that's what truly puts everything back into place. It can make a more beautiful creation than it ever could have been on its own. Piper stared at her fuzzy holiday socks. That's a beautiful sentiment. Hooking his finger under her chin, he coaxed her gaze up to meet his. It's more than a nice thought. I mean it because I've experienced it myself. Love can hurt people worse than any weapon known to man, but it has infinitely greater power to bind us back together. Piper tried to speak, but a wet cough hung in her chest, and soon she wasn't able to do anything but lie back on the couch. I'm sorry, she managed. I've finally succumbed to all the kitty germs and am paying the price for it. You don't need to apologize, I do. For what? Seriously, you were being a good person, and I ripped you to shreds because of it. But I also think you're right that when you love someone, you prioritize them over anything else. I've been known to forget that on occasion. Piper shared a small smile with him. You said love. Rutger swallowed, though his mouth had gone dry. I did, and I don't use it lightly. As flawed as I am, I do know what love means. At least I think I do. No one's perfect, right? I'm at the top of that list. I highly doubt that. Regardless, I need to ask for your forgiveness. I've been miserable the last 2 days knowing I'd hurt you. That was never my intention, and if I'm lucky, I hope to never do it again. Piper regarded him, and he knew that she took forgiveness seriously. She wasn't going to give it unless she actually meant it. After a few tense seconds, she nodded. Of course, it's water under the bridge. I hope you can forgive me too. There was never anything to forgive. Piper played with the tips of his hair, swooping it off to the side for him, and trailed her nails down his cheek to his jawline. He would have given anything in the world to softly kiss her, but it was going to take time. He was satisfied with resting his chin on her knee and letting her stroke her fingers across his unshaven stubble. A shiver racked her whole body, and she drew her robe closer around her. Does it feel cold to you? He shook his head. I think I worked up a sweat dragging that Christmas tree in here. Can I get you a blanket? She reached to the back of the couch and pulled down a knit throw she had draped across it. This is all I've got, without dragging the duvet off my bed, or that awful itchy wool blanket I used for the parade. She shivered again. It's probably just a residual low-grade fever that's giving me the chills. Rutger stood up and looked at her coiled up under the tiny blanket. That thing is pathetic. It'd hardly be big enough to swaddle a baby. She chuckled. It's fine. I just need to let my body work it out. Rutger was ready to head for her bedroom to get her comforter when the doorbell rang. She looked to Rutger, who shrugged. Are you expecting someone? Not that I know of. He poked his thumb toward the door. You want me to get it? Piper readjusted herself into the corner of the couch. She looked so small and childlike, and she coughed again. If you wouldn't mind. The fewer people I come in contact with, the better. Rutger didn't have to be told twice. He went to the door with Andy on his heels and looked out of the frosted glass. There was no one outside that he could see. Opening the door, he scanned her front yard, but still saw no one. When he turned the knob, Andy slipped out the door and sniffed at a package that had been set at her doorstep, with nothing more than a few partial footprints made from someone dashing across the yard. He called back to Piper. Looks like you have a secret Santa. Really? I have no idea who it might be from. Rutger brought in the package. It was large but light, calling Andy back inside with him. Piper sat up, and Rutger delivered the present to her lap. A secret admirer? Rutger bounced his eyebrows, making Piper giggle. I highly doubt that. Other than you, I haven't had anyone in town I'd even call a suitor. Unless, of course, you arranged this and you're really behind it. He held up his hands as a show of innocence. As many skills as I have, the ability to be in two places at once isn't in my repertoire. Why don't you open it up? Maybe it'll give you a clue. She tore off the paper, a grin pulling her whole expression into a giddy smile. It's a blanket. Her laugh was as melodic as Christmas bells chiming at church. Can you believe it? Rutger helped her open the soft fleece blanket and draped it across her. She stretched her legs along the length of the couch and snuggled the blanket up under her chin. Rutger sat down next to her feet and put them on his lap, massaging them lightly through her socks. It's pretty perfect timing, if you ask me. She smirked at him, a calculating look on her face. I'm still not convinced you weren't part of this. If I might quote another childhood favorite, cross my heart and hope to die, I can't take any credit for the well-timed blanket. Piper's eyelids grew heavy as her shivering subsided. It may be a mystery we never uncover, but I know for sure that you've been an integral part of bringing the spirit of Christmas back into my life, and for that, I am forever grateful.
Chapter 13. Piper. All right, Cynthia. I'm going to send in an electronic prescription to the pharmacy for your sinus infection, so it should be waiting for you when you get there, Piper said, as she typed in the prescription on her tablet. Anything else I can do for you today? Cynthia shook her head, and somehow still looked cheerful despite having the same cold from which it had taken Piper an entire week to feel back to normal. Wiping her red nose with a tissue, she smirked. Not unless you have any news about that handsome cowboy you've been seeing that might mean he's free for me to step in and try to catch his eye. Piper spun in her chair, pretending she was looking for a pamphlet for Cynthia about the best home remedies for treating the common cold when she was actually trying to hide the ridiculous smile on her face. After Rutger had literally brought Christmas to her house and had cared for her so attentively, the unsteadiness of their relationship had dissipated. Rutger was everything he said he'd be, and more. Every day after work, she'd found something on her front porch to cheer her up until Rutger could join her. A poinsettia, a bag of her favorite chips, more flowers. She wondered how she'd gotten so lucky. Even Sean, as good as he'd been to her, had never gone to so much effort to win her over. Sliding the trifold pamphlet from the wall display, she handed it to Cynthia as she tamped down her smile. Sorry, but we're still a thing. Cynthia shrugged and grabbed her purse. Can't blame me for trying. You certainly got lucky snagging him first, because every other single woman in town is in line behind you. Piper chuckled and opened the office door. I'll remember that. Thanking Piper, Cynthia left for the checkout desk. Leaning over the counter, Piper reached for the list of patients in the waiting room to see if there was anyone else. Think you can fit in one more before your shift ends? The urgent care nurse slid across the office space on her rolling chair. A mother's here with her son. What are his symptoms? Persistent cold, earache, sore throat. He looks miserable. If you'd rather I have them wait until the next doctor comes in so you don't have to stay late, I can change the television to cartoons to try and distract him. The nurse handed Piper the intake paperwork so she could look for herself. She froze a minute when she skimmed across the patient's parent. Gabby was here with Cody. Piper faltered, but recovered quickly. No, let's get him in here. He's a patient of mine at my clinic, and he's been sick for a while. I'd like to see what's going on. Retreating to the break room to get herself a drink of water and trying to calm the quivering nerves that had blindsided her while the nurse got Cody settled in an examination room, Piper tried to remember what it was Rutger had told her to help her feel confident around Gabby. Forgiveness. People were imperfect, and it was about recognizing that everyone had their shortcomings. The nurse poked her head in the break room. They're ready for you. Piper thanked her and took the folder, reviewing his vitals. Cody's temperature was 103, and after more than a week since she'd found him sick at Sean and Gabby's Christmas party, he still hadn't improved. A pang of pity hit Piper squarely in the chest. He had to be absolutely miserable. She opened the door to Cody and Gabby with a smile. Gabby's eyes flashed to Piper and her features tightened, but Piper pretended not to notice. She needed to get Cody feeling better and back to the active, happy boy he was typically. "Cody, what's going on? I was hoping you'd be better by now," Piper said, leaning against the examination table. He shook his head and Gabby answered for him. "I've tried everything I can think of, but he's been getting worse. Now his ears are aching, and he probably has a sinus infection too. This cold that's been going around has been getting the best of a lot of people. It's certainly knocked me off my feet." Gabby played with Cody's hair and stared at him. "The rest of us caught it after the party, but we're all mostly better. I'm not sure why he's taking so long to recover." Everybody reacts differently to things attacking their bodies. Piper patted her hand on the examination table, asking Cody to sit down so she could check him over. Gabby picked him up and put him on the crinkly paper, never letting go of his hand. "Have you been staying up late, trying to spot Santa Claus? Or have you been getting the sleep you need?" Cody shook his head and yawned. "I don't stay up late. I'm too sleepy." "All right, good. Well, let's figure out what we can do to get you feeling better. I don't want you miserable on Christmas of all days." Piper took the stethoscope off her neck and listened to his heart and lungs. Everything in there sounds healthy, which is good news, but that also means we're looking somewhere else for the culprit. Piper ran through a full physical and confirmed that he had an ear and sinus infection and that he had a nasty case of strep. "Is he going to be all right?" Gabby smoothed her hand up and down Cody's back, and he leaned into his mother, his eyelids drooping and his blinking slow. "I feel bad I didn't bring him in sooner, but I thought he was on the rebound when he took a turn for the worse. You'll have to go pick up several prescriptions to clear up all these infections, but with a regiment of pain meds and rest, he should feel like $1,000,000 by this time tomorrow." She patted Cody on the knee. "I'm sorry I can't get you feeling better much faster than that, but I bet if you asked, your mom would get you your very own box of popsicles. That helped me when I had a sore throat." Cody nodded. Gabby slipped his coat on, and he looked like he was going to fall asleep on her shoulder. Though Piper still hoped for the day when she could have the honor of being a mother, she no longer felt a jealous ache toward Gabby. It was the first time Piper hadn't felt like she'd had something stolen from her. It was a relief to have that burden removed from her. And before Rutger, she wasn't sure she actually could have ever felt that way. Piper gathered her things. "Have a Merry Christmas, you two." Gabby reached for her sleeve. "Piper, I need to say something." She had known this conversation would come someday. Piper remembered when she had had it with Sean, a long time ago, when he'd sheepishly apologized for the ending of their relationship because of his interest in Gabby. The funny thing was that Piper had never been very angry with him. Maybe it was because, in the back of her mind, she had known their relationship was already showing signs of fizzling out. But Gabby hadn't known that, and that's why her stealing Sean had felt like a betrayal on a very personal level. Piper shut the door and hugged the paper file close to her chest. It wasn't a shield, but it might as well have been. "What is it?" Gabby looked deflated. Her usual smile had become a frown, and her chin quivered slightly. Timid, shy, scared of the unknown. Piper had rarely seen Gabby that way, since she lived behind a facade of unending happiness. Gabby let out a long breath through her lips. "First of all, I'm not going to apologize for falling in love with Sean." Piper blinked slowly, wondering if she'd heard correctly. "Excuse me?" Gabby sighed again, this time in frustration, and sat down in the chair, her arms struggling to hold Cody, who was snoozing. "What I mean is, I don't think people can help matters of the heart. Even though you never said anything about your relationship with Sean being anything but wonderful, everyone already knew it was faltering." Piper's heartbeat thudded in her ears. This wasn't anything how she had imagined an apology from Gabby would be. Then again, the deflecting blame felt very much like one of her defensive tactics. "You couldn't have waited until we broke up to swoop in and take him? Or talked to me?" Gabby's mouth gaped open and shut. Piper had hit the nail on the head. Looking back, I realize I should have been more forthright with my feelings, but I swear, nothing happened between us before Sean broke up with you other than some light-hearted flirting. It kind of evolved from a friendship into something more, without either of us realizing it, and before we knew it, it was something undeniable. We were in love. Piper's cheeks grew hot, and she glanced at the door, wondering if she should walk out to escape the discomfort. She didn't owe Gabby anything. Noticing the torment in Gabby's face, Piper made the conscious choice to give her a chance to say her piece. Letting Gabby get off her chest what had obviously been bothering her for a while would be Piper's Christmas gift to her. When she was done, Piper gave Gabby insight into the special kind of pain that she'd gone through. "You know what hurts the most in all of this?" Piper asked. Gabby remained silent, watching her with her big, dark eyes. Her head shook almost imperceptibly. "It's that you cut me out of your life. You're right. I don't think Sean and I would have ultimately ended up together, and I could understand if I never heard from him again. But my best friend? You started seeing him, and for some reason, you felt you had to trade me in too? You stopped responding to phone calls, you pretended you didn't see me when we'd cross paths on campus. When the wedding rolled around, you didn't invite me? That was the cruelest betrayal of all." Gabby's frown deepened, and she tried to put on a brave face, but her walls were crumbling. A sob shook her whole body, and she pinched her eyes shut, releasing a pair of tears that raced down her cheeks. "That is what I'm so sorry about," Gabby said through another sob. "I wasted so much time, lost my best friend because of my pride. I couldn't admit to you that I was uncomfortable with seeing Sean for fear you'd think less of me for falling in love with him, while you two were still together. So, in my insecurity, I pretended you didn't mean as much to me as you did. I willingly hurt us both, and for that, I am truly sorry." The words held their own kind of power that filled a small hole in Piper's heart that had never truly healed. Gabby had been like a sister to her, and it had been devastating to lose her without so much as an explanation. At that moment, a loving forgiveness washed over Piper, and she didn't have an ounce of resentment toward Gabby. It was entirely freeing. Tears slid down Piper's own cheeks. "I'm sorry, too. I don't think I handled things the best I could either. I could have sat down to talk with you instead of pretending the situation didn't exist, and I certainly didn't have to vilify you in my own mind to make myself feel better. I could have been a peacemaker, then both of us could have been on the mend." Gabby reached for a tissue on the counter and patted dry the streaks of tears, being careful not to smudge her mascara. "That's exactly how I feel, like I've missed so much time that we can never get back." "How are things with you and Sean?" The question hung between them before Piper stopped to think about it. Shame contorted Gabby's features again. "Rutger told you?" "He mentioned it. I kind of figured something was the matter at your party." Chuckling ruefully, Gabby smiled, but it wobbled. "I suppose there's a great irony to all of this. That we were so madly in love, but a decade later, we're going to couples therapy. What you have is worth fighting for. No one is looking down on you for working through your differences." It was scary, but I'm so grateful for Rutger suggesting we look into it. Sean and I, we just are both so ambitious, and have let some things get in the way of our relationship. We're going to get back on track. It'll be good for both of us." Piper took a breath before answering, "I'm glad." Gabby touched Piper's arm. "I'm happy for you too. Rutger's a great guy, and you've done him worlds of good. He's clearly falling hard for you." It wasn't hard for Piper to hide her giddiness. "Thanks. He's been..." Words for Rutger felt so inadequate. "He's been worth the wait." "How about after the new year when things calm down, we go to lunch together and catch up?" The question surprised Piper, but she took the olive branch Gabby was extending. "I'd like that." Gabby looked like she'd tossed a ton of bricks off her back, and she stood a little taller. "Good. I'm looking forward to it too. I'm sure you had all sorts of exciting things happen to you while we were on a hiatus." "I do have some stories," Piper said with a closed-mouth smile. Rocking slowly to keep Cody asleep, Gabby slung her coach purse onto her shoulder. "Are you having dinner with Rutger's family tonight?" One of Piper's eyebrows slowly raised. "I'm supposed to be heading there now. How did you..." "Oh, it wasn't from Rutger. No, his mom and sister-in-law were into the furniture warehouse early this morning with their 2 boys. They were picking out a few final pieces for Rutger's place. Now that they've seen his house is complete, we got to talking, and once I said I knew you, they couldn't stop gushing about you. As far as they're concerned, you're an absolute miracle worker." Piper was sure her cheeks were as red as holly berries, even though she tried to play it cool. "Is that so?" "Totally. They said before Rutger came, he was withdrawn and moody and kept to himself. Somehow you've been able to reignite his zest for life that hasn't been there for a very long time." "I think we've both been good for each other," Piper grinned. "That's the best kind of relationship." Silence fell between them, indicating their conversation had run its course. Rocking back and forth on her feet when Cody started to rouse, Gabby said, "I should let you go." "You have a big evening ahead of you." Nervous flutters swarmed Piper's stomach, and she knew exactly why. She wanted to impress Rutger's family, and though he'd reassured her 1,000 times that they'd love her as much as he did, the upcoming dinner was intimidating. "I'll get these prescriptions for Cody and ask if they can rush it for you." She reached over and patted Cody's shoulder. "I hope he feels better soon. But if he isn't, call my office. The nurse on call will get a hold of me, or call me directly, I don't mind." Gabby nodded and slipped out the door, leaving Piper alone to collect her thoughts. So much had changed in so short a time that in some ways, her life seemed unrecognizable. If someone had asked her even a month ago if she could ever be friends with Gabby again, she would have laughed them to scorn. But now? The thought didn't seem as ludicrous as it once had. Piper finished her paperwork in record time and clocked out of the urgent care clinic for a blissfully long holiday weekend without any interruptions. Rutger had promised her good food and good company, and that was all Piper needed to make Christmas complete.
Chapter 14. Rutger. It hurt to sit back against the couch, so Rutger bent over, resting his elbows on his legs. He didn't want to get his brand new couch dirty anyway. If Shannon so much as saw a speck of dirt on the ivory leather, she'd give him a verbal lashing that would make him wish he'd just gone ahead and sat on the floor. He positioned an ice pack over his shoulder, though it did little to relieve the dull throb that he couldn't seem to reach. He was contemplating making his way up to the bathroom to see if the medicine box had been unpacked. Somewhere there was an extra-strength Tylenol with his name on it, but before he could get up to hunt for it, the doorbell rang. Rutger winced as he pushed himself off the couch and walked slowly, trying not to jar anything in his body. He swung open the front door and Piper nearly tackled him with a fierce hug. He tried his best not to groan in pain, but a small whimper eked out. Piper dropped her arms and stepped back. She'd heard him, and the concern on her face was endearing. "I'm fine," he said before she could say anything. She scoffed, shaking her head at his pathetic attempt to hide his discomfort from her. "I'm not going to think any less of you if you stubbed your toe. I'm not under any sort of delusion that you're unbreakable." "Really, I'm fine." "Liar," she said. "All you're going to do is worry if I tell you what happened." She frowned. "No, I'm not." Rutger raised an eyebrow at her. Now, who's the liar? Fine, Piper said. I worry because I care. So sue me. Why are you still trying to evade the subject? Just tell me what happened. Because I've been hurt worse. Piper folded her arms and drummed her fingers on her sleeves. You practically cried when I gave you a hug. You nearly crushed me with your inhuman strength. Piper tipped her head back and laughed as she shrugged off her coat and hung it next to her purse on the coat rack. Come on, spill it. I've got all evening, and maybe it'll take my mind off my nerves. What are you nervous about? Piper glared. If you weren't hurt, I'd punch you right now. Are you worried about my family? Bobbing her head back and forth, she said, Well, yeah. Aren't you ever nervous when you meet your significant other's family? He started to shrug but stopped short when his muscles reminded him not to move so much. It's been long enough that I can't really say. I don't know what you're worried about, though. I've told you 1,000 times that they're going to love you. Your opinion is biased and can't be trusted. Rutger pulled her close, settling her in against his chest and under the crook of his right arm. Just trust me. By the end of the night, they're going to love you more than they ever did me. Piper grinned, and whether what he said calmed her or not, she didn't say. She scrunched her lips and tapped them with her pointer finger. Were you reliving your rodeo clown days and thought it would be fun to tease a bull? Is that how you got hurt? Rutger knew he wasn't going to escape. Nothing so fun. Oh, Piper said. Is it one of those injuries where it's too embarrassing to tell anyone? Like you slipped on a pillow and ended up breaking your foot? Rutger's laugh was joined by Piper's, and he made a face. How would that even be possible? Piper tisked. Hey, it's possible. It happened to me in middle school, and I still have no idea how I did it. It's a medical mystery, but I ended up in a walking cast for a month. Come on, I shared one of my embarrassing stories. Now it's your turn. Rutger rolled his shoulder, trying to ease the knots in his muscles, but it sent a searing pain down to his bones. Things were definitely starting to swell and feel tight. Remember how I said I don't care much for riding horses? Piper stopped. She slipped out from under his arm and went back to grab her purse. She nudged him toward the couch. Let me have a look. I don't need a doctor. It's nothing a little time and ice won't take care of. Well, then pretend I'm not a doctor, and instead, I'm a concerned girlfriend who wants to make sure you didn't permanently damage anything. Now sit. Rutger obediently slumped onto the couch. Fine, but don't think I'm wanting you to spend more time than you already do doctoring people. Piper rummaged through her purse and pulled out an impressively large first aid kit. Don't worry about it. If I hated taking care of other people, then I wouldn't be a doctor, now would I? I'll give you that. I don't want you to think I'm taking advantage of your skills. Piper stepped around in front of him and cupped a hand to his face. Her eyes caught the crackling light of the fire, giving him a peek into the deepest parts of her being. He could have stared a lifetime longer if his gaze wasn't drawn to her mouth. He was still waiting for the perfect opportunity to kiss her. He was expecting angels to sing and trumpets to blast from on high when it did finally happen. I am happy to put my skills to good use, and don't for a second think you're trying to get a free appointment out of me. Besides, consider this payback for taking care of me when I was under the weather. Piper tugged at the collar of his shirt, and he did his best not to complain. He must have been bleeding a little because it felt like the fabric had fused to his skin. How are you feeling, by the way? So much better. I think this is the first day I haven't had any lingering symptoms, which I'm grateful for. I'm impressed you didn't catch it from me, though, as much as you were hanging out at my house while I was hacking up a lung. Must be my tough cowboy antibodies. Rutger could tell by the pause that she'd rolled her eyes. I'd like to see how healthy you are after you've been sneezed on for the umpteenth time by some darling sick little child. Pass. Rutger grinned. Piper tugged a little more on his shirt, and Rutger had to undo the second button so she didn't choke him. I can't see the damage here. Can you undo a couple of buttons so I can get a better look? Rutger undid the buttons and gingerly pulled his arms from the shirt. A rash of goosebumps spread on his arms as he adjusted to the cooler temperature without his flannel on, and only had a thin undershirt to keep him warm. How's that? I wouldn't tear up a perfectly good shirt, but this one looks like you dragged it behind your truck for a week. Do you care if I go ahead and cut out a larger patch? It looks like you scraped yourself up pretty badly. Rutger gave her the go-ahead. Do what you've got to do. Piper headed for the kitchen, asking over her shoulder, "Where can I find the scissors?" "They're in the kitchen, third drawer from the left, I think." He could hear Piper rummaging through drawers as she searched, but it hurt too much to turn from where he was already situated. Maybe it was the third drawer from the right. I can't remember. I'm still getting used to my house. Aha! Found them. She shoved the drawer shut and her heels clicked along the wood floor as she hurried back. "So I'm still waiting for the details of your horseback incident." The blades of the scissors were cold against his skin, but Piper cut cautiously. "I was moving the heifers in with the bull in the west pasture and had to take one of the horses, since the snow is getting too deep out there for an ATV. When the bull got a bit defensive, my horse bolted and sidestepped fast enough that I got tossed into a line of barbed wire." Piper sucked in a breath through her teeth. "Ouch." It did smart a bit, but you should have seen the look on the horse's face. He was so apologetic about acting like an idiot that he didn't even run off. I guess I am glad for not having to walk a mile back to the house with a banged-up shoulder. There's your undying optimism. Complaining doesn't seem to make things any better. Piper finished cutting a chunk out of his shirt and took a minute to assess the damage. "I need to get this cleaned up better, but it doesn't look like you'll need stitches. You can move your arm, right?" He raised and lowered his left arm to demonstrate. "It's sore, and I'm definitely going to be bruised, but yes, I can move it." "Good. It hasn't slipped out of the socket. As far as bruising, you're not going to have to wait long. It looks like you landed so hard on the fence that you already have a purple and blue impression of it across your back. You're lucky the barbed wire didn't tear you up any more than it did." Ripping open a package of sterilized gauze pads, she soaked them with an antiseptic cleanser. "Fair warning, this is going to sting a bit." Gritting his teeth, Rutger did his best not to complain. Piper didn't hold back, and it felt like she was scrubbing off his first layer of skin. When she was satisfied with her cleaning job, she unfolded several large gauze pads and smeared a healthy amount of antibiotic ointment on the top one. Taping it to his shoulder, she stood up, gathering her first aid kit and crumpling up the garbage. When she returned from the trash, Rutger reached for her hand and tugged her closer. She sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his torso and resting her chin on his uninjured shoulder. There was so much Rutger wanted to say, but it felt like they were communicating just fine. Piper breathed in deeply and played with the wisps of hair that were starting to curl around his ears. He listened to the steady beat of her heart and felt his join in unison with hers. Brushing her hair from her brow, he moved her face away so he could look at her again. His voice was husky and low as he spoke. He didn't want to break any of the magic between them by messing it up by talking. "Piper." "Yes?" she said, barely a whisper. "There's been something I've wanted to do for a long time." Pink-colored Piper's cheeks and a nervous grin moved her lips. "And what's that?" He wrapped his hand around the back of her neck, beneath her silky hair, and drew her an inch closer. "Would it be too forward of me if I kissed you?" Her smile grew, finding its way up to the crinkle of skin around her eyes. "I thought you'd never ask." Time seemed to stand still as the expectation of their first kiss came to an end. Piper closed her eyes, and Rutger couldn't help but admire her beauty. Her full lashes, the slope of her nose, her kissable lips. Bringing her nearer, his heart hammered so hard he was sure it was going to crack his ribs. Closing his own eyes, he could feel the electric pull of Piper. He'd been waiting for this moment entirely too long for his liking, but as impatient as he was, he wanted to remember every minute detail. He could not believe his luck when the doorbell rang, repeatedly. Piper was on her feet, looking like her heart was about to eject from her chest. "Is this a common occurrence at your house?" "No, part of the appeal of country living is the lack of interruptions." Rutger worked his jaw and tried to adjust himself on the couch so he could turn to look out the window facing the front. It was difficult with his stiff neck. "Is that Garrett?" Piper peeked tentatively toward the front. "Does he have 2 little boys?" No, that must be my nephews. I guess I didn't realize what time it was. They're here for dinner, and I haven't even started cooking." Piper walked past him, a flirtatious smirk on her lips as she ruffled his hair. "How about we let them in first? Or would you rather I leave them out on the porch until we've had a moment alone? Rutger rubbed the stubble on his jaw. I vote for suggestion B. It's not that cold out there. As she swiped playfully at him, he circled her wrist and kissed the back of her hand. She laughed and sauntered toward the door, aware he was watching her. You stay put. I'll let them in. The second Piper opened the door, the house was a flurry of commotion. Rutger's nephews, Shiloh and Chester, spilled into the entryway and ran straight inside without so much as a hello to Piper. Shannon tried to remind them of their manners, but they were too wound up with the excitement of travel and the holiday season. Shiloh flopped down next to Rutger, his dark hair grown almost to his eyes. He reminded Rutger of himself when he was younger in looks and personality. He was quick to smile and loved a good practical joke, but he was quiet enough that nobody ever suspected him. Is that your girlfriend? Shiloh asked in a whisper. Rutger jerked his thumb toward the door. That pretty lady who was nice enough to let you in? Shiloh nodded, and it made Rutger think for a moment. They hadn't ever said anything to make it official, but they'd been on multiple dates, definitely felt a magnetic attraction for each other. Heck, they'd even had their first quarrel. Yeah, I guess you could call her that. Once Chester had run a couple of laps around the house to investigate, he flopped down on Rutger's knee. He groaned under his nephew's weight, but didn't kick him off. Rutger rustled his hair. Hey, Chestnut, what's up? Your girlfriend is really pretty, he said, his furrowed brow conveying his seriousness. I'm going to marry someone like that when I grow up. Rutger wrapped him in a hug. I think you've got a while before you need to think about that kind of commitment to a girl. Yeah, Shiloh said. Girls are gross. Chester pointed an accusatory finger at his older brother. That's what you say, but I see you making gaga eyes at Marcy every Sunday at church. Not true! Shiloh jumped out of his seat. Rutger was thrown into the middle of their spat, but with his bum shoulder, he was barely able to keep them from swinging their fists at each other. Boys! Shannon barked as she walked into the room. Shiloh and Chester froze. This here is Piper, Rutger's girlfriend. You might not have noticed her since you plowed over her when you came in. Say hello. Rutger appreciated Shannon's directness. She didn't hesitate to call Piper what she was. In unison, the boys greeted Piper, and Chester's bashful giggle brought Piper's hands over her heart. He loved her a little bit more. The way children made her eyes light up was one of the special pieces that made up her personality. Shannon put her hands on her hips. Since you seem to have so much free time on your hands that you're able to squabble, I want you boys to take the suitcases up the stairs to the guest bedrooms. They both groaned but didn't argue. Wheeling them from the entry to the base of the steps, they struggled to pull them up until they abandoned one suitcase and worked on the smaller together. Piper crossed her arms and her lips curled with an appreciative smile. I have to say, that is probably the most unique way I've heard of a parent breaking up a fight. Shannon shrugged and dropped down onto the couch, putting her feet on the edge of the coffee table. Boys are like these balls of energy, and if you don't focus it somewhere while they're too young to figure out what to do with it, they'll inevitably start wrestling. Isn't that an unfair generalization of boys? Rutger challenged. Piper was standing by the edge of the couch, looking unsure of where she should sit. Rutger inconspicuously patted his lap. She shook her head, and he had to pinch his lips to keep from laughing at the mortified look on her face. He mouthed to her that he was kidding, patted the cushion next to him, and beckoned her to sit. She did. Rutger draped his arm across the back of the couch, and she edged closer to him ever so slightly. Don't believe me? Shannon scoffed. Ask your mother. Mama, is that true? Rutger asked. His mother joined the circle, sitting on the love seat and glancing briefly at the fire. She had a perpetual smile on her face, and the silver rims of her glasses framed her sprightly eyes. Oh, boys, yes, at least mine were. Always at each other's throats, though they were best friends. I, for one, never understood it. That's because you didn't have Rutger as a little brother, Gage said, strolling over with Dad. He slugged Rutger in his bad arm hard enough that he saw stars. Oh, you might not want to do that, Piper said tentatively. He banged himself up pretty good this afternoon. Whoops. Gage took a seat next to Shannon, taking her left hand and twining his fingers with hers. What did you do this time? Some barbed wire fence got the best of me, Rutger said, hoping his answer was simple enough that it didn't arouse suspicion. No such luck. Gage sat forward on the couch, a mocking smile crossing his face and narrowing his eyes. You fell off a horse, didn't you? Rutger looked away. A horse may have had something to do with it. Gage howled with laughter, and he slapped his knee. You have got to be the worst cowboy who's ever graced God's green earth. Piper stifled a snigger, and it took the sting away from Gage's teasing. Rutger moved to pull Piper in closer, but a fresh wave of pain stopped him. Looking up, Piper asked, Do you want me to get you some pain meds? I've got some in my first aid kit. It'd take the edge off at least, and help with the swelling. Nah, I'll run and get some from upstairs. I should probably start on dinner, though, or we're not going to be eating until midnight. Gage grimaced. You haven't even started cooking yet? That's just super. I skipped lunch today because I know I always overeat at your house. Shannon elbowed him. You and your stomach. If you're so hungry, why don't you go in there and cook? Because unless you want something other than cheesy grits or possibly burned pancakes, you know I'm pretty useless in the kitchen, Gage said. Mom muttered, Not for lack of trying on my part to teach you. Rutger tried to push himself off the couch, but everything ached. He wished he would have just walked out to the pasture to chase the cows instead of taking a horse. He had even been careful in choosing one he knew to be level-headed. So much for that assessment. Rutger, go get yourself some ibuprofen, Shannon said without any reservation. And change your shirt while you're at it. It's been cut to shreds and it smells like cattle. You're going to make your whole house stink if you aren't careful about not sitting on the furniture in your work clothes. Yes, Mom. Rutger grinned when Shannon stuck her tongue out at him. With Piper's help, he made it to his feet. He twisted at his waist, letting his spine pop from the movement, and wondered if he'd be able to get his shirt off over his head at all, or if he could get away with putting on a new button-up shirt over the top and calling it good. At the risk of sounding old-fashioned, I think we ladies should have a little girl time in the kitchen, so Rutger can be on the mend, Shannon said, standing up with a sort of confidence that made it clear she expected a yes. Piper? Peg? What do you say? Rutger's dad helped shove his mom to her feet, while she laughed and cracked a joke about aging gracefully. Pushing her glasses back up her nose, she moved for the kitchen. I, for one, enjoy cooking, so count me in. Piper? Shannon raised her eyebrows. Piper's not very... Rutger stopped himself as he searched for the right word. Very what? Piper asked with one raised eyebrow. He laughed, trying to backpedal, but knowing perfectly well he'd painted himself into a corner. Very comfortable in the kitchen. He breathed a small sigh of relief for his recovery. Piper looked to Shannon and shrugged. It's true, I'm pretty terrible at it. Nonsense, Shannon said, tearing Piper away from Rutger. If you can follow directions, then you can cook. Okay, Piper's tone dripped with sarcasm. I don't want to say I told you so when I ruined something, but tuck that thought in the back of your mind. Come on, girlie, female bonding time. Shannon towed Piper to the kitchen. Gage, can you and Grandpa make sure those boys are getting the suitcases put away? And didn't give up halfway into their consequence? Gage got up. On it. Rutger watched Piper get sucked into the kitchen with Shannon, and though some might have felt sorry for her, Shannon was like a sister to Rutger. Piper was in good hands. Looking over her shoulder, Piper mouthed the words, "Help me," with a desperate plea in her eyes, but Rutger let her go. Shannon might be painfully honest at times, but more than likely, she'd be a patient teacher for Piper and was going to talk up Rutger in a way that would make him seem like he descended from heaven above. He twiddled his fingers and winked at Piper as he stood on the bottom step. Shannon, impatient to get started, gave one final prod. Get marching, Piper. We have some getting to know each other to do.
Chapter 15. Piper. Everyone in Rutger's family knew how to cook, apparently with the exception of Gage, for whom Piper immediately had a soft spot. Few people understood the singular shame of not knowing how to cook. Despite comparing herself to Gage, Shannon wouldn't accept Piper's hesitation. While she was throwing ingredients from memory into the stock pot for some creamy wild rice soup, and Rutger's mom could chop vegetables with the kind of speed and accuracy of a professional chef, Piper was relieved she'd been relegated to simply stirring to keep anything from scorching. So, Shannon brushed some loose sea salt off her hands. Tell us how you met Rutger. He hasn't already told you? Piper asked. Her stomach growled angrily as she caught a whiff of the butter and garlic Peg had begun melting in the frying pan. Are you kidding? Getting information from Rutger about anything, especially women, is like trying to pry it out of a steel trap, Shannon said with a laugh. We all knew he had a thing for you when he said more than 5 words about you when he last called Peg. Peg nodded. It's true. I was shocked all the way to speechless. Piper gnawed on her lower lip and kept her head down. That pleased her to hear more than she thought it would. Stirring the soup, she tried to keep her answer nonchalant. We met at the grocery store. Shannon stopped what she was doing and stared intently. I don't think you understand. I'm going to need more details than that. Don't get me wrong. Gage is a fantastic guy, but he inherited about 0 of their dad's romantic tendencies. Surely he shows you he loves you in his own way, Piper said. Shannon nodded. His way is practical. For our 9th wedding anniversary, he got me tires for my car because mine were going bald. And that was him trying. Oh, was all Piper could manage before she started in a giggling fit. Sorry, I don't mean to mock, but that is pretty bad. Don't apologize, Peg said. We're all still laughing about it. So, do you see why I need to live a little vicariously through you? Shannon said, adding some chopped onions to the buttery sautéed garlic. All right. Piper let out a lungful, trying to breathe out the jitters. Let me try again. We met when I slipped on a patch of melted snow in the grocery store, and Rutger was there to catch me. Shannon held the wooden spoon she was cooking with over her chest. Oh, see? That's infinitely more romantic. What happened next? For half an hour, Piper spilled the beans, stopping only to answer interjected questions from Shannon and Peg. They sighed at every sweet gesture from Rutger and murmured that he was such a good catch. The soup was almost done when Peg pulled out a baking pan of golden biscuits and slid them onto the counter. Reaching over to pat Piper's forearm, she gave her a little squeeze. You have been so good for Rutger. Thank you for being who you are. Piper felt herself flush. I'm not anything special. Yes, dear, you are, Peg insisted. If you've been able to bring Rutger out of his shell and get him to smile again, then I'd say you're very special indeed. Especially after the number Melissa did on him, Shannon muttered through clenched teeth. Rutger had never mentioned any of his previous relationships by name, though it didn't bother Piper. She had decided she'd rather not know the gory details of past relationships, if nothing more than it kept her from comparing herself to other women who had once stolen his heart. At the mention of Melissa, Piper couldn't tamp down her curiosity. It was one thing coming from Rutger, but in a kitchen with only female company, she ventured to get a handful more details. If she could avoid making the mistakes they had, then maybe she really did have a shot at securing Rutger in the long run. Maybe forever. Melissa was his last girlfriend? Piper asked. Shannon scoffed and reached over to turn off the burner of the soup, while Piper took it upon herself to find dishes to set at the table. If only, Shannon said, it would have been better for everyone if he'd never married her. Married. The word totally blindsided Piper, and she had to grip the edge of the counter to keep herself upright. She certainly didn't expect Rutger to air all his dirty laundry for her, but she would have thought the fact that he'd been married once before would have at least come up. Shannon, take it easy on the woman, Peg said. They both experienced more heartache in their marriage than most people have to ever deal with. You're so much more kind than I am. Shannon found a hot pad and carried the large stock pot of soup to the large eat-in kitchen table Rutger had undoubtedly bought from Gabby and Sean's furniture warehouse. As far as I'm concerned, that woman ripped out his heart, stomped on it for good measure, then handed it back to Rutger while she was on her way out of town. Good riddance, I say. Piper couldn't find her voice as she listened to Shannon fill in some of the blanks to Rutger's past. She'd never suspected anything like what they were describing, because Rutger had kept quiet on that phase of his life when they talked. There was a blank in his timeline between college and until he'd moved to Holly Wreath, and apparently, Melissa was the reason why. That was nearly unbearable for him, Peg said. But she was hurt too. If it wasn't for their daughter, maybe they would have been able to work it out. The room spun wildly. He had a daughter? Piper wafted between shock and anger. It was one thing not to talk about your ex-wife, but your own child? He hadn't so much as uttered a peep. What kind of father would do that to a child? Be so unattached to her that Rutger never found a reason to talk with Piper about her. Piper trembled, and her stomach roiled at the smell of food. She needed to get out of the kitchen, to find some air so she could breathe. "Oh, enough of this kind of talk," Peg tisked. "This is supposed to be a happy time of year. I don't want to drag anyone through the mud, and I'm sure Piper would rather not hear about any of this right now." "It's fine." Piper gave a weak smile and was sure every last drop of blood had drained from her face. "Can you excuse me a minute? I need to go check on something." Shannon called out to her, asking if she was all right, but Piper pretended not to hear as she hurried from the kitchen. It took all of her self-control not to sprint for the door. Rutger and his brother and dad were relaxing on the couch, their vision glued to whatever sporting event was on the television, and Rutger's nephews sat next to him. Piper took it as an opportunity to escape. She skirted along the edge of the room, grabbed her coat and purse, and slipped into the night, undetected. She put on her coat but was numb to the cold. Rutger had been married. He had a daughter. And he'd never said a single word about either of them. A torrent of questions bombarded her from every direction, and she could barely draw breath as her throat closed off, and tears threatened to fall. Her hands trembled as she dug her keys out of the bottom of her purse. She accidentally dropped them into the snow, and while digging them out, Rutger called to her. "Piper, what are you doing out here?" She couldn't bring herself to turn and face him. The betrayal and deception she felt were too much. If he was unwilling to share such major life events with her, what else had he been keeping from her? Jogging the rest of the way to her car, she opened the door, but it was immediately pushed shut by Rutger. She barely glanced at his face, but it wasn't hard to see the worry in his eyes. "Is something the matter?" he asked, keeping his hand pressed against the door, preventing her escape. "No. Yes." She rubbed her temples. "I don't know." He reached for her face, but she shied away. The evasion hurt him, and he took a step back. "What's wrong?" Piper wanted to run. She wanted to scream that it wasn't fair that he'd touted honesty and loyalty and forgiveness, but he had kept a huge part of himself concealed. He was a father. He'd been a husband, and somehow none of those things had come into any of their late-night conversations, many of which were well beyond superficial. His omission felt like the greatest kind of deception, and it made Piper feel betrayed. She looked away from him, unable to meet his searching eyes. "I need to go." "Why? I don't understand. Did Shannon say something to you?" Tears made the world blurry, but Piper refused to let them fall. "I don't think she said anything she shouldn't have." Rutger rested his hands on his hips. He'd changed into a fresh shirt and had his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, his sinewy forearms exposed. His gaze was intense, and Piper would have withered under it if the sense of her betrayal wasn't supporting her pride. "What did she say?" Rutger said gruffly. "If she said something to upset you, I have no qualms with going in there and setting her straight. I love her like a sister, but if... It was about you." Piper's words were clipped, and she glared straight at him. If she injured him with the anger that was oozing from every pore, then so be it. He'd brought it upon himself. "She told me you were married. You have a daughter." Rutger's mouth dropped open. His blue eyes glazed the way a mist rolls over the ocean. "She told you about them?" "She told me enough." Piper looked away again. Against the darkness, his house shone like a welcoming beacon, but she bitterly thought to herself that it was all a ruse. "Why didn't you tell me?" Rutger rubbed his hand up his forearm, his agitation rendering him speechless. "I was going to." Piper's scornful laugh cut him short. Likely story. That's what every liar says. They were going to come clean, but were caught before they had the chance. "I'm not a liar. Call it what you want, but it doesn't change what you did. You kept secrets, the kind that might change how I felt about you. I even asked you point blank if there were any secrets I should know about you, and you didn't say a word. When? Before the social, Piper said. Remember? You were asking about money, not specifically about my past dating history. Semantics. A grunt L tore up Piper's throat, but it was the only way she could convey her betrayal. I was asking about any other big secrets that potentially would lead us to a situation like this. So, like finding out I'm a billionaire, I'm supposed to put out all my past failed relationships on the first date too? Can't a man keep a few things to himself? Piper let out a frustrated growl and curled her fingernails into her palm. Sure, maybe for a while, but you can't keep things like that to yourself forever, because eventually, it affects me too. Piper was wearing on Rutger's patience, and he closed himself off with his arms folded in front of his chest. The cheerfulness that had been in his eyes moments before had been buried, and any semblance of a smile was smothered by tight lips. Did you ever stop to consider that maybe that people go about life differently than you? Rutger snapped. What's that supposed to mean? Rutger shoved a hand through his hair and paced a couple of steps. You're so open about how your life was ruined by one relationship that I'm betting that's the first thing people find out about you. Hi, I'm Piper. One time my boyfriend left me for my best friend, and I never got over it. Nice to meet you. Hot tears splashed down Piper's face, and she dug her fingernails into her palms hard enough that she wouldn't be surprised if she made herself bleed. She'd never felt the urge to punch someone before, but Rutger was making her feel like a cornered animal whose only option was to fight. So I'm open about the things that have shaped me. At least I'm attempting to learn from them, and despite what you think, I am trying to move on. I feel deeply, and I don't bury my past and pretend it didn't happen. I didn't share my past sins because I'm not proud of them, and as much as you look down your nose at Gabby, you're not that different from what you perceive as her faults. Really, her words were ripe with sarcasm. Enlighten me. Maybe I didn't share my past because I was afraid it would only give you a means to sharpen your knife so you can inflict as much pain as possible with your superiority. Piper swiped angrily at her tears, wishing she could control her emotions so he wouldn't know how much influence he had over her. I do not do any such thing. Now who's the liar? Every one of Rutger's words was another cut that wounded to the core, but that was the final blow. She staggered back, kept only from falling defeated into a pile of snow by her car. She turned her back on Rutger and opened the door, sliding in as flurries of snow started drifting from the low-hanging clouds rolling slowly past. Her whole body shook, and it took several tries to get her key into the ignition. Tearing out of his driveway, she tried to keep herself from glancing in the rearview mirror, but the magnetism between her and Rutger was still there. It was pointless to try and stop herself. Rutger was watching her go, immovable as stone in the falling snow. Turning onto the county road leading back home, she drove as far as she could manage until the tears came so fast that they made seeing a challenge. Driving onto the shoulder, she put her head down on the steering wheel, the cool leather sharp against her hot skin, and without holding back, she let the tears come.
Chapter 16. Rutger. Sleep had been a fruitless endeavor, not that Rutger was surprised. Lying down in his bed, his argument with Piper weighed on him like an elephant standing on his chest. He kicked his sheets off and put his feet on the ground. Piper had suggested a fuzzy rug under the bed so his bare feet wouldn't be hitting the cold floor first thing in the morning. The sensation wasn't lost on him, and another crushing wave of sadness hit him head on. It took him a moment to catch his breath. He'd messed up. Badly. And what was worse, he had no idea how he was going to repair the unfair and unkind things he'd slung at Piper. She wasn't wrong about her accusations, but his pride had kept him from letting her release her frustrations without fighting back. If he'd been able to bite his tongue, things might have turned out differently. Dinner wouldn't have been awkward. He wouldn't have had to endure concerned looks from his family. Maybe he would have finally gotten his Christmas kiss from Piper. Instead, he was positive she never wanted to see his sorry self ever again. He glanced at the clock. 7 minutes after 5 in the morning. Even on days he worked on the ranch, he didn't get up until 5:30. He'd laughed humorlessly to himself, thinking that he'd planned on catching up on his sleep. He'd given Garrett some time off for the holidays, and Rutger was planning on putting everything other than feeding off until after Christmas. His brother and dad had offered to help do the work, and he had been grateful for their offer since hurting his shoulder. But since he was up earlier than anticipated, he figured he might as well go out and get it done. Work would give his mind a reprieve from reliving one of the worst nights of his life. He tiptoed down to the kitchen so he could get himself something to settle his stomach, and he was glad that the new flooring didn't so much as creak under his weight. He hadn't had much of an appetite the night before, and his body was protesting. Mingled with the new house scent, the slight smell of burning wood perfumed the air. A few coals still glowed on the fire, and he threw a couple of fresh logs on to get the fire burning again. Otherwise, the house was dark and quiet, and by the faint light of the moon outside, he could see there were several more inches of snow. The weatherman had promised a whopper of a snowstorm the night of Christmas Eve, and Rutger would have given anything to be snuggling by the fire with Piper as they watched the snow fall. He shook the thought from his head and reached for the light switch. He flipped on the light over the sink, and Gage grunted from the table. "Geesh, Rutger, are you trying to blind me?" Rutger startled at the intrusion, but recovered fast enough to hide his reaction. "What? Are you a vampire? Who eats in the dark?" "I like letting myself adjust to waking up in stages. Some of us don't have night vision and prefer seeing what they're eating for breakfast." That made Gage grin. "How's the shoulder?" he asked. Rutger rolled it, doing a mental assessment. "Better. It's still sore, but I'm not an invalid like I was last night." Gage held up a toasted bagel and cream cheese. "Shannon brought some breakfast foods. She figured your house wasn't going to be fully stocked since we're crashing here right after you moved in." She'd be correct. Rutger opened the fridge and got himself 2 bagels and a tub of strawberry cream cheese. "Although I did make sure to buy that sugary cereal the boys like." Gage rolled his eyes. "You know how crazy Shiloh and Chester go when they start their day with sugar." Rutger smirked mischievously. "That's the benefit of being the fun uncle. I get to spoil them rotten and watch you and Shannon deal with it. Someday there is going to be sweet, sweet payback. I will turn your children into monsters, and you'll regret your insistence on being the," he air-quoted, "fun uncle." Rutger's bagels popped out of the toaster, and he smeared the cream cheese on thickly. Sandwiching the 2 sides together, he took a huge bite. "Can't pay back if I never have any more kids." The teasing grin from Gage faded, and Rutger regretted saying anything. His brother was gearing up for a man-to-man that Rutger wasn't sure he wanted to hear. "Are you seriously giving up on Piper because you two had another fight?" Gage asked. Rutger swallowed his bagel and went to search in the fridge for some orange juice. "I'm not giving up if she threw in the towel first." "What happened between you two last night? Did it have something to do with Shannon bringing up Melissa and Holly?" Hearing his daughter's name, the ache in Rutger's heart that he'd hidden so long resurfaced and was as raw and painful as ever. He drank the orange juice straight from the bottle and wiped the dribble of juice from the corner of his mouth with the back of his wrist. That was what ignited the spark that led to the raging wildfire out by her car, yeah. Gage said something under his breath and dropped his chin to his chest. "I'll be the first to apologize to you. Shannon suspected as much and kept me up all night crying and fretting that she'd had something to do with it. I'm sleep-deprived this morning, and I'm going to need to test out your new recliner by taking a nap in it after we're done feeding." Rutger swatted away his apology. It would have come up eventually anyway. She just ripped off the Band-Aid. Apparently the gaping wound was too much for Piper. "Why are you putting this all on her?" Rutger's teeth squeaked as he ground them together. "I'm not. I don't mean to be." "You want to know what I think?" "No, but I know you're going to tell me anyway." "I think you're the biggest idiot in the whole world." Scrubbing a hand down his unshaven face, he gripped the edge of the counter. "Please, tell me more. Your confidence in me is overwhelming." "I mean it. You've royally screwed up with Piper, and you seem intent on leaving it that way." "Why does everybody feel the need to state the obvious? That you screwed up or that you're giving up?" "I'm not giving up, but I'll admit I didn't handle it the way I should have." "Because you're being thick-headed and stubborn. I mean, put yourself in her shoes. She found out you were married and had a child, and you flipped out on her. She flipped out too. Gage shook his head. Don't you think she kind of had a right to feel the way she did? A big part of your past was sprung on her. It was a lot to take in, and instead of talking rationally, you two had a shouting match. We weren't yelling. Gage scoffed. We could hear you inside with the television on. Call it what you want. I call it yelling. Rutger finished his bagel, ignoring the fizzing bubble of regret in his gut as he swallowed. Yeah, I messed up, but she made it clear in no uncertain terms that she was disgusted with me. I'm pretty sure she would have reacted that way regardless of when she found out. Can I ask you a question? You just did. Har, har, Gage said flatly. Why hadn't you told Piper about your marriage? Rutger shrugged, the dull ache in his shoulder reminding him how Piper had anything but tenderly scrubbed him clean and bandaged him. It struck him right then that sometimes caring for another hurt, even if it was for the best. The revelation made him feel even more like an idiot. I guess I don't like harrowing up my past. Is that how you wooed Shannon? By telling her that you were the high school playboy and had more girlfriends than you had fingers and toes before you even went to senior prom? Gage chuckled. I didn't put it like that, but yeah, I was honest with her about my serial dating habits when I was younger. The point I made with her was that once I met her, the thought of dating another woman wasn't even fathomable. I knew she was the one for me, and I promised I was going to be faithful to her from then on. I couldn't betray her trust if I tried. Rutger sighed, starting in on his second bagel with less enthusiasm. Good for you. It sounds like your relationship has been perfect since day one. No, it has not, you moron. We fought way more than you and Piper probably ever will. But the point is, we recognize that we're infinitely better together. Sure, our personalities might clash, and we might see things differently, but that is all irrelevant when it comes to how I feel about her. Rutger stared at his bare feet on the tile. That's all well and good to love a woman, but if she doesn't love you back, it's all kind of for naught. That's fair, but before I finish my soapbox preaching, there's one more bit of advice I have for you. Go for it, Preacher Gage. I'm a captive audience. If you're trying to protect Piper from your problems, you're only doing you and her a disservice. You're keeping a piece of yourself from her, and that's plain selfish. Plus, it's often the people who love us who help us overcome those very shortcomings that weigh on us. Let her be a listening ear. Take her advice. Let her love you for who you really are, not this shell of a man who projects perfection so he doesn't have to see other people upset. Rutger's eyes stung, but the last time he'd cried in front of his brother, he'd broken his arm when he was 6 after he fell out of their treehouse. He wasn't about to start again now. Blinking away the tears, he said through a tight throat, How am I supposed to let her in? I think it would scare even the best people away if I blurted out everything I'd done wrong in my life. Gage thought for a moment. A balance, for certain. You have to play up your good qualities as much as you have to be willing to be vulnerable and admit you're not perfect. But also, I think that's the hope of any good relationship, that two people will have a lifetime to discover all that about each other and help one another be the best versions of themselves. The silence in the kitchen was only permeated by the quiet lowing of cattle outside, who'd gathered to the front anticipating their breakfast. I do want to make it right with Piper, but I don't know how. Gage wiped his mouth with a napkin. I have it on good authority that flowers are a great place to start.
Chapter 17. Piper. Piper kept the cup of cinnamon tea near her nose, hoping the aroma would help clear out her nasal passages. Her eyes were still puffy from crying for what felt like an entire day, and her mouth was dry from mouth breathing when she had fallen asleep on the couch, watching sappy Hallmark Christmas movies that didn't make her feel better. Even an entire bag of her favorite salt and vinegar chips hadn't put a dent in her heartache. It had been a miserable way to spend Christmas Eve. The darkness outside seemed fitting. The snowstorm had dumped enough snow on Holly Wreath that it totaled more than they'd had the whole season up until then, and though the snow was done falling, gray clouds hung around, thick and impenetrable. Andy had trouble wandering the backyard after she'd let him out early, but he'd managed to plow his way through the snow and back. Shutting herself back inside, she kept her curtains drawn. She glanced at the clock in the kitchen as she poured herself some more tea by light of the stove lamp, and wasn't surprised that her fitful night hadn't let her sleep late. It was barely 6 on Christmas morning, and she was spending it the way she had anticipated she would, alone. Unless she counted Andy and the fresh heartache that persisted whenever she thought about Rutger. Andy whined at her feet. She would have invited him up onto the couch next to her to have someone to cuddle with, but his short legs made it hard for him to get up and down. "Sorry, I don't want to hoist you up. I'm too comfortable to move right now." The white tip of Andy's tail flicked back and forth, begging her to reconsider. Selfish. I know. She swallowed and closed her eyes as a hot tear ran down her face. She could see the anger flashing in Rutger's eyes, and his words still stung like she was listening to him say them all over again. What was worse than his contempt for her was that there were morsels of truth in his words. She'd let her hurt define her for so long, and when she'd been given insight into a part of Rutger's life that had obviously been painful for him, she'd scorned him for it. She was the very definition of a hypocrite. Andy's snout poked up in between her knees, and his nose wriggled back and forth as he sniffed at her mug. Scratching her nails along the peak of his bony head, she trailed down his velvety ear. "What would I do without you? At least I have one creature that will love me unconditionally. You will, won't you?" Licking her fingertips, he made her chuckle, a sensation that lifted her spirits out of one of the darkest places she'd been in for a while. She tried to tell herself that she didn't believe she deserved it, but the voice in the back of her head whispered she had earned every heartache she'd ever had. Closing her eyes, she ventured to think beyond her own pain and let herself dwell on Rutger, if only for a moment. She prayed that Rutger would recover from her unkindness and would enjoy time with his family. If he was lucky, Piper would fade and be little more than a blip in his memory. She'd forgiven him for his lapse in kindness and thought about how much of an amazing person he was. He was humble and generous. He held no preconceived notions of anyone, worked hard, and his pot roast was positively heavenly. He went to extraordinary lengths to see people as the best versions of themselves, and the way he saved his best smiles for children, and Piper made her heart melt. He had every reason to have an enormous ego, but he was down to earth. So, he had a child? Piper loved children, and she bet his daughter was especially sweet. Piper was reminded yet again that she'd messed up big time. It would have been infinitely easier to be a perfect person who never made mistakes. Ready to descend into another self-pitying cry, she noticed Andy's ears perked up, and he trotted to the front door, his nails clicking in rhythm as he went. Piper watched him as he wriggled his entire back half and stared intently at the solid oak door. Looking from her to the door and back again, he let out a small woof. "No one's there, you silly dog." Piper set her tea down on a coaster. "And I'm not about to go outside and throw a tennis ball for you. It'd get lost in the snow like your last one." Undeterred, Andy scraped his paw down the door and whined pathetically. Wiping the sticky tears off her face with her hands, she lugged herself to her feet. Andy's wagging increased exponentially as she approached, and he was ready to bound outside the second he got the chance. "I'm going to prove to you that there's nothing there, and then who's going to look foolish?" Squinting one eye, she peered through her peephole. The street lamp was the only reliable source of light, though it cast shadows as it reached her yard. She scanned the neighborhood and couldn't see anything other than the passing snowplow. Her sidewalk and driveway had been cleared of snow. Odd. Hers was the only one. Perhaps someone nearby was being neighborly and was out early on Christmas, clearing snow. Rutger certainly hadn't been there to do it, or Piper was sure she would have heard the ruckus of his truck bulldozing through the snowdrifts. Feeling far from Rutger, her hopes receded like the ocean tide. Rutger had put the Christmas tree lights on a timer, and they popped on, bathing Piper's living room in a warm glow. She glanced at the tree and wondered if Rutger was sitting by his own tree. His nephews had probably already snuck downstairs to see what Santa had delivered, and she imagined he was the kind of uncle who didn't want to miss that kind of excitement. Andy woofed again, and Piper rolled her eyes at the realization that she was giving in to a dog's insistence. You want to go out again and freeze your stubby legs right off? Fine. Be my guest. Grabbing her downy winter coat and sticking her feet into her boots, she unlatched her door and swung it open, not bothering to make Andy be his usual gentlemanly self and go after her. Bounding out the door, Andy stopped briefly on the porch to investigate a wrapped package that had been left on her doorstep, before skipping down the steps and sniffing the edges of snow. Piper was stunned. The box had clearly been left there recently. There were a few footprints nearby, and there was no snow on top of the gift, and was immaculately wrapped in red and gold paper, with a frilly red bow to match. Her eyes surveyed the neighborhood again, but the blue jays hadn't even woken up yet. There was no one stirring except her and Andy. Returning to the porch, Andy sniffed intently at one of the corners of the package. You think this is all for you? He looked at her with watery eyes and a loose smile as he panted. We should probably open it up, huh? Maybe someone left it here by mistake. The wrapping paper was silky smooth and durable as she carefully peeled it back, revealing a blank brown paper box. With one enormous tug, she ripped off the final paper. Taking off the lid to reveal her gift, she held it in her arms and stared. Cowgirl boots? At first, the gift seemed oddly out of place until she remembered the joke Rutger had made about boots looking good with her pink Christmas social dress. They had to be from him. Stuffed inside was a red envelope. She ripped it open, her eyes racing over the words. They'd been typed, so there was no identifying the handwriting. Merry Christmas, Piper. I hope this gift finds you well. I have it on good authority that this is the right size boot for my own sweet cowgirl. Wear them proudly, and someday, I hope to stomp around the dance floor with you in them. Maybe that'll keep me from hurting you with my 2 left feet. Love, Santa. P.S. There are dog treats hidden in the corner of the box for Andy. He was a good boy this year too, don't you think? Under the boots, she found a cellophane baggie. Andy nearly snatched the wrapped dog bones from her hand, but she outmaneuvered him, chiding him for his impatience. This has to be Rutger. Homemade dog treats? Love, Santa? Piper's pulse pounded up into her throat, and her eyes darted around the neighborhood. Where was he? As thoughtful as his gift had been, she would have rather had him standing on her doorstep, delivering it in person. She would have lost all resolve and fallen onto his neck, begging for his forgiveness and kissing him so hard he wouldn't be able to breathe. In the still quiet of morning, she heard the familiar rumble of a diesel engine. Her spine stiffened, and she held her breath, unsure if she was imagining it. Then another rumble echoed in the air. Running to the end of the driveway, she looked both ways. To the right and 2 blocks away, the red taillights of a truck she'd seen dozens of times before glowed. She cupped her hands around her mouth. Rutger! The extra-wide truck turned the corner and disappeared out of sight. Piper didn't think twice as she started sprinting after him. Andy howled excitedly, running at top speed at her heels. Her lungs were screaming for her to stop by the time she turned the corner where she'd seen Rutger disappear, but she pushed herself a few steps more. Relief washed over her as she spotted his truck idling alongside the curb. Piper's legs were about to give out when she reached the driver's side of Rutger's truck, forcefully swinging open the door. Rutgy dash, and it wasn't Rutger. Sitting in the driver's seat was a man dressed in a red velvet Santa outfit with his arms wrapped around another woman, who was clearly dressed as Mrs. Claus. Santa startled, and even though his face was covered by a cascading white beard, she could see the surprise in his eyes. Stumbling a step back, she nearly tripped on Andy, who circled her feet and panted so hard his tongue was lolling out of the side of his mouth. Oh, sorry, I was mistaken. Katie surprised Piper when she leaned around Santa's rolling belly and grinned. Piper? Katie, Piper said. She closed her eyes, trying to make sense of the situation. What are you doing out here? Katie smirked, her freckled nose wrinkling. I should ask you the same thing. You're still in your pajamas? And is that Andy with you? Piper looked down, and embarrassed by her appearance, she pulled her coat closer around her. I'm sorry, but I thought this was someone else's truck. Whose truck? Katie teased Piper with a pump of her eyebrows. Rudger Pierce's. I thought maybe he was out. She looked down at the box she had under her arm. Well, you'd be right, Katie said. He asked us for a favor since he hurt his arm, and he lent us his truck to deliver his gifts. Katie pointed to the truck bed, which was a sea of wrapped Christmas gifts. Santa pulled down his beard, and Piper recognized Will Ryan behind the costume. He was going to do it himself, but he was afraid he wouldn't be able to do all the heavy lifting without re-injuring himself. You two dropped off these boots at my house, didn't you? And did you shovel my driveway? Katie beamed. We tried our best to be quiet, but I guess we were caught. Yes, special request from Rutger. So sweet, wasn't it? Will huffed. Boots? I think he could have tried a little harder to be romantic. Katie shoved him while laughing. I can't think of a single woman who wouldn't love to get shoes. You'll just have to wait and see what I got you. Will clasped Katie's hand and kissed her knuckles. She flushed red and undid her scarf before fanning herself. Then let's finish getting these presents delivered. Mrs. Claus is excited to see what's under the tree. Piper looked away, feeling like an intruder into their morning. Before letting them go, Piper blurted, How's Rutger? Katie and Will exchanged a glance, and Piper didn't miss the meaning. They were keeping something from her, and no amount of prying was going to get it from them. She was going to have to do something brave and be the one to go talk to him for herself. Katie looked at Will. How would you describe him? Like a man missing his woman, Will said. Right, exactly. He's sad, Katie said. He most definitely misses you. She hated thinking of him miserable on her behalf, but it was another indication that perhaps she hadn't had her last shot with Rutger after all. Thank you two for all you've done, Piper said, almost dropping her box as excitement built up in her. You have no idea what a Merry Christmas you've given me. Katie and Will grinned at her, and she shut the door, waving at them as they drove off to deliver their next surprise. Giving Andy another treat, he snatched it from midair and chewed with his mouth open. Andy, I hate to do this to you, but I think we're going to need to run again. I'm going to change, and we're going to drive to Rutger's house. If I'm right and he's already awake, I'm going to make sure that in no uncertain terms, he knows exactly what I think of him.
Chapter 18. Rutger. The morning was starting to break, turning the world from gray to gold, as Rutger parked the tractor back in the shed. He wasn't planning on going anywhere that morning, but he'd wanted to have the driveway clear. He had a feeling it'd be a good use of his time. Rutger had gotten a confirmation text from Katie and Will that they'd completed their mission and had delivered Piper's gift without being spotted. He felt especially grateful that they'd gone the extra mile to hand shovel her driveway so she wouldn't have to do it when she woke up. He'd made another call and appealed to Sean to see if he could get the snowplows into her neighborhood first, and when he explained his plan, Sean assured him it was a sure deal. Now all Rutger had to do was wait. He shut the machine shed door, and on his way back up to the house, he double-checked that the cow's waterer hadn't frozen in the night. Several cows mooed appreciatively over their grain trough. His chores were done, and if nothing else came of Christmas morning, he could take satisfaction in the fact that he had done his chores, and his animals were comfortable and well-fed. Coming up to the house, he stopped dead in his tracks. Piper's car was parked in the driveway, and at the front door she was peeking in the window, dancing from one foot to the other to stave off the cold. She was wearing the cowgirl boots Rutger had gotten her. The sight made Rutger's heart florid, and he couldn't get to his porch fast enough. Piper heard his rushed footsteps, and she turned to look at him with a melange of expressions: surprise, hesitation, and hope. He skipped the steps 2 at a time and stopped, facing her, neither of them speaking. Andy was sitting next to her, and he got to his feet, his tail whipping happily. Funny how the dog personified exactly how Rutger felt about seeing Piper again, though, for Rutger, it bubbled entirely under the surface. "Hi," Piper said shyly. "Morning." Rutger stuck his hands in his pockets, unsure of where they belonged. It was one thing that she was at his doorstep, but there were things that needed to be said before he swayed her opinion of him by wrapping her in a hug and pressing his lips on hers. "I wasn't expecting you so early." She raised an eyebrow. "You weren't expecting me?" He shrugged. I was afraid it might be wishful thinking, but yeah. She pursed her lips and scrunched them off-center. I was already up. Couldn't sleep. Me neither. Songbirds who overwintered in Holly Wreath filled the hush, and it was killing Rutger not to drop to his feet and beg for her forgiveness. It wasn't pride keeping him from it, but he didn't want to overwhelm Piper. He had to take it slow and make sure it was done right. She gestured to him. How's your shoulder? Still black and blue, but it's healing nicely thanks to you. She looked away at the floorboards on the porch. It was nothing special. I'm sure I'd have gangrene covering my back by now if you hadn't taken care of me. His joke earned him a gentle laugh from Piper, before another ebb in the conversation left them both quiet. As he stepped toward her, her eyes widened. He was so relieved the anger that had been there when she'd learned about Melissa and Holly was gone. Putting his hand on the doorknob, he asked, Want to come in? I don't want to wake anybody up. Rutger waved his hand at her comment. I'm kind of surprised the boys aren't already up, jumping on everybody's beds to get them downstairs to see the presents. I guess we kept them up too late last night, stuffing them full of candy. Piper snorted behind her hand, then composed herself. If I'm not intruding... Come on. Rutger tilted his head toward inside. I want to get some things in the oven so we have them ready for brunch. Leading her inside, Rutger's heart continued to pound in his chest. He'd imagined a million ways that he might make things right with Piper, but in the moment, his mind was drawing a complete blank. They tiptoed inside, trying to keep their boots from making noise on the hardwood floors, while Andy wandered over to the Christmas tree, spun a few circles, and flopped down on the rug by the fireplace. Rutger flipped on the lights, and Piper blinked against the brightness. She sat down on a stool and folded her arms, resting them on the counter. He got the sugar cookie dough out of the fridge and washed his hands at the sink, aware her eyes were on him. He dried them off and hung the towel back on the stove handle. Ready for your next cooking lesson? Piper shrunk. Right now? No time like the present. This time we're going to bake. All right. She stood up, walking around the counter. Putting her hands on her waist, she asked, What do you need me to do? He showed her how to roll out the dough, and while she worked, obsessively making sure each piece was perfectly level, he got out the baking sheets and cookie dough cutters. Pressing a stocking cookie cutter into the dough, he transferred it to the pan. He fell into a rhythm. Piper, I need to do some serious apologizing. Piper didn't look up at him and kept carefully cutting out cookie candy canes. It's not just you. If anything, I'm more to blame. He stopped and put his hands on her shoulders, spinning her to face him. Look, first off, we don't have to do any sort of measuring or comparing between us. I'm not concerned with how much of anyone's fault it is. It's irrelevant. All I can say is I want you to know how sorry I am. I was totally out of line. I punched below the belt and let my pride keep me from taking everything you needed to dish out without reacting pathetically. Basically, I was the worst sort of man, and you didn't deserve any of that. Piper was quiet, and he wasn't sure how she was absorbing his apology. Her shoulders heaved as she sighed. Thank you for that. I want you to know I forgive you without any reservations. That was all Rutger needed to hear. His guilt was carried away, and he felt like she'd given him the world's greatest gift. I appreciate that more than you can know. He put his hand over hers. Now pass me the rocking horse cookie cutter. My brother and I have a long-standing tradition to see who can decorate it better. Hang on. Piper blocked his reach. Don't think that you get to go apologizing and not let me have my moment. What's there to forgive? Rutger asked. If I was in your shoes, I am positive I would have reacted worse. That's not the point. I was unfair to you, and I want you to know I'm sorry. I never meant to alienate you in such a way, especially when it was something so difficult and painful for you. I'm the very definition of a hypocrite. Hold up, Rutger said kindly. You don't need to throw yourself under the bus to apologize. I'm not. I'm being honest. Look. Rutger pulled her into a hug, and she relaxed into him. Stroking his fingers through her soft hair, it stirred up her scent. We both said things we didn't mean. It was a moment of weakness, born from a mistake. Life isn't perfect. We're not perfect. But if there's one thing I want to do, it's make sure we don't give up on us because of it. Piper wiped her hand across her forehead, smudging on more flour than she wiped off. We move forward? Together? Rutger nodded. A tumble of presents by the tree interrupted them, and they both returned to cookie cutting, anxiously looking to the living room to see if the boys were going to come rushing in to steal bits of cookie dough. Andy peeked his head into the kitchen, walking a lap as he sniffed for crumbs and left again. Piper laughed. I thought it was... Me too, Rutger said. Shiloh and Chester are a lot louder when they're awake, though. They worked efficiently, cutting and filling up trays, slipping them into the oven, and placing them on cooling racks. When the last pan was out, Rutger pulled out another cake pan and a mixing bowl. Piper furrowed her brow. Don't you think you have enough cookies to last through the new year? Rutger glanced at the counter, lined with dozens of cookies, and shrugged. I don't think there is such a thing as too many sugar cookies. What are you making now? My famous peach caramel cake. You may think you have a thing for savory, but after this you're going to change your tune. Piper laughed, and Rutger was grateful it was the same laugh she'd gotten used to the past few weeks. Things were slowly on the mend. It might be tender for a while, but in a big way, Rutger was relieved to have his secret out in the open. There was no reason to ignore it, and he felt no more shame for hiding it. Rutger brought out all the ingredients, and he showed Piper how to assemble the cake, making sure he reminded her that it was his very own invention and hadn't even shared the recipe with Shannon. Okay, I get it. She giggled. I'm exceptionally lucky to be in the presence of your culinary genius. I'm glad you see it that way. Rutger smiled at Piper, and she mirrored him with a sweet grin that sucked the air right out of his lungs. Sliding the cake into the oven, he set the timer. He rested against the counter watching Piper as she rinsed out dishes and put them into the dishwasher. She'd been right. Switching the dishwasher to the other side was much more convenient. Piper had been right about a lot of things. Do you want to know about them? Them? Piper dried her hands on a towel and cocked her head. Them who? My ex-wife and my daughter. Piper's face went a shade paler, but she didn't balk. Scooting herself onto the counter, she dangled her legs in small circles. I don't think I want to know too much about your ex, but I'd love to hear about your daughter. Rutger dropped his head and chuckled. Yeah, I don't suppose I'd want to hear much about your exes if I didn't already know who he was. Her mouth hung open in mock offense, and she shoved him. For your information, I had more than one boyfriend in my life. Sean was just the last serious one I had in a long time. Duly noted, Rutger teased. She smacked him on his knee, and he laughed as he tried to dodge her. Tell me about your daughter. What's her name? Holly. Rutger felt like his own emotions were strangling him, but it would be good to talk about Holly. He thought about her every day, and sharing how happy she made him helped Rutger feel connected to her again. Holly Marie Pierce. That's a beautiful name. Does she have your blue eyes? Rutger nodded, thinking about how they glittered in the sunlight. Yeah, blue is mine, though she's blonde. Rutger let loose, talking about how much she loved animals and how it had gotten her in trouble a few times when she wandered into the pasture to try and pet the cows. Holly loved to do puzzles, and she had the sort of inquisitive nature that would lead her to ask millions of questions a day. She was tall for her age, too, and people often thought she was a year or two older than she really was. And her laugh, Rutger said, almost hearing her giggle echo in the house. Nobody's ever able to stay in a sour mood when they're around her. She's just one of those people with a special, undeniable spirit. She sounds like a doll. How old is she? Piper watched him attentively, unaware of where she was treading. Rutger's voice broke. She would have been 7 this coming February. Piper's eyes narrowed. Would have been... Realization dawned on Piper, and she covered a gasp by cupping a hand over her open mouth. Rutger, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. It's all right. I'm not afraid to talk about her anymore. A tear surprised him as it slipped down his cheek before he could blink it away. Piper slid off the counter and pressed her head into his chest as she wrapped her arms around him. He rested his cheek on top of her head and let a few tears spill out. It was hard not to miss Holly, but he was grateful for the time he'd had with her. She had been one of the greatest gifts of his life. What happened? Piper murmured, still not letting go of him. Leukemia. Piper tilted her head back. I'm so sorry, Rutger. I can't even imagine. He dried his eyes. I appreciate that. It was definitely the darkest period of my life. It didn't help that my ex, Melissa, and I were already falling apart. We'd married for all the wrong reasons and stayed together for Holly, but when she passed away, it wasn't even a month before Melissa filed for divorce. Piper pressed her head back into his chest, speaking into his shirt with a quivering voice. That is sad. To not only lose your daughter, but your marriage in the process. I'm not proud of where it led me either. I was angry with God for a lot of things, and for too long I turned away from him. I picked up drinking and lived like a vagabond as a rodeo clown. A bull knocked some sense into me one day, in a very literal way, and I realized I couldn't keep living the way I was. It would have been an enormous waste of my life if it hadn't brought me back full circle. Sometimes those dark, lonely times give a person perspective, you know? Very true, Piper agreed. Not that I want to walk that path more often than I need to, but I am grateful for that hindsight. Rutger cupped his hands softly against her cheeks and looked deep into her eyes. The connection he had with her was undeniable, and he could credit her in a big way for helping him see the light again, because she was a guiding light herself. Piper, I want you to know that I wouldn't be where I am today without you. I was alive, sure, but I wasn't really living until you came and completed a part of me that I couldn't fill on my own. I'm a firm believer that people need each other. I need you. Even the name of this town and how I felt drawn here because it reminded me of my sweet daughter, and now it seems like fate. I never would have guessed you were waiting here for me, though. If all I ever had in life was you from now on, then it'd be enough. Piper smiled, and it lit up her whole face. I couldn't have put it any better myself. Rutger chuckled, but his mind was on showing Piper just what he thought of her with no words necessary. His pulse throbbed, and he hoped it had been the right moment that he had so patiently waited for. Piper? Yes, Rutger? Her cheeks colored, and she had a dreamy look in her eye. Are you hoping for a Christmas kiss, too? You read my mind. Rutger stooped down, pressing his mouth on hers. Slowly at first, then with hunger, he'd been holding back. Her arms squeezed him tighter, and she tasted like strawberries and mint. The whole world spun, in a good way, and if gravity weren't keeping his feet on the ground, he was sure he'd already be in the clouds. Piper came up for a breath, but he couldn't get his fill of her. He trailed his lips up her cheek to her ear and down her neck as she sighed happily. Rutger, she said sweetly. He covered her mouth with his. Turning aside, she pressed her cheek against his. I think we have an audience. Piper and Rutger stopped abruptly, looking to where Rutger's entire family were vying for a spot at the doorway. It's a little early to be kissing that passionately, isn't it? Gage asked. Rutger shrugged nonchalantly, not loosening his grip on Piper. We're waiting for the cake to finish, so we needed something to fill the time. Gross, Shiloh muttered, and retreated back out to the living room. Piper turned a striking shade of crimson and hid her face in his chest as she shook with embarrassed laughter. This is not the way I envisioned our first kiss ending. What difference does it make? Rutger said, running his fingers across her cheek and under her hair to the back of her neck. If they don't like it, they can leave because I'll never be done kissing you.
Chapter 19. Piper. Mom, Dad, look! Chester tugged on Shannon's arm, dragging her toward the Christmas tree. Santa brought us a dog. Andy got to his feet and waddled over to Chester, bathing his face with slobbery kisses. Chester laughed, stuttering like a chipmunk, and hugged Andy around his neck. Oh no, he did not, Shannon protested. She glared over at Gage and hissed, You didn't, did you? Piper rescued Gage by admitting Andy was hers. Sorry, boys, but that silly dog came with me. You'll have to put a dog on your Christmas list for next year. Chester complained, but his grin never faltered, and Shiloh went over to scratch Andy's back. Neither of them could be too disappointed, as Andy reveled in their attention, making them laugh hysterically with his antics. Rutger tugged Piper to the couch, and he slouched down in the corner, kicking off his boots and setting them on the side. I see you like your cowgirl boots. I do, although I don't think they'll make me any more a real cowgirl than yours make you a cowboy. Rutger's head tipped curiously. What do you mean? He pulled off her boots and propped her feet on his lap, using his strong hands to give her a delightful foot rub. Don't expect me to start mucking stalls and castrating calves with you. You'd be surprised what wearing boots will give you the courage to do. Soon you'll be lassoing your own dog when he tries to run off. Huh, I highly doubt it. Boots have hardly been a cure-all for you either. Whatever do you mean? Rutger's face was as innocent as ever. Playfully pinching his cheek, Piper said, Boots haven't made you like riding horses, no matter how much you call yourself a cowboy. Gage perked up between Shannon and their dad. What did you say? Rutger doesn't like riding horses? Rutger groaned, and Piper pinched her mouth shut. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I wasn't supposed to repeat that. Gage spoke in baby talk. What? Is the big pony too scary for little Rutger? Oh, shut up, Rutger growled, though he was doing a terrible job of hiding his smirk. Gage slapped his knee. I guess that explains a lot. I always told Rutger he sucked at riding. Him not liking it makes even more sense. Always wanting to ride the ATVs when it'd be easier to throw a saddle on a horse and make a quick trip of it. Peg hushed Gage. Leave your brother alone. I'd rather you boys take the ATVs anyway. I'm always worried if you're going to break your neck on one of the horses. You can break your neck on an ATV too, Ma. Gage put his boots up on the coffee table, but Shannon pushed them off, chastising him for his bad manners. He shrugged and held up his hands, genuinely perplexed. What? You did it yesterday too. I didn't have my shoes on, and my feet aren't stinky like yours, Shannon said. Shiloh and Chester sniggered. You'd better be careful, Rutger warned, or I might spill a few secrets of yours. Accidentally, of course. Gage brushed off his threat. Too bad I'm not afraid of anything and have no secrets. I am the definition of an open book. The look on Rutger's face was the same as a cat, whose eyes widened when they spotted the cornered mouse. Is that so? Then you wouldn't mind if I shared the incident with the cockroach? Gage's smile was cemented in place, but all the color drained from his skin. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, I think you do. Rutger's grin was positively sinful. It was during your bachelor party when a cockroach ran across your foot at our campsite. You screamed about 2 octaves higher, and someone called in the police to come check it out? Shannon let out a braying laugh. Is that why you always tell me you're busy when I ask you to take care of any bugs we have in the house? Gage folded his arms. I have a thing with some insects, okay? They're just creepy. Piper tried to tame her giggle, but it was impossible when everyone else in the room was rocking back and forth with side-splitting laughter. It was all in good fun, and it made the morning feel like Rutger's family was her family. Peg clapped her hands and rubbed them together, redirecting everyone's attention. How about we see what Santa brought us this year? Then we can have some brunch. The boys didn't have to be asked twice. Running around the room, they pulled down the stockings from the mantel and passed them out. Rutger had included one for Piper, and it was stuffed with a beautiful bouquet of red long-stem roses. She took them out and buried her nose in them. I could get used to this, she said, leaning her head on Rutger's shoulder. Pro tip, Gage said. Don't only get her flowers when you've argued, or they're going to have a negative association with them. Rutger laughed and laid his head back against the back of the couch, rubbing his hand down his face. All right, I'll give you that is pretty good advice. That, or I'll start enjoying a good fight just so I can get flowers, Piper quipped. Rutger tilted his head over to hers and whispered. Making up wasn't so bad either, was it? Piper thought of the enjoyable series of kisses they'd shared in the kitchen, and how it had left her completely limp. She chewed her lip and fought back a blush. It was in vain. No, I didn't mind it at all. Shiloh made another face at them, but didn't say anything else about their unabashed flirting. Rutger tapped her stocking. There are some more treats in there for you and Andy, too. She dug out a handful. Homemade pretzels dipped in chocolate? More dog treats for Andy? Tossing one over to Andy, he followed his nose until he found it and swallowed it whole. Seriously, you're going to spoil us too much. Rutger took the roses off her lap and set them on a side table. No such thing. With the stockings handed out, Shiloh and Chester were given the go-ahead to pass the presents around. Everyone had one in their lap, and the boys sat on the rug, eagerly awaiting their turn to tear open their boxes. In the chaos, Piper had never felt such peace. Her Christmas had turned out so different than what she'd imagined it was going to be, and was infinitely better than she dared dream. Rutger was the key to it all, a man whom she had once thought of as reserved and even a touch indifferent, but once she'd started wandering through the maze that was him and was able to see him for who he truly was, she loved him more than she thought it was possible for one person to feel for another. Shiloh, Chester, use your muscles and push that big present over here. It's for Piper, Rutger said as the presents under the tree began thinning out. The boys grunted and struggled as they made slow progress. When they finally made it to the couch, Piper thanked them both. Rubbing her hands together, she glanced at Rutger with a crooked grin. You're sure this is for me? I have it on good authority from Santa that you've been a good girl. Rutger winked, eliciting a hearty laugh from Piper. I try. Go ahead, open it. She peeled back the paper, aware everyone was watching her with growing curiosity. The box itself was blank and gave no indication of what might be inside. Taking off the lid, Piper covered her mouth with her hands, a mixture of tears and laughter spilling out. A snowblower! Shannon and Gage exchanged a look, and Shannon's upper lip curled. A snowblower? Wow. Rutger. I don't know if that's your most romantic gift, but it certainly is practical. Piper slung her arms around Rutger's neck, apologizing when she forgot about his bruise, and he groaned in agony. It's perfect. Really? You're not just saying that? Piper planted a kiss square on his mouth, hoping it conveyed her appreciation, making Shiloh and Chester covered their eyes. She thought to herself how perfect his gift was. She wasn't going to have to buy one for herself, and though Piper had never uttered a word to Rutger about getting herself a snowblower, he'd been so observant that he'd come up with it on his own. It's one gift I definitely won't be needing to exchange. Rutger beamed. Then I'll take your word for it that you don't think a snowblower is lame. Piper eyed him suspiciously. I'm still not totally convinced that you didn't have the blanket left on my doorstep. I may have had a hand in getting your street plowed first so you could make it out here. But nope, I didn't send the blanket. Shannon's mouth hung open. You bribed the snowplow people to clear her road before everyone else? Not bribe, Rutger said. I asked nicely. Okay, that is a bit more romantic. Shannon flipped her hair behind her shoulder. I give my approval. Then the blanket is still a mystery. Piper played with the curling hair behind Rutger's ear. I have it on good authority that was a secret Santa gift from Heather. Heather? Piper scrunched her nose. As in Olivia's daughter? Yup. She's been scheming since that day we saw her spying on us at church. Lots of people around town were recipients of her kindness. Piper felt herself tearing up. What have I done to receive so much kindness? Been an amazing person yourself? Rutger offered. Aw, Piper cooed, running her hand down his cheek. That's so sweet. Mom, Shiloh groaned. They're doing it again. Taking her hand, Rutger chuckled and hoisted her from the couch. Everybody ready for some brunch? Dad, why don't you turn on the Grinch for the boys? We'll just eat out here. Nothing formal. If anyone spills on the furniture or rug, you're going to be sorry. Shannon pointed her finger around the room. Now, help clean up this mess. It's making me twitch, seeing all this trash. Shannon and Gage took care of the mounds of wrapping paper, while Peg crouched down on the floor with her grandsons, oohing and awing at the things they'd received. Towing her behind him, Rutger marched Piper into the kitchen. Piper headed for the silverware drawer. Do you want me to get some? Rutger drew her around to him with a wicked smile. She knew most women would die for a romance like theirs, heady and passionate, and counted it among her blessings that she was getting to live it. Finally. His voice was husky and low. Brunch was a ruse to give us a minute alone. How very tricky of you. Piper held onto his hands and soaked him all in. Won't it be scandalous when your family finds out? Letting go of her hands, he slid his hands around her waist and tugged her closer. If sneaking off is going to give me another chance to kiss you, then I'll happily take it. Family repercussions be darned. Piper played with the hair at the edge of his ear that was beginning to curl for lack of a recent haircut. We can kiss in there, but I think Shiloh might get sick on your carpet if he sees us again. He'll learn, Rutger chuckled. Us boys pretend like we don't like girls, but in truth, we couldn't possibly function without you. At least I know I can't. Piper's heart accelerated and bounced around her insides, sending nervous, happy jitters through to the end of every single one of her nerves. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him, relishing that the intimacy of the moment made her feel like she'd been warmed from the inside out, like kissing him was like downing an entire mug of hot chocolate in a single gulp. She lived right then and there, unbothered by her rocky past and unafraid of what the future might hold. He'd opened her very soul and charmed out the happiness that had been hiding in the shadows for far too long. In that kiss, she could have existed happily forever. Piper? She kept her eyes closed, relishing it all a second longer. Are you having a Merry Christmas? Piper studied his face and fell a little more in love with him than she already felt. It was a soul-stretching, beautiful thing to feel such a powerful emotion expanding. I couldn't have dreamed up a better one if I tried. She snuggled her head under his chin and felt his heart beat under her fingertips. What about you? He answered when his lips found his way back to hers and his hands settled at the small of her back, holding her close. Piper had no idea how much time had passed, but it all seemed irrelevant. A thought crossed Piper's mind, and she knew if she didn't say it when she was feeling bold, she might not be brave enough to say it at all. Rutger, she said. Yes, dear? Piper was familiar with the emotions rushing through her, but it had been an eternity since she'd felt them so strongly. I love you. Rutger rested his forehead against Piper's and closed his eyes with a satisfied breath. When he opened his eyes, he moved away so he could look into her face. Piper knew, whatever he said, his response wasn't cavalier or driven by pure want. She had felt knit to him almost since the moment she'd met him. At least, once her preconceived notions of him were gone. Kissing her deeply again, he whispered in her ear, I love you too, Piper. She swallowed hard. For good? I said I love you, and when I say that, I'll mean it forever. That's how I was raised. I take love very seriously. Good, Piper said. Then my heart is safe, and so is yours. Rutger, Gage called from the living room. Are we going to starve to death before you two quit making out and bring us the brunch you promised? Piper giggled, and Rutger just rolled his eyes. You'll get your food when I'm good and ready, he called back. Sliding his hand around the back of Piper's neck again, he brought his eyes low so he could meet Piper on her level. I want one more Christmas kiss, if you don't mind. Christmas Kisses in Holly Wreath. Written by Rachael Eliker. Copyright 2025. BHF Creative Works. If you enjoyed this story, look for more full-length audiobooks on author Rachael Eliker's channel. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe so you never miss a new release.